Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my 12th course in this series for web developers. In this course, we're going to build 10 financial web applications for beginners using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that you can then later use for your portfolio, of course. So I hope you're ready to dive into the world of front-end web development while creating 10 real-life financial web applications using the foundations of web development, which are the three pylons HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. In this course, you will embark on an enriching journey to master HTML, CSS, and JavaScript by building practical financial web applications. Throughout this course, you will learn the foundations of web development while focusing on the integration of financial tools and applications and, of course, APIs. By the end of the journey, together, we will have created 10 financial web apps, each of them designed to enhance your understanding of web development. Our first project, Currency Converter, sets the stage for your learning adventure. In this initial application, you will harness the power of HTML to structure the content of your web page. In our first project, Currency Converter, sets the stage for your learning adventure. In this project, you will learn how to convert and use also different currencies into other different currencies. You can use US dollar to euros. You can use pounds to US dollars. Also, we will integrate a world map using a SVG and an API that is going to give us all of the conversion rates. Next, we're going to build the expense tracker. This application will keep tabs on your spending habits with this intuitive expense tracking application. Also give you a summary and a total for your expenses and your income. The next one will be the investment portfolio tracker. And as the name states, it's going to track your investments in different categories like stocks. When did you purchase it? When did you purchase a specific stock? How much did you pay for it? What is the buying price? What is the current price? And so far and so on. Also giving you at the end a complete table. The loan calculator. Here we're going to explore the various loan scenarios and calculate the repayment plans effortlessly. The saving goal tracker sets, tracks, and achieves your financial goals with a precision and ease. The budget planner will help you plan your finances effectively and stay on top of your budget with this indisposable tool. Also, you can add, delete, and change your budget plan. The stock market watcher will help you stay informed about your favorite stocks and market trends with our customizable watch list, heat map, and of course cryptocurrencies map. The retirement calculator will make plans for your golden years confidently with our comprehensive retirement planning tools. The tax calculator will estimate your tax liability and plan your finances intelligently with our user-friendly tax calculator. And last but not least, the credit score checker. Of course, this will monitor and improve your credit health with our insightful credit score checking application. All of them you can then later use in a financial portfolio, in a apps portfolio, but please note that none of this will be financial advice and you should never take financial advice excepting your financial advisor. Well, welcome to the course. In this section, we're going to cover the general setup of the course. This includes the installation of the required software and setting up the course repository where you can then later on find the source code for each and every application and also the boilerplate. Now, we will also cover the general structure of the course and the way we will work with the course material. We're also going to install the necessary software in order to create our applications. And I'm also going to show you a couple of optional softwares. Then we're going to create the folder structure. And from there, it's just fun because we're going to start with our very first application. So hope you're excited. So let's get started with our very first step, which is to install the required software. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the course structure. Now, the course is divided into roughly 11 sections. This being the first section. And then we're going to have 10 more sections with each one of them being a separate application. Also, at the end, there are two optional sections. One of them will be the ES6 module section, where we're going to have a little crash course on ES6 modules and how to use them. Because some projects within some applications, we will use modules to create them. And one of the other sections will be a HTML, CSS, and JavaScript crash course, which also is going to include a complete application at the end. Now, that crash course is meant for those of you who Well, let's just say you're not complete beginners, because as I said at the beginning, this is not a course for a absolute beginner, but you already used HTML, CSS, and JavaScript a bit, and you just want to refresh your memory. Now, as I said, it's just a crash course. It's not a complete course for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. If you wish a complete course with each and every details, then please consider taking my beginner course for web developers. There's HTML, CSS, JavaScript, SAS, JSON, everything possible that you need to start your career in web development is included in that course. So please go ahead and first of all take that course and then come back to this one. Also, this is a complementary course to that one. Now, again, those are just optional sections, meaning if you want to refresh your memory, then please go ahead, check them out, and then start with the applications. Or maybe you forgot something and you just want to have a quick refresh on what that is, then those out first. Also, you can find the source code for each and every application in the GitHub repository, and each app has its own folder and contains the source code for the app itself and also a README file for just a bit of documentation about that app. Now, the app folder also contains a boilerplate folder. This folder contains the boilerplate for each and every new app. We're also going to create that folder together, but you are going to use that folder to start each and every one of your applications. You're going to have a starter CSS file, a JavaScript file, and an index.html file. Also going to have a README file with just a bit of templating in there. Now that one you can fill out on your own, and that is in order for you to get used to document your process. You're going to also see that each and every step that we're going to take in the applications is documented. You're going to see at the end of each and every app how the app is constructed. Okay, so next up, let's go into what kind of software is required for us to get started with our applications. Now, before we get into any kind of coding, before we get into our very first project, there's one less optional step that you can take, and that is to get the entire code from GitHub, from the repository. Now, I created a special repository explicitly for this course. In this repository, all of the course content will be stored. In order to get the repository, well, you just have to follow either the link in the description, or you can find me on GitHub. Now, if you will search for the username, that is Norbert BM, just type in here above in search, Norbert BM, everything in one word, hit search. You will see on the left side, you can find code, repository, so far and so on, but you can also find users. And you should, wait a second, I should, Norbert, misspelled my own name. So there we go, there are two users, and this is me. This is an old repository for, it's also me, but it's an old one. Now this Norbert E. Menyhard is my full name, and if you click on me, you will see all of my repositories on the left side up here in the left corner, repositories. Within here, you should find this little repository, the financial apps, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript course. Not this one, but this one. Just click on it, and within here, you will find later, it's not completed, all of, actually, and at the moment you're seeing this, this will be full with all of the applications. So in apps, you will see each and every application. For now, it's just a boilerplate, but later on, you're going to find all of the applications. Now let's just go back to the main repository. Just click on financial web apps, HTML, CSS, JavaScript course. And on the right side, you will find this little link. And this is used in order to clone a repository. Now you don't have to necessarily clone this repository. You can also download it, as it states here, as a zip file. Now let's just download it on the desktop, open it up, and we should see this little zip file. Also, if you extract it here, I'm going to drag and drop it here, and there we go. There is our repository. Now you could delete everything if you want. You just delete everything that you have here and then open it up by the repository. So this is our little folder. I'm going to close this one up now, open it up in Visual Studio Code again, and I'm going to add now a new file, which is going to be, you can see the boilerplate is not completed because I mentioned that one less file will be needed here, and that is the about.md. I especially left this one out for this section. I'm going to create this, and I told you this will be found in each and every application. And this is where you will type out whatever you want about the project. This will be the place where you're going to write out your notes. Now let's type something in here. It's going to be the app name. And if you never used .md files, meaning these are markdown files, that's the extension markdown. This is a markdown language. Basically, this little asterisk here means that this is a title. Later on, this is going to look something like this in the previewer. Now within here, you're going to type in the app name, but let's just keep it as a boilerplate. And then you can also type in the app description. And after that, you're going to also type in here resources that you used in order to create this app. Now, this shouldn't be necessarily public. This is for you to write down your notes. Resources. And then you can have here a resource one. Let's just open a couple of square brackets. Everything that is in square brackets, I'm going to show you just in a couple of seconds. Resource one, let's say. And after that, if you open and close parentheses, this is going to be a link. So for example, let me just show you something. If I would do here, I'm going to leave it at resource one, and then I'm going to type in here an https column / example.com. And let me also give you an example, then a comma, and just give you an example. The second one will be Google, and this will be google.com. Let me show you what will happen if I would preview this and click on the first one. Nothing will happen. There is no such page. But if I click on the next one, close this one up on Google, this will open up Google for me. Okay. So as you can see here, this is the way we create links in the Markdown language. Now, this little file is green and it has a U on the right side. This means that I just created a new file, and now Git is monitoring my folder here as a repository, because this is now a repository. And if I would upload something, for example, I would open up the terminal. But this is extremely optional. You really don't need to do this. This has nothing, almost nothing to do with the course. And if I do here git commit, actually git add first, I want to add everything. Now git, you can see this now transformed into an add a, then commit dash, the message will be added about to boilerplate, and enter. And now the sign is gone. But if you take a look at our GitHub here, we hit a refresh. Let's just go to boilerplate source. You see here are the files, index, script, CSS, just as we had it here, but the about is missing. Now let's hit a refresh, and still nothing happens, because there's a very last step, which will be the git push. And now the new files, everything that I just created, were pushed to this repository. Now if I hit the refresh, you should see, now did I create it outside the about? Check this, boilerplate. Yeah, there it is. I created it outside. Oh yeah, it shouldn't be in the source. It should be in the boilerplate. So yeah, this is correct. So in the boilerplate, in the folder boilerplate, we have now also our about. You can also open this up. You're going to see the same links. If I click on this, I'm going to send me to Google. Okay, so once again, this is the very last step before we jump into the applications. And I just wanted to show you that this is where all of the code will be found after we're done with the course. So if you mess something up, if you want to verify something about the code, you can find it right here within the repository. Also, you're going to download this, or you can just monitor it, or you can clone it. You can also push later on, if I allow it, things to this, if you want to create a new application. But this is going to be the main course repository. Okay, now with this being said, I'm going to close everything and we're going to jump into our very first application. So see you in the next one. Next up, let's talk about the required software in order to create our applications. The first software is absolutely necessary, and that is Visual Studio Code. Now I do have the links attached to this specific lecture, so please click on them and that should send you to Visual Studio Code's homepage. I'm just going to open it up right here, and this is where you should land. So also zoom in a bit. Now, depending on what kind of computer you're on, either Mac or a PC, or maybe you're using a Linux computer or Linux operating system, this should automatically appear here. The associated executable download file should automatically be recognized here for your specific OS, that is. Now, if it's not here, then just click right and you should see a macOS, Windows, and a Linux executable download folder. Now down here, there are also a couple of different possibilities, but I wouldn't suggest them. One is the web format for Visual Studio Code. It's extremely limited, so please do not use this. The next one is the Insider Edition. Also, I do not recommend for this course using this, maybe later on. And well, that's basically it. This is the standard edition, the standard build, and this is what I recommend for you to download. So let's click on download, and this should send you to the next step, which is to download the file. Now, please download it, then install it. The installation is pretty straightforward. And when you're done with the installation, so you can pause the video here and just install it. And when you're done with it, you should see a blue icon, not the green one, a blue icon, and then click on it and you should open. So this is what you should see. This is Visual Studio Code. I'm not going to go through each and every step of what Visual Studio Code does. I'm going to assume that you already know Visual Studio Code. If you're also using a different code editor, then please, by all means, go ahead and use that one. I also have a complete Visual Studio Code for beginners, of course, and if you're having trouble with Visual Studio Code, or if you just want to have a deep dive in Visual Studio Code, then go ahead and check out that course. I'm going to link it here somewhere. Now, a quick rundown. On the right side, we have our Explorer tab. This is where the folders and the structure will be displayed. Just in a couple of seconds, we're also going to create our folder. You can search here for things. We don't have anything, but if you have any kind of folder dragged in here, then you can search that folder for any kind of keyword. Then you have a source control where you can send information to whatever repository you're using. I use GitHub, and also going to use Git. We're going to talk about Git just in a couple of seconds, but it's totally optional. Then you have your debugger. Now we're not creating software that is running in the system, so we're not going to use this. We're creating web applications. They are running in the internal engine of the browser that you're going to choose to work in. And also here are the extensions. And you're going to have this, if you freshly installed Visual Studio Code, you're going to have this completely blank. You're going to see something like this, but with 0 and 0 here. Now the recommended ones, these are totally unnecessary for now for you, but I would suggest that you install the following ones. The auto rename tag extension here, you can automatically just rename your tags. For example, if you rename this anchor tag into it is going to rename also the last tag. Also this div, you can rename the last one, you're going to rename the first one. So it's extremely helpful if you mess up some kind of tags or if you want to change tags. Now this one is optional. I do use it because I'm always commenting out my code. See here, you can use different type of comments, different colors. Then Cobalt is just a visual extension. We're not going to use any kind of visual extension. We're going to stick with the basics. Then the code spell check. I love this one because I constantly mess up my code. Basically, you're going to create the squiggly lines under a word that you messed up and just right click and change it. Then this was totally optional. It's going to rename or change your, see down here, it's not displaying. It's going to change your icons, but it's totally optional. This you don't need at all. These are React extensions because I also work a lot in React, and this is recommended. The HTML CSS support and to give you a lot of coloring for your code. Then we have, let's see, you don't need the rainbow, JavaScript ES6 code snippets. This is also recommended that you install. You're going to get code snippets for the JavaScript. So basically, if you just type in, let's just say, I'm constantly using this CLG, then it's going to result in console log. It's going to automatically type out console log. Or for example, if you use a buff, this is going to create a for loop. A fin is going to create a for in loop. This is going to create a for off loop, a for in loop. A DOD is going to create a const with a object here. FS, let's see, what else do we got here? Import, yeah, we're going to use import because we are going to use modules. But it's a bunch of stuff. Also for each, it's just type in for, it's going to create you a for each boilerplate. It's extremely useful. Now, this one you don't need the live Sass compile because you're not going to use Sass, but this one is essential. This is the live server. Without this, you're going to need to save your file and constantly refresh your page. If you have your live server installed, then just going to click on this little button here when you have a HTML file opened, and it's going to serve, it's going to create a live server, it's going to watch each and every code change in your code, whether it's HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and it's going to automatically update that in the browser. And that's pretty much it. Maybe prettier, but prettier should be now automatically added to Visual Studio Code, and well, it's just going to make your code look, it's going to automatically indent your code when you save. Isn't there an example here? No, it's not, but it's going to automatically indent your code. That's pretty much it. Also, this is a React extension, so you won't need it. Now, these are, I think I covered every basic extension that you are going to need, or these are pretty much all of the extensions for Visual Studio Code. Now, there are a couple of things that you will need. For example, one last thing. If you are on Microsoft, then maybe you're using Microsoft Office Word. Or if you're on a Mac, that you should have something automatic like Notes. But if not, then I would suggest the Notepad++, because you do need a text document viewer. Okay, why? Well, some of the Notepad++ also is a code editor, so a text editor. Because at the end, you can write code in this. So if you don't have Microsoft Office, or you don't have anything in the Mac, then please use this, because we are going to create a couple of applications that's going to export documents. Okay, in order to visualize those documents, you're going to need a document reader. So this would be one of them. Now, two optional software that you will need is Git. It's Git for the Mac or Git for the PC. This is completely optional. If you want to use source control, if you want to upload code to GitHub or Gitbucket or where you want to upload it, then you need Git installed on your machine. Okay, I'm not going to cover this. It's extremely optional. I wouldn't even suggest that you use it for now. Just finish the course as it is. If you want to learn more about Git and GitHub, I also have a complete course about them. If you are going to work remotely later on, or work in teams, which is pretty much possible, then I would suggest that you learn Git and GitHub. But for this specific course, it's extremely optional. And last but not least, it's Node.js. Of course, Node.js also extremely useful, but we're not going to use it that much. But I would suggest that you install it. But again, totally optional. Okay, so I think I covered everything. And next step would be to create our folder structure. So I'm going to close everything up here, and we're going to see each other in the next video when we're going to create here complete folder structures and also a boilerplate. So see you in the next one. Now, next up, let's talk folder structure and boilerplate. This will be the folder structure. We're going to create one folder that we're going to name apps. And within here, we're going to create our very first folder, which is going to be the boilerplate. Now, this is going to include then our source, which will be the index.html file, the index.js file, or you can call this script file, and then the style.css file. Now, outside of this, we're going to have two more files. One's going to be the README, and then this is going to be a .ignore. This is completely optional. For those of you who want to use GitHub or Gitbucket and want to use Git, you do know that you can ignore specific folders or specific files, for example, environmental files or some kind of settings for Visual Studio Code, and you just need to add them in that file, and they are going to be ignored when you're going to upload everything to your repository. So let's get started and create our folder structure. Now, I still have Visual Studio Code open here, and I'm going to just go to my desktop, which is pretty much frowned upon to create folders on your desktop, but this is just a course, so let's get started. We're going to call this apps. Okay, and just going to grab, drag, and drop it in here. Okay, so we got a little apps. Now, I'm going to create the folder structure. As I said, within here, we're going to have a very first folder, which is going to be the boilerplate. So let's get a 00 dash and boilerplate. Then we're going to create another folder. We're going to call this src. And within this folder, we're going to create three files. First one is going to be the index.html file. Then we're going to have a style.css file. And after that, we're going to have a script. Yeah, let's call it script.js file. Now, this should be a normal HTML, CSS, and JavaScript project. But I'm going to do something different now. Because we are going to create specific components in CSS, and we're also going to use modules, we're going to do something different. We're going to create in the source folder a CSS folder. So within the source folder, a CSS folder. And then I'm going to take that style and move it in there. Yep, I want to move it in there. And after that, still remaining within the source folder, so be careful. Or click outside here, but be in your boilerplate, and then in your src folder, create another folder called script or scripts, as you can. You're going to have multiple scripts, and drag and drop your script in there. Now the script will be where we're going to write our scripts. So let's go ahead, go to our index.html file, hold down Shift exclamation mark. This is going to give you a HTML file boilerplate. Okay, let's add our script tag down here. Let's type in a script tag, and then as a source, we're going to go, because we are in our index, we need to go one level up in the scripts and then select the script.js. Okay, got it. Let's save it. Now you should have Visual Studio Code Live Server installed. So let's click on this, and this should open up in your preferred browser, which is, if you have a Google Chrome browser, then by all means, please use that one. For this course, I'm going to use Firefox. I do not use Firefox when I'm developing, but I'm going to use it explicitly for this course. It has a couple of easy things for me to show you when I'm explaining CSS. Move this one here, make this just a tiny bit larger. Okay, now let's type in here in the body a title. Let's say we're going to have here an H1. It's going to be boilerplate, boiler and plate. Okay, and as you can see, if I hit save, this should automatically update my little folder here. Okay, also I'm going to make this a bit smaller. Next up, let's also link up our CSS file. So the CSS file is in CSS folder. So we're going to go to our head here. And within here, we're going to add a link that is going to go href, CSS, and the style.css. Now, there's nothing in the CSS file for now. We can just add a very quick BG or body, let's say BG and dark color. Let's change now this to color, white color, hash, FFF, and there we go. Okay, so we can see both of them are working. Now, how about our script file? Well, let's go to our script file and let's just do a CLG, which is going to result in a console log. Let's console log here, boilerplate. Let's right click in our browser, inspect, and this should open up this little tab. Let's go to the console and we should see here boilerplate. Perfect. So both our script files and our CSS and our style files are working. Now, we are not done yet. Although these are script files and style files that we are going to use later on for each and every application that we're going to build, I'm going to create two more. First, let's start with our JavaScript files here. I'm going to create a new file in our scripts. I'm going to call it links.js. Now, when the document loads, I want it to load two things. First, I want it to load up the document, create for me a link in the header, and then to that link add a CSS file. And why am I doing this? Well, because I'm going to do a couple of general settings for each and every application. Also, there is where our font awesome, actually not the font awesome, but that is where our Google fonts will live, and also our font awesome will be, well, I'm just going to show you just in a couple of seconds. So let's go to our links.js file and let's type in here window.onload. Now this means exactly the same thing as I would do window.add event listener and add a load document load event or load on start. Okay, this entire thing means exactly the same thing. So I'm going to delete this. Now, when the document loads, I'm going to assign this to a function, and that function, also you could use an arrow function here if you want, and that function will create a link element. So we're going to use a variable name of const and call this variable link, and I'm going to grab onto the document dot create element, and now it's going to ask us what kind of element we want to create. So within quotations, we're going to create a link element. So let's also verify that we have this running. I'm going to console log here links, so we know that we're loading this. And now I'm going to go to my HTML file, and up here in the header, before the first link tag, I'm going to write here a script tag, and that script tag is going to have as its source from scripts now the links.js. And just take a look at the right side after I hit save, so it should load also links. Okay, so we know that both of these JavaScript files are loaded when the document loads. Move you down here just for now. And just ignore this. This has zero importance for us right now. Okay, so we just created a link tag. Now we didn't use it for now. So let's go ahead and let's say link. And now I'm going to add a property to it, which is the real, exactly as you can see here, this little property right here. So We're going to add exactly the same thing. So dot real, and we're going to assign it to style sheet. Then it's going to ask us for the reference. So exactly as we have here, we need to also create this property. I'm just going to copy this, go in here and say link.href. And then instead of style, I'm going to add here another file, which is going to be the main CSS. Now, I don't have that main CSS. So let's copy this, go into right click on the CSS folder, new file, paste this in, and there we go. We have a fresh CSS file. Hit save in the JavaScript file, and you should now have right click, inspect. I don't think it's going to show the header. Inspect here and drag this up. And in the head, you should see now a second link file. Okay, so let's see if that file really works. So I'm going to change the font of this little fellow right here, of the H1. Now let's see if this works. So I'm going to go ahead, go to my style, cut this out, hit save, I'm going to change, go to my main, paste this in, hit save, and it does not work. So let's see, where did we go wrong? Oh yeah, we're not finished. That's why we can't see anything, because now we created this element, but that's not enough. We also need to grab onto the document, and we can now add this element somewhere. And where do we want to add it? Well, we want to add it to the head. So we're going to grab onto the head and then append, use the append child property, and then append that link that we just created. You can see the CSS is working. And also if you go to inspect here, grab onto this, go into the head, you can now see you have two style sheets here. After the document loads, you're going to insert this link, and then it's going to go to the CSS folder and grab onto the main CSS file. Okay, up next, we're going to insert here font awesome, which is used to use icons. So let's go ahead, go to font awesome, and I'm going to search for font awesome CDN. Now this should, type in CDN, this should send you to this CDN.js. Open it up, and here you're also going to see this in the downloadable files. In here, you're going to find this little link. Now copy the link, not the tag. Okay, we're going to copy the link. We're going to go into our JavaScript file and create here a const. We're going to call it font awesome. We're going to assign it to the document and dot create element and attribute element. I'm going to create another link tag. Then to that link tag, let's grab it to font awesome. Going to add as a reference, again, as we did up there, a style sheet. And then we're going to add as a href, so font awesome.href. We're going to assign that link that we just copied. Okay, and the last thing that we need to do is document.head again, because we need to add it to the head, dot append child, and we can now append the font awesome link that we just created. So font awesome. There we go. Let's just type in a couple of comments. This is font awesome link, and the other one, copy this, is the main CSS link. Main CSS link. Okay, we have everything nicely commented out. Rearrange this a bit, this, and perfect. We now know what each and every one of these codes does. Now, font awesome should already work. So let's go ahead, go to our boilerplate, and let's just test it. Go in here, let's create a I with the class of fa-solid.fa-house.i- You know what, let me just finish this way, because the next one is a custom one. So let's hit save, and let's go to our document, and you should see here little house. This means that font awesome is working. Okay, now the last thing that I want to do is complete our main style here. Now let's go ahead, go over the body tag, and let's do a general reset. So we're going to use the star selector. Then we're going to add here margin of 0. Meaning that's going to reset all of the margins. You can already see everything is now crammed together. Let's also take out all of the paddings. Let's assign our box sizing to border box, meaning that we're going to use the box system. Let's do a text decoration. Set this to none, meaning all of our anchor tags will not have that underline underneath, and they won't be blue. And let's also take out the list style from all of the list items, where it is numbers or dots. We're going to set them also to none. So each time we're going to create a list, it's going to be perfectly blank. Now I'm going to wrap each and every, let's go to the boilerplate, each and every start of our application into a app container. So let's do it. Dot app dash container, hit enter. This is just going to be a div. I'm going to move these two, anchor tag and the h1 up in this div. Okay, they're now in that div right there. Let me just zoom in a bit. Let's go to the main tag again. Also, you can close up the style and the script.js. Just need the link. Actually, we're also done with the link test. So let's close this one up. We're going to focus only on the main CSS file for now. Let's grab onto the class of app.container. And now we will do a general style for each and every application. And that means that we're going to use a display flex on all of our applications. We're going to display flex. Then we're going to justify the content as center, align the items to the center. We zoom back out now. There we go. It's pretty small, but we're going to take care of this just in a couple of seconds. And we're going to use for each and every application the entire height of the viewport. So viewport height 100%. Now let me also add a custom style to this little home tag. Go back in, FA solid, FA house, and then space I dash home. And let me also change this to I dash home. And let's change the font size to 2 rem. And I'm going to add a margin to the left of 1 rem, creating a bit of space between this and this. Now, why am I doing this? Well, just to demonstrate that the icons are working, that you can manipulate icons, that we will have a general style for all of our application that we can change later on. But we're still not done. One last thing, I'm going to select a general font family for all of our applications. You can select a different one if you wish. Now for this, I'm going to go to Google Fonts because I need a very specific font from here. So if you click on Google Fonts, up here in the search bar, you can search for Poppins. P-P-I-N-S. There we go. There's our Poppins font. Now if you click on this, it's going to send you here. Now from here, we can select what kind of style we want for our Poppins font. Now I'm going to select the 100 regular, which is thin. This is going to open up, you know what, I'm going to make this a bit larger. On the right side is going to open up a import for the font families. Now you can either select here to create a link that is going to link up to each and every HTML folder that you're going to create, but we're going to do something else. We're going to select the import, and this right here will be the import that you need to use in your CSS file in order to grab onto the font family. Now we're not done. We just selected, or we just removed actually, we just selected our thin 100 font weight family. Now let's add a couple more. So I will need to use the regular 300. You can also select italic if you wish. I really don't need it. So we're going to select 300, 400, 500, 600, and then the last one that I would suggest is 900. Now you could also go for 700, but extremely rarely I will use 700, or actually I'm not going to use it at all. Now if you don't want, if you selected something wrongly, you can just pick it out here, reselect it, or just also deselect it from here. Okay, now let's use this. As I said, I'm going to use the import, so I'm going to copy this, go to my CSS, let me make this small again, go to my main CSS, go up here, imports you want to use at the very start of your cascading style sheet. Okay, so you can use here at import, or actually I already copied it, so I'm just going to paste it in. So at import, meaning that it's going to import something from a URL. Now from the HTTPS, standing for Secured Hypertext Transfer Protocol, secured, / fonts, not font awesome, Google, so far and so on, and this is all of the font weights that you selected for the font family of Poppins. Now in order to use this, we're going to go to our body, and you can see it down here what you should type in. So you should type in here now font. Let me also go back here. Just take a look at this font. So font dash family, and we're going to use now open close quotation marks. We're going to type in here Poppins, and then comma and sans serif. Oh, was it sans serif? Yeah, sans serif out, but without the quotation marks. Just copy it in here, and as you can see, it just changed our little font family to the Poppins font family. So if I would comment this out, then it's going to change it back to regular font. If you comment it in, this is the font family that we're going to use for each and every application. Okay, this one was a bit of a long video, but we're done. We set everything up in order for us to get started with our application. So let's get started with the very first application. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome to the World Currency Converter application. As the name states, this application will convert currencies from the entire world. Now, it is using a specific API that we're going to take a look at later on. Also going to find it in the resources file. And with the help of that API, the app is built to convert one currency into another one. The app is built using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And also this right here is a SVG. The application is also responsive and will snap into a mobile format as soon as it reaches a specific breakpoint. So let's first of all show you what the application does. Now we're going to first take a look at the simple converter. Within here, you can select from what currency into which currency you wish to convert. Now, I didn't add all of the currencies within here, but this is a task for you to do later on. Now, let's, for example, take 1,523.5 cents, and that is dollars, and let's convert them into euros. Let's click the convert button, and by using a little animation, it's going to tell us that this many dollars equals this many euros. Now, this is at the moment, because the API is using real-time data. So if this looks different for you in the future, this is mainly because you're watching the video or you're taking the course at a later point. This could be more or less, depending on your timeline. Now, on the right side, as the paragraph here states, you can select a specific country, and then it's going to tell you for each and every other currency what that currency would be equal to. For example, I'm going to select Germany. Now, Germany is in Europe, meaning is using the euro. And down here, you're going to find a list with all of the other currencies it would be equal to. Now, what do I mean by this? Let's quickly select a different country, for example, the USA, which has the US dollar. You can see that 1 euro is now $1.09. Now, if you would like to take a look at the Japanese yen, it's going to be 163.36 Japanese yens, meaning 1 euro is equal to this. Now, let's clear this up and let's select a different country. Let's say we're going to select Canada. Canada has the Canadian dollar as a currency. And you can type in now here a euro, which is going to be 1 Canadian dollar equals to 0.671 euros. Or, for example, a US dollar, which is going to be 0.733 US dollars. So that's pretty much it for the application. In the next lesson, I'm going to tell you what you're going to learn and how we're going to proceed to create this application. So see you in the next one. Now let's get started by setting up our application. We're going to take our boilerplate right here. We're going to right click, copy, click here once and paste. Now we're going to have a copy of this. Obviously we're going to change this to number 01, and instead of boilerplate copy, we're going to have the world-currencies, that is, dash converter. Okay, you can also take this title, copy it, go into your about, and paste it in here. Just remove this little fella, change to world, uppercase, then currency, uppercase, and this also to converter, uppercase. You can write here a little description. This app converts currencies from the entire world. And then by the resources, for the resources, we're going to have actually only one thing. I'm going to delete this Google. We're going to have the exchange rate API. Now there's also exchange rate, but that's not the one we're going to use. We're going to use the exchange rate API, and it looks something like this. There we go. This is the link right here. Now you're also going to have it in your resources. So I'm going to paste it in here, and let's change this to copy this and exchange rate API. There's a nice title. Okay, now you should have this. Now, for whatever reason, if the link that we're going to use later on will not work, then you need to go to this link right here. So if you just hold down Control and click on it, it's going to send you to their official site. And from here, you can just request your own key. It's totally free. This is why I'm using this resource. Just have to enter your email address, and this is going to send you a key. Now, what is this key? Well, you're going to see just in a couple of seconds. So I'm going to close this one up, go into a boilerplate, a new folder, and within here, please download now the world map.js. If you download it, open up your scripts and then send this little world map.js into scripts. Okay, you're going to get something like this. Now we're not going to talk about this right now, but you will need it later on. I'm going to close it up, and that's pretty much it. Also going to close up the About page. And in the next step, we should be good to go to start working on our HTML. Now let's start working on our HTML file. So let's double click on the index.html file. Let's replace this with world currencies and converter. Okay, now right click, open it up in live server, click on the live server icon right here, and we should still see our boilerplate appearing. Let me also resize here everything. Right side. Now, if you want our boilerplate to disappear, just change the title very quickly, and there we go. Okay, and we can also delete this little icon. So world currency converter app, we got it up and running. So I could actually now delete this because I just want to illustrate that this is working. Let me close this one up. I'm going to close the Explorer so we have more real estate to work with. Okay, next up, we're going to delete the title and create here a div, the class of currency-converter. In here, we're going to have a form. And we don't need any kind of action, so I'm going to delete the action. And let us also take a look at the finished project. So our very first step here will be to create the entire container of the application. Meaning we're going to work on this form, input tags, labels, buttons, this little fellow right here, and also the placeholder for the SVG. This little fellow right here is actually a form. After that form, we're going to have, actually still within the form, but under the currency converter, because this is this currency converter. Behind it is a form. Down here, where that little orange dot is our result. So if I would change this to something else, let's change to Japanese again, then it's going to give us a different result. So this is where the results will be displayed. Now, after this container will be the currencies. You can see this little title. We select a country from the map below. And after that, we're going to have a world map SVG. Okay, so let's start coding this entire thing. We're going to go back to our project and let's start working on our form. Now, you saw that we had this little amount and also this input, which is a label and an input tag. So let's start creating them. Type out a label. Now the label will be for the amount, and we're going to type in here amount. Also underneath the label, we're going to have an input tag. Now I want to select the type of the input tag, and I want the type to be numbers. And I'm selecting numbers because I want to avoid that the user types in any kind of text. So we're going to type in here column and then number. This will give me, as you can see down here, Emmet will tell me that this is going to be an input with the type of number. Now, if I also add here a hash, it's going to give me an ID. I'm going to type in for the ID the amount, and then let's hit enter. And for the name, I'm going to also use amount. We're not using this functionality right now, but later on when we're going to have checkboxes, the name and the for attribute will be very important in order to link the label and whatever the input type will be together. And the last thing that I want to add here is a required attribute. Now the required attribute will make this little fellow mandatory, so the user cannot skip this step of the form. So let's continue on. Underneath our label and input, we're going to have the currency inputs. So see here, this little fellow right here, the finished project. Now these are not inputs, but these are select tags. So first of all, let's drop them in a container. We're going to use here a div with the class of currency-inputs. And within here, we're going to include, that's the greater sign, two form groups. I'm going to have dot class form-group, and then I'm going to multiply this times 2, meaning that I want to have two form groups. Hit enter. And now for the very first form group, also I'm going to click down here. You can see that the cursor is pulsating here. I'm going to click holding down Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC. I'm going to click within here, and I'm going to type in here a label tag. We're going to leave the from empty. Also just going to type in here text. And after the label tags, you can see the cursors are still moving together. I'm going to add here a select tag. So select, hit enter. I'm going to leave the name empty, the ID empty, move further and until I'm in the select tag, and within here I'm going to type in option and multiply it times 4. Hit enter, and there we go. See how quickly this went? Now let's move back a couple of steps. Let's work on the very first one. So if I'm working on something specific, usually I close up everything that I don't need. So I'm going to close up the second form group. Okay, let's move back to the label, and we're going to type in here from, and as the text, we're going to replace this with from, because this is the first currency that we're converting from. For the select, we're also going to type in here for the name from, and for the ID also from, but now using the ID instead. Down here, for the value in the options, we're going to use capital letters and type out USD. Then for the text, US dollars for dollar. The next one will be euros, so EUR, type out the entire name, euro. Then the Great British Pound, which will be GBP, and British Pound. And then the Japanese Yen, JPY, and Japanese and Yen. Oops, I just misspelled Japanese. Japanese. What? Jesus, sorry about that. Now, we got all 4 of them, and actually I'm going to copy them, open the second form group, and paste them in here, because they are the same. Now, for the next one, we're going to use 2, and here also 2. Because we're converting somewhere, 2, and here I'm just going to hold down options and type in 2 times. And also, these will be required. So I'm going to add required to this select and to, where are you? There you go, this select. Now we should be good to go with these 2. Yeah, we have everything. So let's go ahead and add to this form, so remaining within the form, a button. So we're going to go after the closing form tag 1 step above and type in here a button tag with the ID of convert and the type of button. Oh, sorry about that. The type should have been right here in the front, and there we go. So let me just show you this very quickly. I'm terribly sorry about that, but if you're using a type for a element, you need to add the type in first. I should have done something like this, a button and then the ID of convert. Okay, it's going to give me the same thing. Good. Now, why am I using type button? Well, because I do not want this button to submit the form. If I would use here the type of submit, then the button will have, because it's in the form, the attribute to submit the form. Now, because I'm using only the type button, it's not going to submit the form. Now, right after the form, we need our little result. Also having here a dot. Where are you from, little dot? It's on my monitor, isn't it? Broke my monitor, hopefully. I do have a dot here somewhere. Can't find it. Let's search for it. So dot, there's a 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 dot. Extremely strange. Are you seeing the same dot as I do? Okay, let's carry on. Let's just leave that dot there for now. Okay, now after the form, I'm going to go 1 step down and create a div with the ID of result. And that's basically it for now. Now let's step outside of our little currency converter. And in order to be sure that we're outside of it, I'm going to close it up right here. Now, 1 click down, and now we're going to add an ID of currencies. Currencies. And this is where, go back here, this part will live. Now you can see it's empty, but if I click on on the map, it's going to give me a drop-down box, also with the scrollable canvas here, where I can select different, actually I can't select them, but I can hover over them, the different currencies. I can also search here for USD or Euro. I can type Euro correctly, or the Romanian lei. So let's move on. This little fellow will live here in currencies. And because we only have here, if I refresh this page, a title, meaning this title, copy this, paste this in here as in the ID of currencies as an H1, select a country from the map below, and that's all that this is going to contain. Now, everything else that you just saw here will be inserted using JavaScript. Now, the last thing that we need is the world map, which is underneath our results, but actually also completely offside of our currency converter. So I'm going to go outside here and create a class of world and map. That's it, enter, and that's almost it. Take a look here. We still need to add just a bit of styling to this because it's pretty much ugly. Now in the final style, as you can see right here, will be handled at the end. I do prefer that we first of all make this work and only after that take care of the aspect of the application. So what I'm going to do now is go above the body and create here a style tag. And within our style tag, we're going to add some basic style. So first of all, the H1 will be text align center, and to center the text. Next, we're going to take care of the form. So form, let's see, we're going to display everything as flex in order to have it in a row dimension, but we don't like row. We want to change the flex direction to a column. So we're going to type in flex direction and column. Okay, so this just changed it into a column. We're going to align the item center, and then let's take care of our label tags. So label, we're going to increase the font size to 1.2 rem, and let's also now take care of our select and input tags. So both of them are selected, and from here we're just going to add some padding of 0.5. This is all around padding. Then let's increase the font size 1.2, and that is rem. And let's add a bit of a margin to each one of them to the bottom, margin and bottom of 1 rem. Okay, it's going to push them down. Now let's display everything in a flex direction. So because we had here our currency converter, we're going to push everything down by selecting the currency converter, class currency converter, and display flex again, and also flex direction column, and we're good to go. Also, let's add a bit of style to the, oh, that's right, I know where this little dot comes from. It comes from the button because I didn't add any kind of text. So let's go to our currency converter, go down to the button, and add here text of convert. Okay, so there's a button. I'm just going to add a general style to the button. So let's go up here, button, and then padding 0.5 rem. Let's increase the font size 1.2 rem, actually 1.5. And I'm going to add a all around margin of 1 rem. Okay, so we know now that we have everything that we need. Also this little button, let's also add a cursor pointer to it. I also don't want to waste too much time on styling this. The important thing is to just have some sort of style for us to get started with the application itself. So first things first, we need to make it work. Okay, I'm going to save here, and that's pretty much it for this part. Next up, we're going to work on that little world map. So in the previous videos, you just downloaded and added this little world map JavaScript file to your scripts. Now let's take a look at this file. Leave it open, close up this, and you will see that, I could just delete the text. You will see that you're going to have here a document query selector class of world map dot in a HTML, and it's adding to it a SVG. Now this little backtick here, and also let me scroll down, and this little backtick here is a sign for a template literal, meaning that we're actually adding a SVG as a JavaScript file to our application. Now in order to do this, well, there are multiple ways to do this, but we're going to choose a really simple way, and that is we're going to go to our index.html file. We're going to go down here, and above our scripts and script, we're just going to copy this. Oh, you know what? Let's create a different one. So script tag, and for the source, we're going to go dot, meaning same location, / scripts folder, and from here, we're going to select our world map.javascript. Now, if I hit now save, you will see that something just happened here. We just added a really dark, but seemingly it is there, world map to our file. Now, how did we achieve this? Well, pretty simple. As I told you, in the JavaScript file, as soon as the file is loaded, it's going to go to the document, it's going to select the world map class, which is right here, and it's going to add to it the SVG using a template literal. So if you would this larger, this, right click, inspect, you will see now that in your world map container, there is a SVG now inserted. Now, you could have copied this into your HTML file, but I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to clutter up. Just imagine if you would have this entire thing inserted in your little HTML file. It would have just looked horrible. This is why I prefer to separate my concerns by creating different files for it. And you can see how easily we could just add it in our main file by using JavaScript. So I just want to show you this, and now we can actually move on and create a simple calculator. I'm going to let me close this one up, smaller. We're going to make our simple converter here work. If we click here on convert, it's going to actually convert. As you can see, I shouldn't be able to add here text. Let me just check the HTML file, the type number. I think this is something specific to Firefox. Actually, I shouldn't be able to add here like this input text. This is the one with text, and this is the one with number. This is strange. Let me quickly open this up using Google Chrome. Yep, Chrome does not let me enter numbers. Well, nevertheless, we're going to take care of this. Okay, so let's move on. to our converter. Also, let me delete this. Boom, there we go. Okay, so see you in the next one. So let's start working on our simple currency converter, which is this part right here. Now, before we do that, I want to change the alignment here. We are going to change it in the CSS then later on, but let me just grab onto the app container. Let's scroll up here. Now, before the currency converter, I'm going to add a dot, paste this in, comma, meaning that both of them will be displayed as flex and flex direction column. We do have up here a bit of a problem, so I'm just going to add here a margin to the top of one rem, and we should be good to go. Okay, there we go. So let's see. We want to add here some sort of a number, then select, or it's already selected, from one currency to another, click on convert, and it should do the magic. So for this, we're also going to use the API from the exchange rate API that I just showed you. But first things first, let's grab on here to everything. So what I'm going to do is create a new JavaScript file, go into script, right click, new file. I'm going to create a simple converter.js. Go back to our HTML file. Now let's also add it here right after, add it after, because this is really important which order you add them. Let's add it after a word. So let's create a script tag with the source of ./script, and we're going to select our simple converter. Now let's see if our converter is working. So I'm going to go here, console log, the string of simple converter, open up the console. I know I misspelled it there, console, and there we go, simple converter. And we're also having those boilerplates and so on. So let's also take them out from the console. So link, comment this one out, script, comment this one out. Let's also go to the boilerplate and comment them out here. Comment it out here, hit save, comment it out here, hit save, and we should only get our simple converter. Perfect. This is working fine now. Let's close up everything, script, links, and we're only going to have our simple converter up and running here. Okay, this is working, so I'm going to comment it out. Now, what we need to do is grab onto this little button, this is our converter. And we named it, if we take a look in our HTML, we gave it the ID of converter. So I'm going to grab onto the ID. Now, we could either use, let's first of all create a variable using the const, and let's call this convert btn. This is the convert button. And we're going to assign it to the document. And now you could either use query selector and select an ID, or use get element by ID. We're going to use get element by ID, or I'm going to use get element by ID for now, but obviously you could use whatever you want. Now we want to click on this button, and when we click on it, something should happen. So for now, I'm going to select the button, so convert button, and I'm going to add an event listener of click to it. But I'm not going to use add event listener, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to use on click. Okay, so I'm going to directly use the event on it, and then I'm going to call upon a callback function, which is then, why am I using this arrow function? And then I'm going to, let's first of all just console log something, or let's directly add the convert function to it, button convert, the function of convert. We didn't create the function for now. So let's go ahead down here and create a function. This function will be called convert. And when we're going to access this function, we are going to console log string of convert. Okay, pretty simple. So let's test this out. Or you know what? Let's leave the console alone. Let's alert up here, convert. Okay, so let's see what will happen. If you click this button, then alert convert will appear. Perfect. So meaning the button was selected, the function is working. So far, so good. Now, because this function has nothing to do with the entire application, or it has something to do, I'm going to select all of the elements that I need within my function. So I'm not going to select them out here in the global scope. I'm going to select them locally in this function. So let's get started. I'm going to comment this out, and I'm going to start selecting a couple of items. So first of all, let's create a variable called amount, which is going to get the amount from here. So let me just take you through. We're going to select the entire form. We're going to select from that form the amount. We're going to select the input from that amount. We're going to select from what we are converting and to what we're converting to. And then we're also going to select that result that we can see here for now. So let's go ahead and select our very first element here, which is going to be from the document dot get element by ID. We're going to use IDs for now. Get element by ID, and we're going to select the ID of amount. Now, because I'm in this function, okay, you could do it multiple ways, but because I'm in this function, I'm not going to reuse this value anywhere else in my code. I'm going to not only select the element, but I'm going to directly select the value. Meaning that if I would now, let's use alert again. You know what? I'm going to just pass this alert down here, comment it out, and I can now alert this value. I just want to avoid to constantly open up the console. So if I click the button, it should give me exactly the same value as I entered it up there. Perfect. Now for our next element, which is going to be the from. I'm going to select, again, a variable. I'm going to call it from. Obviously, we're going to go to the document, .get element. I'm still using query selector. I'm used to use query selector. So get element by ID, but this being the very first project, we're going to use get element by ID for now. From, and again, we're going to get the value. Again, I could now just comma here, hit convert, and it should give me, it should give me both elements. Is it giving me both elements? Let's take a look in the console. Error here, console, document get element by ID, null. Wait, from, didn't I give this the ID of, oops, form group, and you should be from. Sorry about that. Okay, let's go back here. I can close up the console because I'm pretty sure that this is now working. Okay, so not getting any kind of errors, but also not getting the from attribute, meaning, let's go back here. So log this very quickly, from, inspect, and this is debugging in real time, console, and the alert, and US dollar. Though I am getting it. Perfect. So let's close up this one. Close this one up and comment this part out, and let's start selecting all of the elements. Now I'm going to copy this. The next one will be 2, and I'm going to select both of them. So when you have this from selected, you could select it, double click it, hold down Control or Command on a Mac. D is going to jump to the next one, and then 2. Okay, this should have the same ID. Here we have one less value, which will be, or one less element that we need to select. So const again and result. Okay, document get element by ID, and now we can select our result, which is right here. Okay, the ID of result. This is where our result will be outputted. Now we need some sort of validation that we actually have something in here, because if this would be empty, then the converter will still run and it's going to convert from nothing to nothing. So we want to avoid that. Now, in order to do this, we're going to use here an if statement and ask that if the amount is the type and value is equal to nothing, then we're going to alert the user that, hey, you should, and we're going to ask nicely, please enter an amount to convert. Okay, exclamation mark, because we're yelling at him. And we're not going to let the application run further. We're going to return, meaning the application will stop right here and return to its initial state. So if this would be empty and I would click on convert, it's going to get this alert. If I have anything in here, then it's going to start converting. Now, I don't have this initially planned to have it in the course, but I'm going to add here another if statement. That if the amount, first of all, let me show you something. So console log the amount. Okay, so let's go here, up to console, and let's convert. I'm going to get this. Now, what is this? Let's check what kind of type is this. Is it a string? Is it a number? So let's see, type of, and let's convert it. Now it's a string. Now I told you that it seems that Firefox lets me input here letters, although I told the input tag that it should be explicitly a number. So how can we avoid it? Now this is type checking. Now we know the type of whatever we enter here is a string, so we need to convert it to a number. So for this, we first are going to convert it into a number, but we have a little problem. We see up here that this is a constant, not a variable. So I'm going to use here let instead of const. I'm going to convert this into a variable that can change its type. So I'm going to select here amount and now assign it to the object of number and pass in here the amount. Now let's see what happens if we convert it. We're going to get the type of number. We're still checking here the type, okay? But if I start writing here something in here, then we're going to start writing something in here. That is going to, it's going to have a first problem. It's going to tell me this is not a empty string. So it's already failing here at this. If I would convert it, type in something in here, then it's going to fail up here. So I could move this further up, but the problem is if I do this, let me just move this further up. So I'm converting it before this very first check. Then it's passing because it's converting nothing to a number which is 0 and it's going to pass as a number. So if I would type something in here, try to convert it, it's still going to pass, and that's not what I want. I'm going to delete this and check for something else. Now I'm going to check again if amount is an empty string, and then use the OR logical operator and check that there's a specific function in JavaScript which is extremely useful. It's called is not a number. And we're going to pass in here whatever we want to check if it's not a number. So if one of these conditions is not met, then we're going to get this alert. So first things first, let's try this. So please enter a amount to convert. And now let's enter some kind of string. And again, it's not passing. Okay, because now it's checking if it's not a number. Now, because this is true. Now, if I'm going to add here a number, then it's going to pass. It's still going to see it as a string. So I could convert it after that. I could use the amount is equal to number and pass in the amount again. Okay, so I just wanted to show you that now if I convert, it's going to get a number. I just wanted to show you that although we're not using TypeScript, which is exceptional for this sort of problems, we can actually go around or check for this type of problems and avoid them. Remember, your application should work in each and every situation. I'm also going to move the console down here. Okay, your application needs to work in each and every situation. Don't forget that. Okay, so let's move on. Now we got ourselves our number. We got ourselves also our check. The next step that we need to do then is to get our API. So we're going to do this in the next one. Now it's time to get the exchange rate in order to calculate our exchange here from the exchange rate website that I just showed you. But for this, we're going to use the fetch request because we're going to fetch the exchange rate API. So let's get started by down here and typing in here a comment of get exchange rate from the API. Okay, in order to do this, as I said, I'm going to use the fetch request. But first, I'm going to create here a variable for the URL from the address from where we're going to get our API. I'm going to use here backticks because I'm going to add a variable later on. So as I told you, we're going to get our exchange rate API, also have it in your resources from https for secured column / API dot exchange rate, everything in one word, API.com / and again, this depends on what sort of API you're going to get in your email. You can still try it with this API, but maybe the version just changed. So I'm going to use version 4 / latest / and this is where the value from which we convert to, from actually, will be entered. So for example, if I will use here USD, then it's going to convert from USD. Now, I don't want to hard code it in here, so I'm going to use here a variable. In order to use variables in our template literals, we're going to use $, open and close curly brackets, and then we can add here our from. And this is going to tell the API from where we're converting. So whatever value will be selected here, and remember these options, let's go back to our HTML. Although I'm selecting here US dollar, the value of that option is USD. Exactly what we need to enter here with capital letters in order for the API to know what is fetching. Now, let's use our fetch request. Now, fetch is a promise. So in order to get something, we're going to first of all tell it from what we're fetching from. We're fetching from the URL, which remember is this little fellow right here. Then we need a response. So .then, we're going to get the response. We're going to add that response, not the object. We're going to enter that response into a callback function, to error function, and then we're going to convert the response .json. Okay, we can close this one up. Oops, and this should be open and close parentheses. Next step, we're going to then take that data that we're receiving, and again, so data, send it down in a function, which will first of all extract from that data the rates. So let's create here another const. We're going to call it rate. We're going to assign this to the data, the data that we're getting. And from that data, you know what? Let me first of all just console log here data. It's going to be much simpler this way for you to understand. Console log data. I'm going to click here. And again, we're in this function. So as soon as I click here on convert, is going to get me the data. Let me make this a bit larger. Okay, let's take a look in this object. What we just got. We got base USD. Now, if I would change this to, let's see, euro and hit convert again, I'm going to get here, let's open up the object, euro, as you can see, and also the date when we're getting it. Now, the rate that I just wanted to get on here, to grab on here, here are the conversion rates for 161 countries or something like that, or 161 currencies. Okay, now we can convert from this rate. So let's grab onto this rate because it's an object. And as I said, I can create a variable, call it rate, and assign it to the data. So the data that I'm getting here, I'm going to select this rate dot rate, rates, there's multiple rates. And because this is an object, I can select from this object whatever value I want. So for example, if I select the very first value, which will be 0, let me just show you. I'm going to close curly brackets and do something like this. And I'm going to replace now console log with date, show you what will happen. Click convert again. I'm going to get undefined. Well, that's just awesome. Not the value, but I'm going to enter here. Wait a second, I selected euro, so I can enter here now SD as a string, I believe. So let's convert it in. Even try it this way. So let's convert again, and I should get, yo, I just got the rate. Okay. Now I want this to be flexible. I'm not going to hard code it in here, but here we're going to use our to variable from up here. This is where our to variable comes into play. So we're sending in the data. We're asking from which rate we want to convert and to which rate we want to convert. Now we're converting from whatever we selected up here to wherever we select down here. And for whatever reason, it's, okay, there we go. So from and to, perfect. Let's use US dollars again. Now we need to change somehow the result in, we have the rate, we have from what we're converting. So the next thing that we need is the conversion. So we're going to use here another variable, create a conversion. And now we're going to assign it to the amount, because we're converting the amount. We're going to multiply it with the rate we're converting it with. Now, later on, this result will be actually hidden. So just remember, I'm also going to type in here comment, show results, or result, only one result. In order to show the result, we're going to grab onto the result and grab onto its class list, and we're going to add to its class list the show class. Now, we didn't style it yet, so it will show, but just remember, this is how we're going to hide and show the results. So where are the results? Well, again, we're going to need to grab onto the result element. Remember, we're grabbing onto this div with the ID of result, and we're going to assign to its inner HTML. And now we're going to use backticks because we need to use a couple of variables. Now, first things first, we're going to take that amount and from what we are converting, because this is going to get me US dollars, so it's going to get me whatever is behind this, euro or USD or Japanese yen is going to give me the currency. And this is going to be equal to, open and close curly brackets again, and the dollar sign. We're going to use the conversion. And now it depends on how many values you want to have after comma. I prefer to have only 2, so I'm going to use the toFix method here and going to limit this to 2. And then again, I'm going to dollar sign and what we just converted. Oops, I'm still in this. Cut it out. I need to be outside of it. Okay. Now, if we're having any kind of problems here, then I'm going to move this console log down here. And we're not going to finish the function here, but we're going to catch if we have any kind of error. So catch the error. We're going to pass it in here. Also move the console log up here. We're going to pass in the error using an arrow function. Error. We have an error. Then grab onto that error and console log me that error. And assign you here. And you should be closed up here. And that's it. So let's try this out. So let's convert. We close this one. Let's convert this. Let's say from dollars to euros. Let's click on convert. And there we go. We just converted this amount of dollars to this amount of euros. Let's do a $100 and click 1000 and click here on convert. Okay. So it's dollars, euros. Click convert again. There we go. Okay. Pretty simple. So it's still not looking like our finished result here. Let's click on convert. By using the API 2 times, and there we go. There's on conversion. So this is how it's going to look like later on. We're going to also add CSS at the end to it. Okay, so we're done with this part. We know that it works. Let's also try it the other way around. For this, for dollar to euros, and you're going to see you're going to get more dollars for your euros. Okay, perfect. So we're done with this part. Now we can move on to the next one, where we're going to work on our currency converter. Okay, so see you in the next one. Now our next step is to, well, select the country from here and edit up here, also telling us what kind of country it is, what kind of currency does it have. And later on, we're going to also display then the currencies that we can convert to. But for now, we're going to select or work on getting all the currencies from the world map. So let's start working on that. First things first, we're going to create another JavaScript file. We're going to call this, so let's right click on scripts, new file. We're going to call this world-currencies. Oops, and didn't add the type of the file here, and .js. Now let's console log world currencies, or just alert. Let's alert world currency. So if this file is now added here, script source / scripts, and I'm going to select the world currencies, hit save, and there we go, it's added, it's working. Now we can deselect this, comment it out. Now first things first, we need to get all of the countries here. Now let me show you something. I'm going to make this a bit larger. Right click, inspect, and to move this to the right side. And within this SVG, if you click on it, you're going to see here path. Each of these paths are actually countries, as you can see. So if I hover over one of them, you saw, what was it? Okay, that's Austria, I believe. I don't know each and every country of the world, long geography. But I do know that, hey, I think we just hovered over the Canada. There we go. That's Canada. I know that one. Okay, so meaning that we can select each and every country. So we have access to them. Now, how can we select them? Actually, close this one up, make this smaller. Well, we can grab on to all of the paths. So in order to do this, we're going to create here a variable const all currencies. And we're going to go to the document dot. And I'm going to use now query selector all. And now I'm going to select here all of the path elements. Let me show you this. Console log, all currencies, save, open, inspect, and console, you're going to see here node list of 470 elements. With each one of them, again, we have access to all of our paths. Perfect. Don't need this anymore. Comment it out. Now, I'm going to loop over all of these paths. And I'm going to use a for each loop. And why? Well, because for each is executed at the start of the program, and it's executed only once. So all countries dot for each, I'm going to pass in your currencies. I'm going to pass in here for each currency. I'm going to use here now an arrow function, and I'm going to take each currency and now add a event listener of click on it. So on click, assign it to an arrow function. And also grab onto the event. This is very important. Now on click, I'm going to, let's type in here a couple of comments. Add class to the selected, how should I name it? Add class to selected element, and also remove class from the selected element, and then get currency from the selected element. Now that I think about it, selected. I should have named that countries. Countries, and for each country, what am I doing here? 3. I'm going to loop over that country and get the currency at the end. Okay, so let's grab on again. Now let me, first of all, initiate here a selected country. And that selected country will be equal to the let me type in event. So click here, event, just for those of you who don't know what I'm doing. Be much clearer. So I'm going to select the e.target, so the event.target. Whichever country will be selected, that event will be passed through that. And listen, this is not basic JavaScript, so please check out my JavaScript course for this. I do want to move on a bit faster, so those of you who are beginners in app development, there are beginners in app development, but not beginners in simple JavaScript. Okay, so when I'm passing in the event, we're having here a click event. We're going to grab onto that event, and that event has a target because it's targeting something. So we're going to grab onto that country, which we passed on the event on, and we're going to now check if not selected country dot class list contains the class of selected. Then outside of this, then we're going to add to the selected country the class to its class list. We're going to then add the class of selected. Now, why am I doing this? Because I want to highlight where which country was selected. So selected. Okay. Now we do have a little problem here, because as soon as I will select one of these countries, it's going to add to it the class of selected if it doesn't have one. But if I would select another country, then it would add the class to it again, and this one will still remain added to the class. So what I want to do is actually take this remove, go up here, and first of all, remove all of the selected classes, so the class of selected, from all of the countries. Now, how can I do this? I'm going to, within the for each loop, create another for each loop. For each country, we're going to first of all do a simple function that is to country.classList.remove, remove the class of selected. Remember, as soon as I click on one of these countries, it's going to loop over all of them and remove all of the selected classes. But after this is done, I'm going to come down here and check, hey, do you have a class of selected? No, you don't. Then I'm going to add one to you. And then it's going to proceed with the function. So the next thing that we need to do is to, well, get the currency from the country. So let's create another. Let currency and country will be the selected country dot get attribute and then the name attribute. I'm going to show you something just in a couple of seconds. So remember when we selected, let's make this larger. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go to the world map here. Now this is one path. Whatever path this is, I don't know which one this is. These are coordinates. You can see here it has a name, and that name is Afghanistan. So the very first, oh, it's alphabetically ordered. Okay, so the very first path is Afghanistan. I believe it's somewhere here. Sorry if you're from Afghanistan, if I don't know exactly where it is. Terribly sorry. Now the next one will be class. Now, not all of them have a name, and that is why I'm going to also do another one. So let's create here another let currency code, and code is equal to selected country dot ID or selected country dot class and name this time, and dot base value, base val. We closed up here. Okay, so we got our two variables. Now we can create some if statements. So if, it is going to be a long one, so stick with me. Currency code, we're going to start now checking the currency codes. Is triple equal to DE, this is Germany. Or currency code is triple equal, is triple equal, meaning type and value of FR. These all need to be capital letters. Or, and so far and so on. I'm going to copy them in. I do want you to code this one out, but just remember, you need to have all of them. So if one of the selections is equal to these fellows right here. Now, remember, as I told you in the very first one, so this is what is going to happen. I'm going to hover over it. I'm going to select it. And as soon as this is selected, it's going to add the class of select to it. Then it's going to output here whatever I selected. If I would select France, for example, it's going to select France. It's going to tell me that the base currency is euro. And here are the other currencies. I can convert it to US dollars, for example. Sorry that I'm constantly giving US dollar and euro, but these are two of the most known currencies, so yeah, I'm going to just use but you can also select Italy, so far and so on, Canada, but as you can see, you cannot select anything else, and this is because I didn't add them. So what you would need to do is add them all if you want. Okay, but this would take a lot of time, and that's not why we're here. We're just here to learn how these conversions work. Now, if one of these is true, then we're going to currency code add, and these are all from the European Union. This is why the currency code will be equal to EUR, so euro. And now let's go on to another one. So if the currency code is triple equal to GB, Great Britain, then the currency code will be equal to GBP. Wait, and be closing up here. And so far and so on. I'm going to copy this. The next one will be US. It will be then US dollar. Now these are, the first one is comparing. The currency code will be the ID or the class dot base value. Because let me show you this one more time. you go into map, you can also see that it has classes. The path have classes. They also have IDs, and those IDs, and here are on approximately each and every one. So if I double click here and start scrolling through here, you'll see that ID is also, Angola doesn't have an ID, but you can add the ID then to it. United Arabian Emirates has an ID, AE, so far and so on. So it's also going to, it's not only going to check for the ID, but it's also going to check for the last name base value. Okay, so if one of those is true, then it's going to return the currency code. It's going to say, hey, this is the currency code. Let's create also the last one, which is currency code is triple equal to CA, which is Canada. Then the currency code will be assigned to CAD, Canadian dollars. Okay, so, and also let me console log this at the end. So console log currency code, just to demonstrate that we're selecting something. So let's go back to our application here. Let's go to console, reviews and alert. And let's click US dollar. Boom, America. Let me go down here. Doc. Oops, that's above. Not what I wanted. On the right side. I actually wanted it down here. So let's see. This France, and it's euro. Okay, now if I would select Canada, then it's Canada, Canadian dollars. Okay, so this is pretty much how it works. Now later on, we're going to use, or in the next video, we're going to use our currency country here to be displayed in here. So for now, we're just selecting one of them, and we're acknowledging what we just selected. And then I'm going to pass in this currency code into a converter, and it's going to display here the selected currency and going to evaluate for each and every currency on its own. Okay, so let's jump to the next one. So let's display the selected country now and all of the conversion rates. So we're going to still remain within this select all countries for each loop. And type it down here. A comment that display country or selected country and all conversions rates. Okay, so how can we do that? Well, first of all, we need to check if the currency code that we just selected exists. So if we just selected the currency code, then this function will do something. And first things first, I'm going to take this currency code and assign it to currency code. So I need to convert it, currency code, to all uppercase. So I'm going to do here a to uppercase per case, close parentheses. Currency code is not defined. Currency code is not defined. You're kidding me? There it is. Code. Oh yeah, because I need to select it first of all. Oh, I still need to remain within my for each loop. I just stepped out of here. I need to go up here and place this in here. What's the comment? Okay, so we need to remain within this country. So after we select, we're going to loop over each country, add an event listener. If we click on one of those countries, so get the error anymore, then boom, US dollar. Okay, so then we selected some kind of code and to move this down here. So if one of it is selected, only then should the currency code be displayed. See right here, only if I select something, that's going to be displayed. Okay, perfect. Okay, next up will be to get the API again. So we're going to use the same fetch request. I'm going to move a bit faster here. So const URL, we're going to get ourselves our HTTP backticks, HTTPS, then API, then / API dot exchange rate API.com / version 4. Again, if this is not working for you, and latest, then please get another API. And now $sign, we're going to pass in here. Well, we're going to pass in here the currency code. Now let's create a fetch request. So fetch, we're going to fetch from that URL, and then we're going to get ourselves a response. Press error function, press dot JSON. After we're going to get the JSON, we're going to grab onto the data. From that data, we're going to get ourselves the rate. So const rates and data. And now we're going to select not a specific rate, but all of the rates. So rates, because we need to display them all. And then const, and we're going to create here a HTML file or element. Now within that element, we're going to use backticks. And this is a bit complicated. So I'm going to, first of all, create it in HTML so I can move quicker, because if I keep doing this, then this is going to take forever. Okay, so let's move to HTML and just create it here somewhere. I'm going to delete it afterwards. So let's just do here class of currency. and it's going to contain a currency, another class of currency dash header, and this is going to contain a h2 with a class of selected dash country. Let's hit enter. It's country. In that selected country, I'm going to have a $ currency and country and dot to uppercase. Okay, subscribe parenthesis. Underneath our h2, we're going to have an h4 with a class of base currency, base dash currency. Oops, there we go. So base currency and with the text of base currency. And within here, we're going to have a column and then a span tag. So span, and within that span tag, we're going to have another variable of currency code and code. Okay, let's scroll up a bit. We're actually trying to show you this right here. Now, after our title, which is the selected country, and then the base currency and the currency code, we're going to have the search bar. And for this, we're going to use, after the h4, a input with the type of text. So it's going to be automatically text. And I'm going to give this a ID of search and a placeholder of search for currency. Okay, and now I'm going to add here I don't know what I'm going to add that function a bit later on. So this is one part of the code. Now, after we are done with this, still remaining within our class of currency, we're going to create here now a list where all of these currencies will be displayed. So let's create here UL with a class of conversion list, conversion dash list. And now I'm actually going to move back to JavaScript. So let me grab onto everything that we had here, cut it out, and paste it in here. Boom. Also indent this a bit. So just using tab. Okay. If you select something, hit tab, it should move it for you. Now within our current conversion list, we will need to loop over each conversion. Now those conversions are objects. In order to loop over an object, well, we can only loop over its keys actually. So let me put in here into curly brackets, object dot keys. So we're selecting the keys from an object, and now we need to pass in the object, which is the rates. So remember, as I showed you the rates, they were in an object actually, and we could select specific elements from that object by passing in our simple converter from to. But now we're looping over all of them, and in order to loop over all of them using the higher array method of map, we need to grab onto the keys. So we're going to actually remain within the map, return here the key. We're going to grab onto each and every key. And from that key, I'm just going to return again using backticks. We're going to return list items. So li, this is a bit harder again to code here. Class, and each li will have the class name of currency item because we're in the currency list. And each currency item will then be composed of, I don't need to skip right here. Each currency item will be then composed, let me close out the left part, will be composed out of a paragraph tag, open and close paragraph tag, and with the class of, I'm going to do 2 paragraph tags. So I'm going to create one class, currency, let me leave it open, copy and paste, and the first one will be currency dash name. And the other one will be currency and dash rate. And within here, we're going to get from the key, first of all, the key itself, because that's going to be the name, and then currency key, but rates, we're going to pack now the key into square brackets. Okay, so we got this out of the way, and wait, because this is a map, we're going to return as join, and here is dot join and an empty string. So we're almost good to go. After we're done, wait, let me just show you. After we're done with this, then close it up. Yep, there we go. Actually, it's in the very last one. Oh, let's open this up again. It's join ul div, and right here, after we're closing our backticks, we're going to, well, we need to output somewhere our HTML. So we're going to go to the document and dot get element by ID, and we're going to get onto ID of currencies, this right here. So this little fellow right here will be now replaced. So this h1 will disappear and will be replaced with everything that we've done up here. So with this HTML, so document.getElementById, by ID, we're going to grab onto the ID of currencies, and we're going to change its .inner HTML I'm going to assign it to the HTML element that we just created up there. Okay, and again, if there is an error, then catch that error, and then, whoops, error, and an error function, console log that error. Okay, so let's see. If I now select one of these countries, then get an error. It's not a function. Wait, what? Where did I go wrong? Check. Once again, I select something. Here's dollar. On click, source, event. Fetch is not oh, well, spell check. Once again, USA, click on it, and there we go. We're getting all of the countries. Okay, perfect. Now it's extremely ugly. It's displayed. We're going to take care of this using CSS later on. And for now, you know what? I'm going to go to the HTML. Just remove this. Where do I have it? Remove the entire style here. It's going to look like this. So if you select one of them, boom, get me all of the countries and its conversion rate. And I think I have a little problem with select this and select this. I do have a little problem with the app containers displayed. Container, say height 100%. They should overwrite everything. Nope, not overwriting. The little problem is this app CSS, this app container. Okay, there we go. So I just changed this height of 100 viewport heights. And next up, we're going to work on this search optionality. Okay, so here's the converter. We selected the United States of America. The base currency is US dollar, and we're getting all of the conversion rates. It's looking ugly. Let's select France. Get now up here, France, base currency euro, and so forth and so on. Okay, so next up, let's work on the search functionality. So let's start adding search functionality to our conversion list app here. So I'm going to step completely outside of this function. Type in here, comment, search functionality, search function. Okay, now in order to search, we first need to get this little, like the country. First of all, we need to get hold of this search bar. Now, because the search bar only appears when the country is selected, until then it's not in the DOM, so we cannot select it. So we have a kind of a problem here. In order to solve this problem, we're going to create here a function called getSearched, a search currency. Now, what exactly will this function do? First, we're going to create here a variable search, and this is going to grab onto from the document .get elementor ID or query selector. I'm going to go query selector, and I'm going to get the ID of search. Now, remember that we created a ID of search up there. So what gives? Why can't I just grab onto this placeholder input ID search? Why can't I just get hold of it? Well, if I inspect here, come on, inspect, oh, down here, inspect, and go into my element bar and grab onto this little fella, well, I will see that there's nothing to inspect. The currencies down here do not contain that H1, do not contain that search bar. And when do they contain a search bar? Well, as soon as I select something in here. So let's refresh, click on US again, and then you will see that in currencies, we have now a header. In the header, we have our input. So this is pretty simple actually to solve. That is why we're creating this function. Now get search currencies, go onto the function, will be added now to the input tag. So this little input, I'm going to add it here, but as a on focus event. And when this event is triggered, then we're going to trigger this function. And when we're triggering this function, well, this function is going to grab on to the element. Pretty cool. Now, when we're grabbing onto the element, not only do we want to grab onto the element, we also want to search dot add event listener of key up. And when this event happens, then we're going to search, or let me just show you something else, console log event dot target. Okay, so let's see what happens. I'm going to select France, I've selected Spain. And now if I click in here, I just focus this. Let me show you something else. Console log, no, not console. Yes, console log, focus. Let's open up the console, select France, nothing happens. Click the search bar and focus is now selected. Okay, we cannot console log the e.target, but I'm going to just console log here, key. So once again, country, focus, and key. Okay, because as soon as I start typing in here something, this event will be triggered. Pretty cool. Okay, I'm going to delete this and now add a function here that we still need to create. We're going to call it search currency. So let's create this function search currency. Now this is going to take now in a event. And first of all, let's console log here now, console log e.target.value. Okay, so let's select some sort of country, focus, start typing in here something, and I can see that I'm getting exactly what I'm typing in here. So we are getting now a string, and we can pass down this string, comment this out, scroll up a bit, now pass down this string and search in our list here for something that matches that string. So first of all, let's create here const, call it currency list, see list, and we're going to assign to the document dot pre-selector all. We're going to grab onto all of the currency items from here. So all classes with currency c-items. Okay, not s, just items. So currency item is this little fellow right here, all li. This li has a currency name and a currency rate. So as soon as we have our currency list, we're going to loop over it, for each loop, and for each currency, we can now take from that currency the currency name. So let's create another variable const currency name, which we're going to assign to the currency. We need to select from this element. So from the currency, we need to select the currency name. So create selector, the class of currency name dot currency dash name. I think you heard currency enough for today, huh? And we're going to select from it the inner text. Inner and text. Okay, so basically I'm going to select currency name, the inner text, whatever is passed in here, will be then selected. And now let's do some conditioning. So if, and also else, if the currency name dot to lowercase dot includes the e.target.value dot to lowercase again. Oh wait, I just added here to uppercase. This should be lowercase. So lowercase, copy this, dot to lowercase. Well then, currency dot style dot display. What am I doing here? Currency dot style dot display is equal to and flex. Now, if it does not contain it, that currency dot style dot display data display, we're going to hide it. So display none. Okay, so let's try this out. So Canada, focus, and let's say CAD. I'm going to see it's going to, it's one-to-one because it's selected Canada. So let's do United States and let's search one. US dollar is going to have 1.36 Canadian dollars. Okay, so this is how the search works. Now we still need to style everything, and that is what we're going to take on next. But also let's check for euro. There we go, 0.915. Okay, so our search is now done. And with this, also the entire JavaScript is done. Again, each and every project or each and every application, I do believe that I'm going to add multiple functionalities to them with time. But for now, we're going to stop here. The perfectly working conversion app. Hope you had fun. And now let's style this little puppy. So, see you in the next one. Okay, now that we're done with all of our programming, it's time to work on our UI, UX design of a little application here. So in the next couple of videos, we're going to, well, completely recreate this, meaning that first things first, we're going to create a file structure for all of our CSS files. And then I'm going to tell you how you can import them. Every file, we're going to import them in this main style file. So remember, we created this style file, not this one. Also, we're going to remove this later on. We're going to also remove it from the boilerplate, but that's going to be I think I have to create a separate video and add it to the beginning of the course, because I actually want to have this outside. That's how this should work. Okay, now, nevertheless, let's go into our CSS file, into our HTML file. And I'm going to take here each and every label and input and so far and so on. And I'm going to comment them out. That's it. They're all removed. And also we're getting an error here because let's see, why am I getting an error? Oh, let's do it another way. Oh, I just missed something there. Okay, so the way we're going to do this is first things first, comment out all of the CSS, all of the styling that we created in our HTML file. Boom, there we go. It's commented out. Now we're going to have this ugly little thing, but no worries. Let's create our CSS files. Now, it do means file structure because we're actually going to create for each component a different file. And first thing that we're going to do is create a variables file. So new file on our CSS folder, variables and .css. And then, well, time to add a couple of variables here later on. Not now, just going to create a file structure. Now, because variables is one of the very first files that is going to be used, and variables will be pushed down. Let's open up this file in each and every CSS file that is then afterwards imported. This is the very first import. So in order to import a CSS file, you're going to use the @import command. That's going to ask you from where you're importing. Now, open and close quotations, // and within the same folder. So this is from where we are importing our little variables. Okay, the next file will be the currency converter. Then the currency converter. So let's import that one. So import, once again, URL, and within quotation marks, we didn't create it. So currency-converter.css. Remember to add the file extension to it. Let's create it here. New file, CSS converter.css. There we go. Close this one up, close the variables file up. The next file that we're going to create will be a currency header. This will be this one right here. This was the converter, this is the currency header. So again, new file, currency-header.css. Let's also import it, name, currency, although we will see it. So import // same file, currency header. And the last file that we will need will be the world map. So world-map.css. And let's also import this one into our style file. So @import // and world map. Perfect. So we got this out of the way. Let me just tell you some really quick information. Each time you change something, let's say you're going to change something here, the currency header. Now this will overwrite whatever you had in here. So remember, these are just imported and then boom, they're going to go down and cascade down. That's why it's called a cascading style sheet. Okay, so remember that. If you have any kind of errors, then please first of all look back in the other files if you did not already define that or add some style to that element or ID or class or whatever you want. Okay, so we got this out of the way. Now, next up will be to create some variables. So let's jump into the next one. All right, now it's time to work on our variables. So let's get into the variables file. And if you never created a variable before, it's column root. And within here, we can define variables. Now, how do we define variables? If you never heard about a variable, it's really simple. It's just like JavaScript or any kind of variables. You have a name and a value, a key value pair, or a name value pair actually. So -- then variable name, for example, primary color -color. Now this is just naming convention. You could also do primary color this way. You could define it whatever way you want. You could also do it this way. It really doesn't matter. Then the value, which is going to be free. Next up, we're going to have secondary color. Secondary -color, going to be #111, more darker color. Then we're going to have the white color, #FFF. I'm using hexadecimal numbers. You could also use named colors if you wish, or you can use RGBs or HLS or whatever you want. For now, we're just going to use hexadecimal colors. Then a light color, going to be light color, and F4. Okay, next up, we're going to have a currency color, currency and color. Now this is going to be an orange color, so we're going to use E56115. Close it up, and last but not least, a box color. So box shadow, box shadow, because it's actually going to be a box shadow color. So box, I'm just going to leave it as box shadow. So shadow, and it's going to be 0, then 0.5 RAM that is, and 1 RAM, and then I'm going to use an RGBA because I want to be able to manipulate the opacity of that color. So 0, 0, 0 is a perfectly black color, then 0.3. And last but not least, I'm also going to use here a border and radius. Because I'm going to use this border radius of 5 pixels. Let's just leave it at 5 pixels. So that's pretty much it for the variables. Now let's use a variable somewhere. Don't have anything in here. Let's go ahead and select our app container here. So go ahead, select the app container, and we're going to go into a style file. Let me a comment, app container, and also select the class. Let's say that we're going to use for the background color, we're going to use the primary color, okay? So in order to use a variable, you need to define var, first of all, then open and close parentheses. And within here, you can pass in the color that you, or the variable that you want to use. In our case, it was primary color. Now let's hit save and nothing happens because I think we don't see enough from the container. Let me limit this container to, and there we go. There's our primary color. Okay, so that's how you use variables. I'm going to leave it here and I'm going to come back and start styling our app container then. So let's start styling our app container. Now we just added a variable color, but that's not enough. I also want to display this as grid instead of flex. Now I do want to display this as grid, and also we're going to change the direction then when we're going to work in a responsive orientation. But for now, I'm going to set the grid template columns just as we have it here, to have the little calculate on the left side and then the display on the right side. But I already know that I do have a problem here, so let me just quickly fix it. The world map should be completely outside of that little app up there. So let's go ahead and set the grid template columns to 1FR and 2FR, meaning that, let me make this a bit larger so you can see what will happen, meaning that if I would to enable grid on my container up here, body, container, it's still displayed as grid. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I know what. Let's set this as important. Okay, now it's displayed as grid. Now, why did the flex still remain? Well, pretty simple, because we already had a general style for our container. That general style happened in our app here. Now, to avoid further confusions, I'm going to deselect this completely. Okay, so now the container will remain as grid even if I would take out this important style. But I did want to show you this, that in order to override something, you can use the important option on that property in the CSS. So let's close this up. As you can see here, it's still displayed as grid. Let me select it one more time. Oop, that's the form, currency, and here the app is displayed as grid. And we have two columns. One is taking up one fraction, and the other one is taking up two fractions. So this plus this. Okay, let's close this up. Next up, let's add a bit of a margin to it. So let's go ahead here. Margin is going to be an all-around margin of 1 rem. Then let's also add a padding, because everything is now again 1 rem. So we have a bit of a space here around our box, and within our box, in the content, we're going to leave the background as it is. Actually, no, I'm going to change it to secondary color. You can see it's a different dark than the first one. Also, you can see here, that's the secondary color, and that's the dark color behind it. Because I want to go from completely dark to then a lighter dark and then an even lighter dark. So having this hierarchy here. Okay, next we're going to change the text color. I'm going to add here using the var of -- and light color. Okay. Now we're going to add a border radius to this container. Border radius, and we're going to use the variable of border radius, of course, and radius. Now the border radius is extremely light, so if you want to change it up and increase it, you can just change it up from here. Oops, this should automatically increase it. You can also go really wild, like 50 or something like that. Okay, but I'm going to leave it at 5. Now, because a container here, as soon as we select something, we'll be able to scroll. I'm going to set the overflow to hidden. So let's go to our container, overflow, and hidden. And also let's go to our application. Next, let's select the H1 in this little title here in our container. Now we're going to use nesting. And in order to use nesting in CSS, you can target, for example, H1 element. Let's say color red, so you immediately see the difference. But if I would do this in Google Chrome, it would not work. You need to, first of all, select the parent element, use the ampersand. Now this will work also in Firefox, but just so you know, if you're using Google Chrome, if you're just typing in the element, it will not work. You need to select, first of all, the parent selector. Okay, now let me take this out and let's just do a text align center. And then we're going to also add a margin from the top of 10 viewport heights. Perfect. Now it's going to be pushed down here. And now within here, I'm also going to make it responsive. So at media and screen, and when the viewport has a max width of of 768 pixels, then the grid template columns will transform into 1FR. And furthermore, the H1 will have a margin from the top of 0. So let's test it out. If I would shrink this down, you can see it's changing its template. Now, last thing that I want to style within this general styling, also I could move this as a different component here later on when we have more CSS, we are going to move it. But for now, I'm going to do here a general style for all of the inputs. So we're going to select all of the inputs and we're going to change the width to 100% of their container. And we could also do the same thing for the select tags. Now let's add a margin to the bottom to each of them of 0.5 rem. Let's add a padding of 0.5 rem. Scroll up a bit. Then let's change the border radius to the variable of border radius, of course. We're going to have those nice rounded borders. And now let's take out all of the borders by selecting them none. Let's deselect the outline where we're focused on them by setting them also to none. So basically if I click in here, nothing will happen. Then we're going to increase the font size to 1 rem and also align the text to the center. Okay. And one last thing, I want when I focus on one of them, so I'm going to use here the focus, then we're going to add a box shadow of variable and of course box dash shadow. Okay, so we're focusing on them. They're going to have a little bit of box shadow. Okay, so that's pretty much it for now. Oh, messed up the padding here. There we go. Something was missing. Okay, that's it for the container. So let's move on to the next element, which will be the world map. So let's get started with the world map. We're going to go to our file, world map, and so let's select the class of world-map. Now I'm going to set the height of this element to height of 100% of its container. Next, let's change its background color to var secondary color. And now we're going to add some margin and padding to it. Margin, 1 rem all around, padding, 1 rem all around, and we're going to use also a text align of center on it. Now comes the interesting part. Remember that we had each country in a path element. So let's select those paths. Also remember to use the ampersand selector, so path. And we're going to fill with the color of #DDD, or you could also use the variable color, light color, light color. Let's say light color. Okay, there we go. Now, next up, I'm going to set the stroke, which is this little line down here, to a different color. So let's say stroke. I'm going to set it to black. Then we can also manipulate the stroke line cap, line cap. I'm going to set this to round. The stroke line join, again, also round. And then we can increase the stroke width. You can see how it starts to pop out a bit. Stroke and width to 0.2. Okay, now when we're hovering over one of these countries, I want the color to change. So I'm going to select the parent element. And let's say when we hover over it, then the cursor should first of all be pointer. So we know that we are over one of those elements. Oops, I just clicked again. There we go. Well, that's not enough. We're also going to change the fill color. So we can change the background color. It's actually the fill color to var. And we're going to use our, let's see, our secondary color here. var dash and secondary color. Okay, so when I will hover over one of them, it's going to change the color. Now I think that the secondary color is not that great. So I'm going to use a black color. And that's going to go completely dark when I hover over one of those elements. And of course, take it out of the variable. Okay. Now, what we could also do is also change the stroke. And we could add, instead of this color, dark color, we could add the currency color. Give us such a yellow color. So var and currency color. And we can now have that little yellowish line around it. Here you can see it, I believe now. Also, this is going to be much easier to see when I'm going to go like this. Now, when one of those elements will be selected, I want it to remain as some sort of a color. So we're going to go ahead, select the parent again, then dot, and we're going to add that selected class to it that we also added with JavaScript. So I'm going to say that the fill will now be the currency color. Okay. Now, if I would select one of them, it's going to remain, that color. Okay. And as you can see, exactly as I told you, when we're going to select the next one, it's going to loop all over them, deselect the last one that had the class of selected and then add it to that we just selected. Okay, so we're now on Germany, I believe. No, we're on France. Okay, so that's it for this part. Now let's move on and style the simple currency converter here. So let's style the simple currency converter. Go into header, currency converter. There we go. First things first, we're going to grab up to the class of currency converter. And the first thing that I want to do is see here, a finished project, when I'm selecting this, they're going to be displayed as flags, meaning we have this header here. Look in our HTML. There we go. We have here our little header. Actually, we can't see it here. The currency converter currencies and the simple currency converter is here. And we have a form, and then we're going to display everything as flags. So let's go ahead, display flags. Then again, the flags direction should be in a column. We're going to align the item center and justify the content center, of course. Okay, let's add some margin and padding. 1 rem and padding 1 rem. So this should be now pushed in here. Now let's change the background color to the variable color of primary color. And now you should see that this little fellow is again a lighter shade of dark. Also, we're going to change now the border radius to the same variable border radius that we have all over the place. So border dash radius. Add now a border radius to a little app up here. Okay, now let's grab onto the form. So ampersand form, because it's selecting, also using nesting. And that is why we need to select the ampersand by selecting the parent element and then the element that we're selecting within that parent element. Now we're going to display this as flex direction column, and the same thing, align items center, not self, align items center, and then justify content center. And of course, let's increase the gap between the elements to 1 rem. Now for the form group, let's select the class of form group. Let's display as flex. And again, I'm just going to copy everything from up here. It's going to basically be the same. Okay, and now if you take a look, it's going to change like this. Now, whether you like it more this way or you like it more this way, like this, you can decide on your own then later on. I honestly prefer it more this way because we're taking up the entire space. Okay, let's move on to this button right here. Ampersand, the button. Now, again, we're going to take up the entire width of the container. Let's add now padding, and we're going to go with 0.5 padding top and bottom and 0.75 padding left and right. Then let's add a border radius. We're going to use the same border radius. This is why we're using variables. So border radius. Next up, we're going to take out the borders, the outline, exactly as we did for our input tags. So borders, we're going to set it to none. Outline, we're also going to set it to none. We're going to increase the font size, 1.1 rem. Refresh. Now, something went wrong with my live server, so I'm going to switch to Google Chrome now. Let's increase this font weight, 600. We're going to change the background color of the button, and we're going to use the variable color of secondary color. And of course, we now need to change the color to a light color. So var and dash dash light dash color. In order to push the button down a bit, we're going to add a margin to the top of 2 rem. When we're hovering over the button, I want the cursor to be pointer, so cursor pointer. We're going to have a hover effect. So I want to add a transition effect to both the hover on and hover off, which will then need to be added. So first of all, let's add a hover effect. So I'm going to select the parent element. And when we're hovering over the button, then I'm going to change its background color to the variable color of currency color. And of course, because this is happening too abruptly, we're going to change the transition effect by using the transition property. I'm going to say all because I want the hover and the regular color to be changed in approximately 2.0 seconds and using the ease in and out curve control. Okay, so you can see this happening more easily now. Now for our results, because not converting here much as I wish, so the results are pretty much ugly. So let's add here a bit of design to them. Let's move, let's see where are we in here. Let's move outside, but still remaining within our currency converter. We're going to grab onto the ID of result. And what we want to do is actually change the background color, the font size, the padding, also add some border radius. So first of all, let's change the background color to the variable of currency color, because that is why we selected that currency color. Then let's increase its font weight to 600. Now let's add a bit of a padding, all around padding on 0.5 rem. We're going to extend it to extend its width to 100% of the container. And also we're going to add border radius and box shadow to it and a little bit of margin to the top. So margin top of 1 rem, then a border radius of var. Let me scroll up a bit. Var and border radius, of course, goes you up. And the last thing will be a box shadow of the variable of box shadow. Okay, there we go. There's a currency. Last thing that we need is to align the text to the center, and we're done. Now, as you saw in our finished project, this actually just popped a bit out there. So in order to do that, we're going to add here a little animation. So I'm going to select the results again, so parent selector, and when it has a show class on it, then we're going to use here a animation, and that animation will be, let's go outside here, so add keyframe. I'm going to use here scale up as a name, and what this will do is going to go from 0% to 100%, and at 0%, I'm going to use a transform scale from 0, and then just going to copy this because it's going to scale up then to, to 1. Now, in order to use the animation, we need to add it here. So animation property, then we're going to add the name of the animation. So scale up is going to take 0.3 seconds, 0.3 I said, and it's going to use a ease in out. Okay, so there we go. When we are converting something or adding something new, then fresh here, then it's going to scale up. Okay, perfect. So we're done with this for now. Next up, and also last step, we're going to style our world currencies here. Okay, so let's open up a currency header, close up the Explorer, and let's grab onto currency-header class. Now again, we're going to display this as flex because we want all of the elements where they are displayed. And also, let me just finish this. So flex, direction column, align, item center, and justify content center. Okay, and now if we click on something here, then, well, it's still ugly, but we're all going to work on these. At least the title is up here and everything is centered. So let's continue on by adding some margin. I'm also going to leave this open. So adding some margin of 1 rem, padding 1 rem. You can see how this is slowly taking shape here. Then let's change the background color to the variable color of primary color. Primary. There's the header. Now let's add a box shadow here of variable and box shadow. And now let's work on the select country here. So let's say the class of selected country. Let's increase its margin from the top to the bottom 1 rem. Going to have more space here. Also, let's change the font size to 2.2 rem, and let's add a text shadow of 0.5 rem, then 1 rem, and a RGBA color of 0.0 and 0.15 in order to make it pop out. Okay, and last but not least, of course, text, align, and center. Now, for the base currency, let's jump out of here. Let's select the class of base-currency. And also, this is going to have a margin to the bottom. So to have more space here of 1 rem. Then let's also increase this one's font size to 1.5 rem. And then a final selection of the span tag that is in there, which is this USD in our case. And we're going to set that span tag to have a different color of var. And of course, this is going to be the currency color. Currency and color. Okay, there we go. Now for the search bar. Let's jump out of here. ID of search. Let's change the text, actually the font size of the text in there to 0.75 rem. And let's also add to this a box shadow of box shadow. And there we go. Now, one last final step that we need to take is the conversion list here. So let's also style that one. We're going to grab onto the conversion list, -list. We're going to display it finally display it as flex. Ooh, that's much better. I've been waiting for this moment. Now let's change its height to 400 pixels. Okay, now we have a maximum height for this little fellow. Now let's set the flex wrap to wrap. Now that all of the elements will be displayed in here, they will no longer run out of our image. And now I'm going to make this little fellow scrollable. Now in order to do that, we're going to set the overflow on the y-axis only to scroll. Now also let's style a bit this scroll bar. For this we're going to use the WebKit, the scroll bar, and now let's set its width to 0.5 rem. Next I'm going to use the WebKit scroll bar and dash track. I'm going to set it to the color, so background color, and change the color to variable and light color. And then the thumb, so scroll bar and thumb, we'll set this to the primary color. Okay, next up, let's add the same margins and paddings. Got up here. And then let's take care of a currency items. Each and every currency item in there. So class of currency dash item. Each and every item or the elements that are in that item will be displayed as flex. Again, direction column, flex direction column, then align items to the center, and then we're going to justify the content also to the center. Okay, now let's add a maximum width and height to them. So width 100 pixels and height, of course, 100 pixels. So we're going to create a couple of square items, and then we're going to add background colors to them in order to differentiate each one from another. So we're going to add a background color of the variable color of the currency color. So var currency color, and there we go. There are our items. Now, in order to separate one from another, I'm also going to add a, now you can use also gap. So let's use gap of 10 pixels. Let's see how this looks. Oh no, that's between the items. So I'm going to use a margin of 1 rem. There we go. Now let's trim down those borders, border, so nobody gets cut. Border radius, var, and border radius, of course. Radius. You know what? I'm going to take out those margins and paddings now. Already integrated here. Better. Now, if I'm over one of these items, then I'm going to change the effect. So for example, let's take on the parent. And if I hover over them, then I'm going to set the cursor to pointer, the background color to variable color of light color. Obviously, we also need to change the color now for them because we can't see the text anymore. So let's change color to var and primary color. And that's much better. And also need to increase the font weight. So I'm going to increase the font weight for all of them. So font weight, let's see, 500. Although I want to go with 600. There we go. That's much better. Perfect. The last one that I want to add here is a bit of an animation. So I'm going to go outside here in the currency item. Let's say animation. And let's go completely outside here and create an animation using a add keyframe. Add keyframe. I'm going to call this fade and in. It is again pretty simple. We're going to go from 0% to 100%. And when we're at 100, we're going to have an opacity of 1 and a transform translate on the y-axis of 0. And in our initial position, I'm going to just copy these two. I'm going to have this at 0 and this at -1 rem. Okay, so let's see. Add the fade in here. I'll take 0.5 seconds and in out. Okay, so if you hit the refresh, you can see they're moving in slowly, also having those fade effect. Also, let's use here, let's say Canada, Europe, Euro, and so far and so on. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Hope you enjoyed it. That's it for now, at least. Let's take a look at this finished application. You can convert stuff, convert it. You could select stuff, deselect stuff, and you can search for stuff. So $. Okay, so that's our little conversion app. Hope you enjoyed it, and you're going to be notified when I'm adding new optionalities to this. So with this being said, see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome to the Credit Score Checker app. As the name states, this application will check your credit score depending on your input right here. So if we would start up with a credit score of 300, hit enter, it's going to check your score and also add some comments to it. For example, a 300 credit score would be a poor, or would be considered a poor credit score, and you should consider consultation. Now you can close this with the close button. This will delete the input field and also refocus your cursor into the input field. Now, if you would try to check without inputting any kind of value, then you will get an alert. Please enter a credit score. If you would try to type in some kind of text without typing in numbers, then of course we're going to have another type check here, which will alert us with, do this again, please enter only numbers. If you would succeed to check your score, let's say you have a credit score of 900, then using an animation, your credit score will appear and also with a little comment. Of course, this application is completely responsive. So if we go down to a tablet format, then this would change its format. You can also see there are a couple of animations added to this. Do this again, let's see, 500. And I can already recheck it here. Let's say I'm going to go with something weird like that. And then you're going to have also animations on your button and on your numbers here. Now, this application will use modules. We're going to use JavaScript modules, and we're also going to kind of build this out as a component-based application, meaning we're not going to do the CSS at the end, but we're going to create little components here and there, and also style them as we proceed. Okay, so within this project, as always, you will learn semantics HTML, forms, labels, input tags, buttons, elements, also type and click events on those buttons. You're going to also learn about IDs or use IDs and classes. You're going to learn about CSS selectors, box model, flexbox, media queries, because we are going to make this responsive, animations, variables, pseudo classes, nesting in CSS, components and BEM, methodology, import medias, import and also media rules. We can already set media rules. Nevertheless, you're also going to learn from JavaScript modules, variables, DOM manipulation, JavaScript functions, arrow functions, switch statements, because you are going to check always in which case we are with our credit, and a couple of event lessons like click events and of course submit events. So hope you're excited, and let's get started with the project. Now we're going to get started by copying our boilerplate. So let's right click, copy, and right click paste. You can also use your keyboard, of course. Let's say that this is the project number 2, and let's change the name here to credit score and checker. Let's go into our source index and let's type in here the title, credit score checker, and let's also delete here everything that you have and open it up using live server. Now you should get your dark background again. Now, a couple of things before we get started. As I said, we are going to use JavaScript modules. Let me quickly tell you that you should definitely check out the modules part, the JavaScript modules crash course ES6 modules that I have down in the very last section, or the section before that. Definitely check that out if you do not understand modules. I'm not going to go over modules in depth here, but you should know that we are going to use modules. So what I'm going to do now is finish this video right here. And after we come back, just a tinge larger, maybe more. Oh, that's enough. And after we come back, we're going to start working on our HTML structure here, on our markup. Okay, so see you in the next one. So let's get started with our basic HTML markup. Close this one up. Now within our app container, we're going to get started with the main tag. And also, main tags are always used to kind of wrap everything around your main container. Now, although this would be much better sorted for the app up here, it's actually not. And I'm kind of preparing you for a framework like React or Angular, because at the end of the day, you have everything in one single div. But in this main tag, we are going to add our credit score container. So dot credit dash score dash container. Because, for example, if you would add multiple functionalities to the credit score container outside of this, for example, some kind of explanations, what kind of credit scores they are not necessarily part of the main credit score application. Or yes, they are part of the application, but not for this part right here, not for the checker, not from the results. So hope you understand what I mean by this is really the main section of this application. It can have multiple subsections, but this one is the main one. Now let's continue on with a form. This is going to have a class of credit score form. Again, we're not going to have any kind of action here. Now let's get into our form, and we're going to start off with we're actually going to have one single form group consisting of a label and input text. So let's start off with a form dash group. And this is going to include, as I said, a label. Actually, let's open and close parentheses here. Label. And it's going to also include a input tag. Now this is going to have an ID of credit dash score dash input. And let's hit enter. See, there's the label, there's the input, both of them integrated in this form group. Now, if you want to learn more about Emmet, I think I explained Emmet in my Visual Studio Code course. There are a lot of tricks to quickly write out something. Okay, now the name for this input is going to be the same as the ID of the input. So I'm going to copy this, paste it in here. And then for the label, so for the text of the label, we're going to type in here, check your credit and score. Okay, let's move this a bit down here. Now the type of the input, I'm going to leave it as text just to mess with you. So I'm not going to change it to numbers, because if you could also, by the way, you can also leave it empty just to have less text in here, have less code. This will always remain as text if you don't specify anything for the input. Okay, but it's still, I also want to give this a name, and it's going to be the credit score input also. So credit score input. Copy this. Oh, by the way, Command or Control B will open up your Explorer. If you see me doing this without clicking here, same thing. There's the, there we go. There's a, not the Explorer, the this tab right here. Sorry, the Explorer is specifically that. So if I would go here, Command E, F, Command Shift E, this is going to open up the Explorer. Okay, so let's close this up, Explorer tab, and let's continue on. So we got our form group. Now moving outside of our form group, we're going to have a button. So button with the type of submit is going to submit the form, and then actually class of btn dot btn dash submit. Want to be able to style this. Now open and close curly brackets, and within here we're going to type in the check text. Okay, you can close this one up, hit enter, and you should, hey, open this up. You should see your button right here. As you can see, this is flashing if I'm clicking it, and we're going to take care of this flashing, which is basically meaning that it's submitting itself. We're going to take care of this later on. Now, remaining within our form, actually stepping outside of our form, but remaining within our credit score container, we're going to now add a space where the results will live. So we're going to just create here a div with a class of dot result, and that's it for this part. Now, next up, we're going to start styling this, so add just general style to it. We're not going to style the entire application, but I want you to have a style for this container for the credit scores form. Okay, so let's do this in the next video. Okay, now let's move on to JavaScript. We have here in our HTML file, our script file. This is going to be brought in from scripts and script, the main script file. Okay, but as I said, we're going to work with modules. So I hope that you took a look at the ES6 modules video. If not, then please, this would be the perfect moment. Actually, you should have done this before starting this application. Well, if not, let's just get started. Basically, if I want to use this as a module file, I need to type in here the type of the element or of the file that I'm importing, and it's going to be module. Now, as soon as I do this, I can no longer use, for example, here on click, and oops, I was in the class, module. For example, here the property of on click. I cannot use it anymore in HTML. I need to grab onto DOM elements. So that's what we're going to do. Next up, we're going to grab onto a DOM. We're going to create a new file. We're going to call this. Let's also right click, also open up the console so I can show you how this will work. So console, move it down here. And let's just say I'm going to go here and this console boilerplate. Okay, this is working. So this should also show for you. Also, CSS files. Type module. It should show you a boilerplate. Now let's create a new file, and let's call this DOM elements elements.js. And here we're going to grab onto the DOM element. So the very first DOM element that we're going to grab on will be the form. So let's start up by creating here a const and form and document query selector. And we're going to select. You guys select the form itself or use the ID or whatever. I'm going to select the form. So the form is selected. Now let's see if we can console log here form, and nothing happens. Why? Well, we need to add either this entire script to the main HTML file, which will defeat the purpose, and that is to only import one single JavaScript file. So what we need to do is import this file, this DOM elements, into the script files. How can we do this? Well, first of all, we need to export it. In order to export something, you need to add here the export word. And what are you exporting? Well, we're always exporting a function. So let's type in here function, and we're going to call this function DOM elements. Open and close parentheses and open and close curly brackets. I'm going to pack everything into this. So I'm going to move now the console log up here. Still nothing happens because we now need to import this function. We're going to go to our script. We're going to almost import it as a CSS file. We're going to import, and now we're going to open and close curly brackets. We're going to tell it what we're importing. So basically we're going to, this is the name. Doesn't have to be exactly the same definition, but it has to correctly have the same name as the export here. Okay, so we're exporting DOM elements, then we're importing DOM elements as a function, and then we need to tell it that we're importing it from /.DOM elements, so this being the same folder. If you now hit save, still nothing happens because you need to tell this. So this is not React. We will need to tell this that this is a JavaScript file. So as soon as you hit save, this should now work. Okay, you're not going to get that not found error. Now it's grayed out because you're not using it. So in order to use this, I could just enter DOM elements and use the function. And now I should see my console log of the form. And the console log with the form. But this is not how we're going to use this. We want to have access to the elements itself. So that's not what we want to do. We just use the function. We want to have access to the elements within the function. So this is where we can use destructuring. Meaning, I'm going to create here const, open and close curly brackets. I'm going to extract from this. I'm going to assign it also is equal to this form. And I'm going to not this form, but to this function. I'm going to extract from this function the form element. Meaning that if I go back to my DOM and take this one out, and now we're having a problem. Well, it seems that it cannot see that the form is defined within this function. Why is this? Well, because this function now needs to return something. Basically, the function when it's executed is just going to grab onto this element and execute and stop. But if we type in here return, and we're going to tell this within curly brackets to return the form, then it's going to give me that element in the global scope, not in the global scope, but in this specific function. So I can now console log and form again, and this should give me the same result. So there's a form. Okay, so hope you got this. And if not, then please take a look at the complete ES6 modules crash course that I have. It has much more details. Okay, now we're not done. We still need to grab onto a couple of elements. The next one will be, I'm also going to show you here a quicker way. So I'm not going to use const anymore, but I'm going to use a comma and then tell this that result, and I'm going to go to the document.querySelector. I'm going to select now the class of result, then comma again, and then credit for input, which is going to be assigned to the document, querySelector, and let's grab onto the ID. The which I want to show you everything. So form element, class, and then ID using querySelector. And now we can grab onto credit dash score dash input. Okay, and you guessed it, we need to take our result, go into curly brackets here, form, paste it in, export this also, and export the credit score. Oops, pasted it. Export the credit score input. So now if I go back to my script tag and also the structure here result, and then the structure here credit score input, and then console log them down here, I will have access to all three of them. So there's the form, there's the result div, and there's the credit score input, which is this little fellow right here. So hope you got this. And with this, we're going to move on to our next step, which will be to, well, work on our input validation, because for now it's just going to refresh the page. So see you in the next one. Okay, now next up we're going to take care of our form submission and, well, the validation parameters, under which parameters this little form should, or the input within the form should be valid. Okay, I'm going to comment out this and this little fellow, and now let's go ahead and create here first of all our parameters. Now let's create a const. We're going to call this is valid, and this is going to be a object. Now this object of is valid is going to have two key value pairs. One is going to be a value, which is going to be set to true as a default value, and a type. It is also going to be set to true. So what am I trying to achieve here? You saw in our finished project that if I, let me just delete this and check it. Okay, so if I'm adding here nothing, then we're going to get this yellow alert with please enter a credit. Now if I would type in here 1, 2, and jibabam, then it's going to check and say that there's not only numbers in here, it's going to tell me that, hey, please only enter numbers. So this validation, and also that the form gets this information, is what we're doing here. We're checking for the value. Is there the right value in there? And is the type of the value actually right? So is there any kind of value in there? And is that value type correct? Now, yeah, we are going to take a few more steps before we get there, but first things first, we're going to grab onto the form and add an event listener to it of submit. Okay, this is basically the same thing as adding a add event listener, then submit. So we're going to say on submit, you little fellow, we'll first of all grab onto the event and then pack you into an arrow function and do the following thing. You're going to prevent that default behavior of each and every form. So prevent, which is a built-in function, default of submitting yourself. So now I'm not going to hit save, but click here. You can see this constantly refreshes, and if I hit save, it stops. So let's just add a alert of the message of submit. Okay, so if I click here, submit. Okay, let's comment this one out. Okay, now after this, we're going to create a validation function, which will, well, a input validation, which will validate our input. So let's continue on with creating the function. The input validation function will be a different module. So we need to go ahead and create this here. Of course, we're going to call this input validation.js. Now remember, we need to export it. So export function input validation. Okay, open and close parentheses, open and close curly brackets. Now, what should this function actually validate? Well, it needs to validate the input value and the input type. So we need to bring in our input actually. Now let's go back here in the close up the DOM elements in our main script file. So where do we have our input? Well, here it is, credit score input. We're going to take this credit score input and we need to pass it into that function that we just created. So into this input validation. For this, first let's bring in the function. So after we bring in here our elements and bringing them into the global scope, we're going to import input validation function from the input validation.js file. Now that we have this, we go down in our submit right here, and we're going to bring in that file. So we're going to type in here comment validation. So we're going to grab onto the input validation function, open and close parentheses, and pass in here this credit, copy and paste it in here, the credit input. Wait, what? Does not provide an export. I know, because we're going to go back here. So let's go to the input validation. Let's bring in that credit score input. We need to bring it in here. Remember, we need to bring in the argument, hit save. And now if we console log the credit score input here, you should see upon submit. So let's click on check. You should see that we console log in the input. Okay, now we got the input, but we actually need from the input the dot value, not the input itself. So let's try this again. Let's click on check, and we're getting nothing. Well, because we didn't input here anything. Let's type in some kind of number, click check, and now we're getting our input. Also, if we type in kind of text, we're going to get this. So now comes the part where we need to validate. That's what we're going to do next. Now we said that we want to validate two things. That was, we go back to our script.js, the value and the type of the value. Now in order to have access to these values, well, we need to bring them in our input validation function. So let's grab onto this is valid, pass it, comma, in this function, go into the function, pass it in here once again. Let's hit save, and let's see if we have access to it. So let's also console log not only the value here, but also the is valid. Click on check, and we're going to get this boolean. First of all, type in a number, press on check. We have the number, and we have these two values. So value type true and value true. Now let's check if they are really what they are. First, let's create an if statement, and we're going to validate two things. So type in here first of all a comment. So we're going to validate input value. I'm going to copy this, put on here, and validate. Close also this up. Validate input type. So let's start off with our very first if statement. That if the credit input, not the credit, yes, the credit score input, credit score input dot value is equal with the type and value of a empty string, then we should alert that hello, please enter a credit score. So if the user didn't type anything in there and just clicks on check, then this alert should appear. Now we're going to grab onto the is valid and the dot value from it. Now let's start over again. Let's comment everything out. And once again, let's click on check, and we're getting here our is valid with two possibilities. We have a value and a type, and I can extract from is valid. That's what I'm doing here. The value. So it's not the value of the input, but it's the value of the is valid because I named it value, and it has a value of true. So let's comment this back in. Yeah, let's comment this back in, and we're going to set this. It's momentarily true. We're going to set this to false. Now we're going to create here a else statement. Else the is valid dot value is true, of course. So what are we actually doing here? We're checking if there is any kind of input in here. And now let's click on check. And of course, there's nothing. So we're going to alert here, enter a credit score, and stop the function. Not resetting it at true. Also, if I would console log here is valid, see what happens. So click on this, and you're going to see, so we have it up here. You know what? I'm going to take out this console log, and let's redo this again. So quick refresh, have this console logged out, check it, nothing in there, and you're going to get false and true. So because this was set to false now. Got it? Perfect. Now let's move on. I'm going to copy this if statement, go down here. Now we're going to check for the type. Now the type is a bit trickier. We're not going to check if it's an empty string, but we're going to wrap this into a built-in function into JavaScript, which is one of my favorite functions, called is and an. Is it a number or is it not a number? If it's not a number, then let's alert that please enter, I'm going to delete this, only numbers. Again, we're going to set now the type to false, and also here else we're going to set it to true. So let's check this out. I'm going to enter something. It's going to pass through this first one, and it's going to get stuck on the second condition, which is, well, it's not a number, so it's going to stop here. Boom. Once again, also if I would console log here, try this out, bam, and going to tell me that the second one is false. So it's passing the first value, it's true. The second property, the type, will be now false, and it's going to stop the application here. So hope you understood this. This is pretty easy stuff. And now let's replace these alerts with some custom alerts. So next up, we are going to build ourselves a custom alert component. Okay, now next up, let's create our very own alert component. For this, we're going to open up scripts, new file, call this alert.js. And we're going to, of course, export function. We're going to call this alert and open and close parentheses. Now I'm going to tell you right from the get start that this alert component will create for us a couple of things where it's going to create an element, and it's going to accept a message, and it's going to accept a type. But everything in due time, let's first of all go ahead and create a element. So I'm going to go ahead here, create a variable const alert, and it's going to document dot create element. So not grabbing onto everything from the document, and it's going to create me a div. A div 0, a div. Now this little alert element is going to have a couple of classes. So we're going to add to its class list using the dot add property. We're going to add the class of alert, and then comma, because we need to add two classes. So just take care, the comma should be after the quotation marks. We're going to add a second alert class, that is. But now we're going to use backticks because I'm going to add here variables. So it's going to be alert dash and then $, open and close curly brackets, and then the type of the alert that we're going to insert here. Now the type of the alert will be added from up here and will be accepted as an argument in this component, in this function. Next up, let's go down and add to this alert a inner text, which is going to be the message. So the message again will be passed down in the component from up here, and then it's going to be assigned to the div as a inner text. The last thing that we need to do is to add this element, this div that we created with the class of alert and with the inner text of the message that we're going to add, well, to some sort of a parent element. And that parent element we're going to set up here, comma, we're going to call this parent. And for the parent, I'm going to add here a default value, and that value will be the document.body. So basically, we're going to grab onto the document body and use it as a parent element, and then we can append child to this parent element. Of course, we're going to append the alert. Now, where are we going to get alerts? Well, when we're going to click on this little button, I can see up here that this was the regular alert. So let's go to our input validation. We're going to go above our export. We're going to import now. Open and close curly brackets. We're going to import alert, and it's going to be imported from alert because we're in the same folder. But don't forget .js, else it's not going to work here. Now let's add the alert down here. I'm going to comment out this very first alert. Bring in our, you know what? Let's rename this to alert so you know that you're using the right one. Let's go back to alert and let's rename it alert message. Okay, hit save, copy, go back here, bring it as alert message name. And now we can alert message, and we're going to just type in here as a string the message. Now, the first thing that it's asking us is the type, but we're going to leave this for now. So let's alert here, alert message. Let's click here and invalid on submit. Wait, what did I do wrong? This is not for a space character which is not valid token. Yes, and I know why. So what I want you to do is take the message and paste it in here. So change the position from the message and the type. Okay, let's click on this again, and somewhere here the alert message just appeared. So really quickly, once again, we are typing in here name holders, meaning that if here when I'm using this function, the very first thing that I'm adding to it, well, in case that the type would be to the left side, then this would be the type. And that is why it was wrong, because I just added alert and added this message into the class actually. So be careful that the order that you're importing or that you're adding here the arguments is also the right order. In our case, I added the message at the start. This is why I'm getting this. Now I could also add here a type, but we're going to do this in the next video because that's where we're going to style a little alert. But just that you know, we have an alert here something. There we go. There's an alert. Please enter credit score is added down in the body. Now I also want this, just as we have it here, to automatically disappear after a couple of seconds. Boom, it's gone. In order to do this, we're going to go back to the alert. Go down here. We're going to use the set timeout function. And then we're going to set this alert to be removed after 3,000 milliseconds, meaning after 3 seconds. So let's click alert. It's going to appear here. 3 seconds, it should disappear. Boom, it's gone. Gone from the DOM. Okay, now next up, let's style this a bit. So let's style our alert component. Let's go ahead, go into CSS, new file, call this alert.css, grab onto the alert class, and it's going to be the basic or general style. Now you saw that our alert was down here, and actually I wanted to have it up here. So that's why I'm going to position it, not relative, but absolute. Okay, absolute, meaning that I can now position it to the top as 0, and it's going to come in from the left also at 0. Now let's add a height to it of 80 pixels. Let's add a background color of, let's just add a acrylic color. And now I should already get, wait, first import it. So style and import, please import your alert before the credit score. Let me just think. Yeah, import it up here. So add, import, and here alert CSS. And now you should see, boom, your alert appearing up here. Okay, it's pretty ugly, but don't worry, we're going to take care of this just in a couple of seconds. Also going to delete this background color because that's not the initial color of the alert. Okay, now we want our alert to be a warning here. So I'm also going to create a alert-warning class. And now this is going to have a background color of, you guessed it, the variable color of warning and color. Okay, now the color of the text should be now dark. So color, and let's see, hash 222. And now let's try out this alert. But before we do this, let's go back to our input validation. And let's also add here the type. So the type would be now just a string, comma, string of warning. Okay, and now the alert, if I click on it, should come in as a yellowish background and the dark text. Also, let's go down here, copy this alert, comment this one out, paste it in here, and just change the text here of please enter only numbers and leave it as warning. So let's see if I pass in something, but it's not a number, that the second alert should appear. Okay, so the alert is working for both of these cases. And that's also pretty much it for the input validation file. So you can close this one up. You can also close up the alert file. And now back to our style. We had a height for that alert. Also, I'm zoomed in, so it's basically it's a bit higher. Let's also add a width. And I'm going to go with a width of 95% of its container, meaning that can now work a bit on the margins. So see how this looks. Check. Okay, there we go. Now let's add a margin of top and bottom 0 and left and right auto. Actually, I wanted to add free rem. Sorry about that. So there we go. It's a bit to the side. Let's on to 1 rem. Yeah, that's much better. 2 rem. Try 2 rem. That's too much. 1 rem is enough. Perfect. So let's reduce this 90%. Increase this to 2 rem. I like it more like this. Now let's continue. Let's also add some padding. So padding to that alert of 1 rem. Let's increase this font size because that's what really small what you saw there. 1.8 rem. Let's align the text to the center. So text align center. We also want to display it as block, of course, although it is a div, so it's not necessary. So there's our alert. There's some border radiuses to it. So border radius of the variable of border radius. Remember, if you want to change the border radius or later on, then you can do so by just changing the variables. This is why I like it so much to work with variables. Okay, so there's our alert. Now, I don't like how this alert comes in. So what I want to do here is add the animation. And for this, we're going to create a separate file. We're going to call this file animations. Animations.css. Import it. Again, right at the top. So actually above the alert and above the button. So add import animations CSS. Goes a style up. And we're just going to have a simple animation here of slide in from the top. So let's use the add keyframes. I'm going to call this slide in from top. It's going to go from 0% to 100%. And we're going to have here a opacity of 0 at the start. And it's going to come down. So it's basically going to translate on the x-axis. Sorry about that, on the y-axis, because it's come down from the top from minus 100 pixels. I'm going to just copy this, paste it down here, going to a 1 opacity and ending at 0. So let's change this to 0. Don't need to add pixels because 0 is 0. Doesn't matter what it is. So let's go back to our alert and add it here as well as a main. Yeah, we're going to add it here as in the main as animation, and we're going to use the name of the animation is slide in from top. We're going to take 0.3 seconds and the ease in out, and there we go. So let's check this out again. Boom, it's coming out from the top and then it's gone. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the animation and also for the alert. I think we're done with our alert. Yep, we're completely done. So we can close this one up. We're going to need animations later on. The file, but I'm going to close it up for now. Okay, so we're done with our alerts. We can now move on to check the credit score and also display it somewhere. And I think I don't need the console for now. So let's move on. So we're able here to check the validation, but after getting our validation, we're not exporting anything. So we're not outputting any kind of, everything is okay. Here's what you're getting. So after our validation, we need to type in here a comment in our script file right after this, after our input validation of show results. In order to show the results, we're moving from our validation, we're setting everything to valid. Basically, if everything is valid, first of all, and when the function, so when the form submits, it first of all takes up the default event of submitting, then it's checking if everything is valid, and if everything is valid, then it's not stopping. It's going to move on to the next step. Remember, this is how JavaScript works. It's synchronous, not asynchronous. We do have asynchronous functions, but for now, this function is working synchronously, meaning that if it stops here, it's not moving on. But if it doesn't stop here, then these values are true. Now, if these values are true, then if the validation that is valid dot value is true and the is valid dot type is true, then we're going to, well, console log result, because I'm not going to tell you what's going to happen next up. But for now, this is what should happen. We should console and type in here. So let's try this way. Please enter credit score, enter numbers, and oh no, wait, I wanted to enter something. Please enter a number. Okay, we're going to enter a number, and then we're going to console log the result. Okay, so now something is happening, getting our result. So what should this result look like? Well, let's go back to our HTML. Let's go into our result. This is not where the result will live, but I'm just going to type in here the HTML, and then we're going to move it to JavaScript. So basically the result will look as following. We're going to have a div, and in that div, we're going to have a text of your credit score off, and then we're going to pass in here the credit score into a bold tag, and that bold tag is going to have a class of credit-score. Okay, and within here we're going to have the credit and score. Now after this bold tag and also after the div, we're going to have another div. This time we're going to have a class of credit-score-comment, and it's going to have a text of comment text. Okay, and when we're done with this, so you should already see it here. When we're done with this, we should then also have a button. Right here, button. I'm going to now explicitly tell this button that you are a type of button, so don't do anything else. And then this is going to have a class of btn, of course, and a btn-close, because this button will then text of close then the results. Okay, obviously we have here a large text. I'm not going to go quickly to the button and leave this at 1.6. So, okay, so this is where our results will live, and they will only be shown, well, you'll see later on when I'm going to add to this a show class. But for now, I wanted to have it in the HTML so we know what we can style, because next up we're going to style this little fellow. Okay, so let's start doing this. next up. Now, if I take a look in our finished project and type in here credit score again, this is what we will try to achieve here with our results. So this is what we're going to style. We're going to style here a different container with some text, with a credit score, a comment to that credit score, and also a close button that is then going to close up that entire results section. So this right here, we can now go ahead and create a new file in our CSS folder that we're going to call results. Okay, also let's import it. Give it an extension .css, of course. Let's go to style and at import. I'm going to import our credit score. Wait, no, results. What am I doing here? Results. There we go. Okay, let's close the style up. And this is going to be a bit longer one. So let's grab onto the result class. First things first, we're going to center it. So margin top and bottom 0 and left and right auto. Then push it to the center. Also, we're going to create a margin from the top of 20 viewport heights. Oh, I just added 2. 20, I said. 20 viewport heights. Giving that effect that when the credit score, when the results are displayed, this is going to go up and then the other thing is going to come down. Giving that effect that they're splicing from one another. Now let's give it a width of 360 pixels, a height of 300 pixels. Okay, there it is. Now let's change its background color to the primary color. So var -- primary - color. Let's change the text color. Actually, it is already white. So just going to add a padding of 1 rem all around. Let's increase the entire font size to 1.8 rem. And then we're going to play around with the different values in there. Then let's do a text align to the center. And of course, let's add a box shadow to this of the variable of box shadow. Now I'm doing this because if you would change your background, these are going to have really nice shadows. So var and box and shadow. Okay, of course we need to add our border radius, var and border radius, and then, well, display none because you need to hide it. And then comment out display none because we need to see it because we're not done styling it. So let's move on. We got here our credit score here. It's not showing anything, and a comment text. So let's grab onto both of them. Remember, they do have here credit score comment, and we've got here credit score. So do have classes. Now let's grab onto those two classes, credit score, comma, dot credit dash score dash comment. And let's start styling both of them. So box shadow. Now, again, I'm just going to copy this. Box shadow will be the same. The background color will now just a light dark color. So I'm going to go with #333. Oh, was it this one? Yeah, I believe so. Now the color of the text will be var and warning color. There we go. Also, let me deselect this. Let's add a bit of padding and also border radius. I'll just add it here. Border radius. Make this a bit larger for now, just we're styling it. Let's add an all-around padding of 0.5 rem. Each of them should have a margin from the bottom of 1 rem and a font size, because I want to change it up a bit, font size of 1.4 rem. Font size, not just font, dash size. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to increase the credit score font size. So let me take this again and let's increase this font size to 2.5 rem. I'm also going to give a bit more margin to the bottom. So margin bottom 1 rem. Although it does it. It already has it. Let's just leave it this way because it's going to change just in a couple of seconds when I'm going to actually add some credit to it. Now for the button here, select the btn-close button. Scroll up a bit. The button here should be displayed as block always. Then we're going to change the color, the background color, first of all, to var and a danger color, which I didn't add. So let's do it danger-color. And let's go back to our variables. Add the danger color. How could I forget the danger color? So dangerous to forget the danger color. Danger color hash of DC3545. Close it up. Okay, var danger color. Why aren't you changing? Hey there, little fellow. Background color btn close should be in the results. Variable root danger color here. Very strange. btn. Okay, close. There we go. So there's the button with a danger color. Okay, we can close out the variables now. Oh, yeah, I did have a different... No, that's okay. That's fine. Okay, now let's keep on working on that button. Let's see, the font size, the font weight is okay. Let's give it a bit more padding of 0.75 rem. And that will be left and right. So I'm going to remain with 0.25 rem, top and bottom. That's too ugly, 5 rem. Okay, so top and bottom, 0.5 rem, left and right, 0.75 rem. The width of this button should also be 50% of its container. And we're going to use the box shadow. You know what, I'm going to copy this. Box shadow, variable box shadow. Now, last thing, actually two things. This little button will also have an animation of from the top. So I'm going to animation, slide in from top, 0.3 seconds, and ease in out. Okay, so there we go. Because when you're going to change the score here and click on check, you're going to reanimate that button. Now, our credit score is showing here. As I said, we need to display it as none. So we're going to do this. But when this credit score will have a class of show results or result, show result. There we go. Only then it will be shown, and then it will be shown as display flex direction column, align item center. So it's pretty much standard display flex. And justify content. I'm going to justify the content with space, not between, but not around, but between. You know what? Let's use around. I like around much more. But this is going to have a different kind of animation. This is going to have an animation of slide in from left. Again, point. Now this is going to be a 0.5 second animation, ease in out. Now let me add the show results to here. I'm not going to hit save. I'm going to wait. Let me also first of all add the animation. So slide in from the top we have. And then I'm going to create another one, which is going to be slide in from left. Okay, let's hit save here. But this is not the way it's going to slide in. We need to change this to X and this to X axis. And now I'm going to hit here save. And let's see, why aren't you show results and show results? Oh, because the parent. Sorry about that. The parent. Okay, and there we go. See how also this dropped down. Let me refresh once again. Results are coming in and the button is dropping down. Okay, so that's pretty much it for styling it for now. I'm going to hide this, so remove the class from here. And next we're going to work on our results, and then it's going to be shown as soon as we're getting some sort of results here. So let's create our credit score checker function next up. You know, in order to get our results, we need to create here first of all a new module. I'm going to call this check credit score. Let's go into script, going to check credit dash credit score.js. Okay, function, actually export, going to export the function of check credit and score. Open and close parentheses, open and close curly brackets. And let's first of all get our credit score. Now, how do we get it? Well, we need to import this function now into our script. Put it right here. Import check credit score from credit score. Grab onto the function. And as I said, after we're done with our validation, I'm going to comment now out, console log results, we're going to check the credit score. So open and close parentheses. And in here, we need to pass in now the credit input. And also, we need to pass in, well, we're going to pass in this later on, but for now, we're going to pass in here the credit score input. So we're passing in the credit score input. We're going to grab onto it here. Then we're going to assign it to a new variable. We're going to call this const credit score. I don't want to add here values, so just know that this is the actual value of the credit score. Now, the credit score could be a string, or actually when we're passing it down, it is a string. If you would console log the credit score, you will see that the type of the credit score is a string. So we're going to parse int, which is, as you can see here, it will convert any kind of string to a integer. So parse int, and we're going to parse int here. Whoops, I didn't want to copy and paste this. The credit score input dot, and from this now the value. So now let's do a quick console log here, credit score, and let's check the type of credit score. So this should now already work. And console number. Okay, so we're getting number. So this once again, if I do this, I'm going to get an error. If I pass in here a number, then I'm going to get number. Perfect. So let's go back to the credit score. Now, from here, we need to export that results. Okay, so this results right here. So I'm going to grab on everything that is here. So this little div, that is, wait, this is the div, this is the results div. Everything that is in the results, copy it, comment it out, hit save, go back here and say that function called credit HTML. And this is going to accept an argument later on. But for now, we're just going to return within this function. So return a template literal of paste, and there we go. So we're going to return here. Let me do it this way. We're going to return this little fellow. Now let's use some indentation. You're there, and you're there. Okay, and there's the button. Ah, that's much better. Okay, so this is what we're going to return. Now for the credit score, as said, we need to return here the exact credit score. So I'm going to comment out this type of, pass this into a open close curly brackets, set a, not a dollar sign, but a, not a percentage sign, but a dollar sign before it. And now it's going to give me the credit score that I'm inputting it in here. Now, I also want to add here the comment as a variable. So comment text variable, and I'm going to pass it into this function. So right in here as an argument. And I'm going to have for now a different value of an empty string. So now the next thing that I need to do is, well, display this credit score somewhere. Now, where will we display it? Well, as I said, in our results. So let's bring in results, result, and go back to our script and also pass into this function result. And then to this result, let's go after the function of credit HTML. We're going to use, first of all, you know what? Let's just result dot inner HTML. We're going to assign the function of credit score. So credit and initiate the function here. Okay, now all we need to do is display it. So let's go back to script and we check the credit. Everything is okay. So we can now here say result dot class list dot add the class of show results, because this was the class that will then trigger our result to be shown. Okay, so let's click on check, error again, and there we go. There's a credit score. Now we don't have any kind of comment because we need to check now what kind of credit score we actually have. In order to do this, we're going to use a switch statement. So let's go back to our credit score. And right here where we have these comments, let's see here and here, in order to check what kind of credit there is and export the right comment, we are going to use a switch statement. So I'm going to create a switch, and a switch statement is kind of like a if-else statement, but it's multiple ifs. So there can be multiple cases. The very first one, we're going to use here the variable for, or the one thing that varies within the switch statement is this little boolean of true. And then we're just going to go through multiple cases. So case that the credit, wait just a second. So switch statement, I'm going to wrap here everything into curly brackets. I know that is not correct yet, but just wait. Yeah, let me. So switch, and the first case is that the credit score, and remember we have a credit score here. Now we can compare it to a value. So let's say it is above, equal or above to 800, which is a really large credit score. Then the result dot inner HTML will be, and I'm going to pack this into curly brackets, not curly brackets, into backticks and dollar sign, because now the text that's going to be inputted here will be excellent. Okay, so for now, if I would enter here a score of 800, check, I'm going to get excellent. If I'm going to enter here something else, it's not rechecking, I don't have the functionality yet, 500, it's not going to do anything because I don't have that case. If I'm above 800, 900, again, I'm going to get excellent. If I'm underneath of it, I'm not going to get anything. So let's create the next case. I'm just going to copy this. Oh, and we're going to end with a break before I do anything else. I'm going to copy this case, paste it down here. The next one will be 700. The text will be then, well, good job. Copy it. Next one will be 600. Then it's not bad. It should be a lowercase and also U. Next case will be then 500. And the default will be then that the result dot inner HTML is equal then to backticks, dollar sign, open and close curly brackets, credit HTML, and the string for the text of 4 and dot consider credit consulting. Consider credit counseling. Exclamation mark, because you're yelling at him. Consider it. Okay, so let's try this out again. We have 300. Check. Enter. Okay. A close button doesn't do anything yet. I'm going to take care of this just in a couple of seconds. Then let's say we're moving up. 500. Recheck. Not bad. 800. 600. 700. 900. Okay, so this is working. Now, next up, let's also make this little button do something. That is to close up here everything. Now we get a credit score. Next up, we need to remove it. So if I click here on close, this should actually remove everything and close up my score. So in order to do this one, we kind of need to do here a little trick. Now our close button is in this HTML. So we actually do not have access to it in the DOM. So when the DOM is loaded, we can't access it. The only way we can access this is within this function. So within this function is where the button is added to the DOM, meaning that if I stay within this function, I could select the button. So if I do here a result.query selector, and I'm going to grab from the result to the .btn-close, and then add an event listener of onClick to it, on click, and the arrow function, I could now console log click. Okay, let's try this out. Let's click on inspect. Let's add some sort of credit here. There's the credit. If I click this, I'm going to get click. Perfect. Now that's not enough. This should also do something. So let's go down here and create another function. Now I'm outside of the main function. Okay. So let's create here a function of remove and result. This function will accept the result and the credit score input. I'm going to tell you why just in a couple of seconds. Now, first things first, we want to take the result dot class list and dot remove the class of show results from it. So show and result. So what this button will do is actually not console log, but is going to show result, except here the result variable argument. Try this out now. Click on it and it's going to remove our result. But that's not enough. I also wanted to delete the credit score and refocus my cursor here in the center. Basically, I could then add, because if I only do this, but typing in something not refocused here, can add automatically a new credit score. And this is kind of a user experience, a much better user experience. Don't need to obligate the user to re-click here. So in order to do this, we need to grab onto the credit score input dot value. First of all, we're going to delete the value. We're going to reset it to nothing. So let's try this, and close. It's, well, wait, what? Oh yeah, I didn't add it here. Now, very quick, where are we getting these values? Where are we getting them from here? Okay, they are passed down here, and then they're passed down here. And this function is called from outside, but the function now has access to those values within this check credit score function. Okay, so let's try this out again, and close, and this is going to remove everything. But my cursor didn't focus there, so I'm going to credit score input and dot focus on that input. So let's try this out again. Close, and I can now start typing again. Check, close. Perfect. So pretty simple, wasn't it? Okay, the last thing that we need to do is make this little fellow responsive in a different format. Okay, now I'm going to close here everything up. The last thing that I need is a CSS file that's going to be called responsive.css. Import this into our style at import url / and responsive.css. Something there. There we go. Okay, hit save. Close everything up except our responsive CSS. And let's start out by creating here a media query. Media query scene and a max width of, let's say, 768 pixels. Okay, so everything that is going to be underneath this width is going to take effect of the changes. Now, this is where I'm going to change my credit score container, and this is where we're going to change our results. Actually, first of all, the credit score container. So the dot credit score container, we're going to change its width to 100%, and we're going to take out all the margin 0. So you should now be displayed this way, a bit larger. Okay, now our results should be from the top 230 pixels, left 0, width 100% now, and again margin 0 because I want it not to be center but have 0 margins, and only a margin from the top, so it's going to be pushed down a bit of 1 rem. So let's see this. If I click on credit score, pass in, okay, because it's a bit different from what we got here. See, now picking up the entire width. Now one last thing, the animation, I want it to be different. So we have this sliding from the left animation. I want it to come down from the top. So I'm going to change here the result. And remember, we added our animation. Let me just do this very quickly. In order for you to know the difference. When you're doing nesting results, so show results is in the results class. Okay. Now, if I typed it out this way, I need to consistently go ahead and show results this way. So I cannot just do this because it's not going to take effect. I'm going to show you just in a couple of seconds. So animation and slide in, and now from top. Okay, 0.5 seconds is in out. Okay, now it's coming in from the top. If I would do only this, then it's not taking effect because it's not the same type of hierarchy. It needs to have exactly the same definition as it had before. So show results, you can also see it up here. Show results and that dot show results because it's nested within there. Okay, so that's pretty much it for a project. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you don't have a low credit score. And if you did, then see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to the Income Tax Calculator application. And as the name implies, this little application will simply calculate your income tax. It is a user-friendly web application built using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and it allows users to calculate their tax based on their income and their filing status, which is single, married, or head of household. Now, as you can see, for each selection here, the filing state, for each change of the filing state, the standard deduction will be changed down here. So let's give an example. First of all, we're going to have here a little effect, which the placeholder will jump out of here. Now, this is not going to be an actual placeholder. It's going to be something else. So stick around in order to find out what it is. Also, we're going to have a simple validation with a little alert, but we're not going to have an all-around alert. This is just going to be a little animated in alert with 2 signs to the left and right, 2 caution signs, telling the user to input a value. Now, if a value is inputted, actually you can only input here this time numbers. So if we're going to input some kind of yearly income and we leave this as simple, mean our deduction will be $12,400, and hit calculate using an animation, this is going to jump to the right, giving us our result and telling us that your estimated tax amount will be this little amount right here. Now, if you want to recalculate the value by changing the filing state, you can just change this to merit, and please take a look at the bottom value and at the result. And if I click on merit, then both of them will change automatically. So this will be built into the application that the values will change automatically without clicking on the calculate button. Now, if you want to close everything up, start a new calculation, then we will click on close, and then everything will be reset. Now, by everything resetting, I mean the value here will be reset, the cursor will jump to the input command, so the input field, and the filing status will be reset to single, and also the standard deduction will be reset to the single value. Let's show this again. Let's say we're married and we have this kind of income, calculate. And as soon as I click on close, then it's going to take a look here and down here, reset this to single and the value. Okay, this is of course a completely responsive application. So if we have something like this and make it a little smaller, then you can see it is going to jump to a phone format or a tablet format or whatever kind of mobile handheld device format you wish. Also, let's do here a quick recalculation, and you can see the animation will now be different from the pushing or sliding from the left. This time the animation will grow and fade in from the center of the, of its placeholder. Okay, so type something in here, and this is going to be reflected, or the animation will have a scale in effect. Okay, so hope you're excited for the application, and let's get started. So let's get started with our new application. Again, we're going to copy our boilerplate. Let's copy this, paste it in here, right click, copy, and paste it down here. Okay, let's change the name. Going to be application number 3, going to be income, just text, and calculator. Now let's set up our folder structure here. We have our about, type in then the title, we have our index file, we're going to type in here, text calculator. Down in the title, we're going to type in income, text, and calculator, and we're going to delete this icon and right click, open with live server, and we should have our income text calculator here. Perfect. Now, one thing about this little script folder, we're going to, as we did in our last application, use modules again. So technically, you should rename this, and this is the best practice also, modules. Okay. And when we're using module and we're inserting only one little JavaScript file, also rename this to modules. Normally, the one JavaScript file that is inserted here or is brought in should be app. Okay, and this should also have the type, equal, and module. Not modules, but module. Take care of this. Okay, now let's rename this as app, and we're going to console log here app. Comment it back in, and let's test it out now. So let's open, inspect, right click, and we should see here a app appearing. Okay, perfect. Let's close this up. Now in our CSS folder, we're basically going to leave everything as it is. You could also rename this to app. I'm going to leave it as style. This is not React. I'm going to leave it as it is. One last thing before we move on, right outside here in your source folder, you should download this in the resources. You should have a data.json file. Please download that file and drag and drop it in your source file. Okay, it's going to have this little information, which is, well, it's not precise, so you can search on this on Google. It's basically the rates for different categories, for single, married, and head of household. Okay, and there are ranges. So if you're yearly having an income between 0 and blah, 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 there's going to be the rate of 1.0 and so on and so on. So these are the rates that are going to be taken into consideration when we're going to calculate your taxes. And this is for married and this is for single. Okay, so you can see they're almost different. I didn't type them in precisely. Also, this is not financial or legal advice. Please go ahead and verify them on your own. It's just an application and I'm just giving you an example. Okay, so let's close off this data file, style, and our app. And well, we're going to get started in the next video. Or next up, we're going to start creating here our markup. Okay, so let's do this one. Okay, so let's get started with this. Now, within our index.html file, we're going to go underneath our income text calculate, this little h1. We're going to start with a div with a class of app. And within here, we're going to create our form. And actually, I'm not going to use a form tag necessarily. I'm just going to use a div with a class of form. Not necessarily has to be a form. And within here, I'm going to create our input container. So class, another div. It's going to be a div-based application, so don't yell at me. Input -container. Now, why am I doing this? Although normally I would use here main tag and here form tag, I just want to show you that it doesn't make any kind of difference when you're creating single page application, SPAs, sorry about that. When you're creating SPA, single page application, it doesn't really matter that you have semantic tags in your application for your elements because Google will not search for them. So you can basically use only divs and nothing will happen. And this is why I'm going to give you this example. Now, we do need an input tag. And this input tag will have this time, so input, the type of number. Now, two things, we're not going to have a name. We are going to have an ID of income. And we're going to also have here a class of input. I'm also going to add a placeholder, but I'm going to leave it as an empty string. And you'll see why later on. And then I'm going to pass in here also required, making this input mandatory for the user. Without this input, you cannot proceed with the application. Also, we're going to have a little alert. And speaking of alerts, we're going to add the alert right here. So we're not going to create that little div tag as we always do, but this time we're going to create a small tag with a class of alert. We're not going to display anything here, but we're going to hide it and then later on display it using JavaScript. Now you saw in the finished application that we had here a placeholder that is going to jump out and it's going to create here above the input a little, well, it's actually a cutout. So we're going to create here underneath our small tag back into our HTML a dot cut and dot cut, and let's call this short. Okay, so just a div tag. Now after this div tag, we're going to have a label, and this label is going to be for the income. So please take care that to give this the same name in, talking about being careful, the same name as the ID of the input. And then let's give it a class of placeholder. Okay, and within here, I'm going to now move back to our application. We're just going to add a text of enter your income. Now we are done with our real div input, our input container. I'm going to make this smaller, and after our input container, I'm going to create a label for our status. So I'm going to type in here status, and I'm going to type in here as a text of filling status. So, sorry, filing, not filling, filing and status and semicolon. Next, we're going to create a select tag. We don't need an ID for the select tag, but we don't need a name for the select tag, but we do need a ID. I'm going to give it the ID of status. Now let's add here 3 options, and those options, so option, I'm going to multiply it times 3 options, and the first one is going to have the value of single. Also the title will be single. For the next one, I'm going to click in here in value, hold down option on a Mac or alt on a PC, and click also in here and type in married. Click outside, select the M, make it a uppercase M. Go down in the third option, hold down option or alt on a PC, click in here and add off and household. Okay. Now let's add a bit of separations in the text head of household, and there we go. We're done with our select. I'm going to make this one smaller, go underneath the select, create another label tag. Label is going to be for dependents. Add here the text of standard and deduction. Okay, and after label tag, I'm going to just have a simple h4 with the ID, so hash standard dash deduction. And we also going to add here a $0.00 for the standard deduction, leaving it just empty. After that h4, the last thing that we need is a button. So let's create the button tag with the type of submit, so column submit, then hash for the ID, calculate dash button, and then dot for a class of btn and dot again submit. Boom. And then type in here the text of calculate, and that's it. The last thing that we need will be the result. So let's create it, and actually we're going to hide it after that, but I do want to have it finished. So we're going to jump after the button outside of this div, so outside of the form, and to also close it up, and still remaining within the div with the class of app, we're going to have here another div with the class of result, enter, and within here we're going to have a small tag. We're going to have the title of your estimated tax amount, and finish here with 2 last things, a h3 with a text, actually first of all with an ID of tax amount, open and close curly brackets, $0.00, okay, oh, the $, there we go. And then the last thing that we need is the close button. So if you take a look in our finished application here, let's add some kind of value, this little button right here. So we're currently working on these results. So let's go back to our application and let's add, still remaining within our div, a button tag with the class of dot btn and dot again for the second class of btn dash and close. And for the text, we're just going to add a capital X. So we are kind of done with our markup. Next up, let's do a general style for everything. Now that we got our markup done, let's add a little style to this. So first of all, let's create a couple of variables. Go to CSS, new file, variables.css, and we're going to create here in the root selector a couple of primary colors, box shadows, border radiuses, the usual stuff. So for the primary color, go ahead, primary dash color. We're going to use the hash 1C0026 color. After that, we're going to have a secondary color, secondary dash color. We're going to have a little bit a lighter color for this, so hash 35. And let me also show you the finished product. So this background right here will be the primary color. Then this right here will be the secondary color. So 351E5C. Next, we're going to have our light color, which is going to be this background right here. So light color, and then I'm going to use here hash 65657B. Then our results background, so dash BG, going to be orange color, so DA5E and 0C. Okay, and then we have our alert color hash DC2F55 and this. So I'm not using the same colors all over the place. I could create a general variables file, add it there, and then just use all of the variables. I don't want to do that because then at the end is going to look like a Bootstrap application. You know, Bootstrap, the CSS framework, I also have a course on that. The problem with Bootstrap is, although it is extremely useful, you can get started with simple applications. So if I would use Bootstrap here, then just add a couple of classes, I would have the application up and running, and then I just, at least the style up and running, and I would just need to add the logic to it, the JavaScript part to it. So Bootstrap is excellent for trying out things quickly, trying out, creating an app, and then trying out a couple of things on it, just beta testing everything. But then at the end of the day, if the client comes to me and wants a specific design, then I need to be able to create a specific design and use custom colors and use custom radiuses. It's not just use the default Bootstrap radius and it's going to, say that, hey, my application just looks exactly like John's application and Theodore's application. What did you do there? Just added Bootstrap to it. And you will say, yes, I just added Bootstrap to it. So let's create here a box shadow, and we're going to go with 3 pixels, 5 pixels, and 5 pixels. And then the RGBA color of a dark color, so 0, 0, 0, and 0.5. Perfect. And the last thing that we need is a border radius, and this is going to be all around the same thing. So border and radius of 15 pixels. Okay. So we're done with our variables. Now let's open up our CSS file and import them. So add import URL, and from here / and variables. Okay, so we're done with this. Okay, next up we're going to do a global style for the application. And what I mean by global style, well, things like a general button setting, I'm going to add it to a global style. So let's get started with that one. Now for a global style, let's create in the CSS folder, new file, global.css. And I'm going to also go back here and import it. So add import global CSS so we can start working on it. Go to our global CSS, and first thing first, we're going to grab onto our body tag. I'm going to show you here a little click. So because we're going to work within this CSS file and CSS does not take up that much space, grab our variables, put it to the right side, close up our navigation there, make it like this, it's smaller, and let's start working on our CSS. So first things first, we're going to create a general style for the body, meaning that I'm going to add a display flex here. We're going to display everything in the flex order. I'm going to make it the complete height of the viewport. So look, make this just a bit larger. So back here is the body tag. After the body tag comes this little app container, and after the app container comes the initial app. So this title is not in the app container. So we're going to work on the body, then on the app container, then on the title, and then on the app itself. And also we're going to create here a general button setting. So I'm going to make this smaller again, somewhere there, and drag you here. And let's start up by displaying as flex, then flex direction. So general flex settings, column, justify content center, and align item center. And now we're going to change the body into a height of 100 viewport heights. Now, when we're creating sparse single page applications, it's a single page application, meaning that the whole application is going to take place on, well, on one single page. So this is why we're going to use here height of 100%, and also we're going to center the entire application in the center of the page. Next, let's grab onto the .app-container. And although this should be automatically styled, I do want to change now a couple of things. For example, the background color. So flex, display flex, and center, and so forth and so on should be automatically added from our general style here, where this is already displayed as flex, and this is also. Now I'm going to change this, explicitly change this to have a different height, and I'm going to show you something just in a couple of seconds. So let's change the background color first, so we can see something. Close this one up. Background and color, we're going to go with the primary color, so var, And I'm going to just copy the primary color, paste it in here. Okay, so we're going to have this. And you remember that I said that this shouldn't be here. Now it should have the entire height, but only from this part. We're going to also make it responsive just in a couple of seconds. So let me drag this left a bit. And yeah, this is a bit too much. Let's somewhere there. Okay, let's go back here. Now let's change the height. So height, change the height to 600 pixels. So nothing happens. And now I'm going to do here a exclamation mark and important. And there we go. We just overwrit a higher level property by using the important tag on it. Now without this, you cannot overwrite it. So this is going to be the highest level now of highest specificity using the important tag or the important property on the important tag on the property. Okay, now let's add a border radius of course, variable and border and radius. You can see here, we just cut down the borders. Let's add a box shadow to it. And I'm adding the box shadow, although we won't see that much, but if you change the box shadow or if you add a different background, so just so you know, you have a box shadow in here. So var and dash dash box and shadow. Okay. Next, we're going to add a padding, all around padding of 20 pixels. And that's it for the app container. Next, let's take care of this h1. And by the way, this should be displayed as flags. So take a look in our flags. Oh, but the direction. So this is the only thing that we need to add here is flex and direction. And we should now set it to column. Okay, there we go. So I can make this smaller again. Drag you, little fellow, here. Okay, now let's take care of our h1 and we can go ahead and start nesting here. So because I'm using a tag here, tag element, I need to specify that it's in the parent. Ampersand h1 within the parent. Let's increase its font size to 2 rem. Wait, this didn't do anything. Container h1 2 rem 4 rem. Oh, there we go. So 2.2 rem. Then let's add here a margin, and we're going to go with top and bottom 2 rem and left and right 0. Add more space there. Now let's also add a text shadow to this. Text shadow, go with 0, 1 pixel, 10 pixels. And then an RGBA of a completely dark color, so 0, 0, 0, and just tabbing through them, and for the alpha 0.8. Okay, so can make the text stand out a bit. Now we're going to grab onto the app itself, so we're going to be in here. And let me just take a quick look. We still need a alignment, so align item center. We justify the content center. Take here, justify content center, align item center, flex direction column. It should be okay. Still the alignment is wrong. Can't figure out why. Maybe it's just because okay, got it. Because of the text. Because it increased the text too much. So they should remain at 2. Okay. So we got our alignments to the center, but now we need to take care of our application. So go ahead and grab onto the app. And within the app, we're going to now change the height of the application, and we're going to set it to 100% of its container. And this is going to take up the entire space. Also, we're going to display now the application as flex, meaning that we're going to have our form to the left side and our results to the right side, because I'm not changing the flex direction to a column, and the automatic direction of the flex will be to a row. Now let's add a bit of space between these two fellows. Using the gap property, I'm going to add here 20 pixels of gap. Okay, you just saw this went a bit to the right side. So the last thing, actually 2 more things, I want to add a general style to the button. Now I'm going to go outside of my app container, or actually I could remain within the app container, but just remember, if I remain within my app container and you want to add something different later on, and if you go to our HTML, and you will have a button outside of this app container, the style will not apply because you specified that every button that is in the class of app container, only those buttons will be styled. So remember this, if you specify the button here, btn, then it would be the same thing as specifying that app container and that after that .btn. Then also, if you take a look here, we'll see that element class app container will contain the element of class btn. So the specificity here, select the specificity is 0 and then 1. Okay, so it's not 1. Not at the highest level. Remember that. Okay, so let's set out with, as always, cursor, pointer, and then font size of 1.3 rem, font weight 600, Now we are doing a general style, then we're going to style this and this button separately when we're going to go, when we're going to reach that section of the project. So outline next up, none, borders, none, border, set to none. Then we're going to add a general padding of 0.5 top and bottom and 1 left and right. A color of completely white, so hash FFF. Won't see the text anymore. Then a text transform to uppercase and a text shadow. And we could use the same shadows here, but I'm going to decrease the seconds. So add this here, decrease this to just 2K. Now I want to add a transition to all of the buttons, meaning that I'm going to add here transition of all 0.2s seconds and easing out. So this means that as soon as I'm going to create another button, it's going to have this first class, then the button will have a transition automatically. And also if I add any kind of effect to it, so if I add a hover effect, if I add a active effect, the hover in and hover out will take effect, and active and also not active will also take effect on all of the buttons from this point on that will have the first class of BTN. Okay, so we're almost done. I just want to also right here actually add the responsiveness of this application. Well, because we're not going to do much there, we're going to add it right here. So screen, and also add a max width of 768 pixels. And from here on, the .app container will have a height of 100%. And then the .app within it will flex direction. We're going to change the direction now to column. Okay, so there we go. One last thing later on, we're going to have our results. So I'm going to step outside this app container, say .result and .show is going to have a class later on. And I'm going to type in here animate. Okay, we're going to take care of this later on. So with this being done, we can now move on to style our form. All right, now let's start styling our form. And this is going to take a while. So I'm going to close up our global result. This one also. Go ahead, go into in your CSS folder, create a new file, call it form.css, and import it here. So I'm just going to copy this and change this to form. Boom. Okay, let's go on to the class of .form. Let's display it as flex. And again, we're going to have flex direction column, justify content. We're going to do now a space between the elements. Now let's change the background color, or add actually background color of var and secondary color. Then we're going to add the border radius to it. And we're going to have this little border radius here, which is going to be the same border radius as we have all over the place. So var and dash dash border dash radius. Now it's going to close up the left bar so we can see more here. Now I'm going to specify the height, and I'm going to limit this to 400 pixels. Okay, so there's the form. And now let's add a padding of all around padding of 20 pixels, so the same padding as the application itself has, the app container. I'm also going to add a min width to this. So the minimum width of the form will be 320 pixels. And also in order to stand out more, we're going to add a box shadow. Var and the box shadow. So box shadow. Okay, so you can see here that when the application is either in a web format or in a mobile format, it still remains within the same minimal width when we're using minimal width. Now for the input container, so this little fellow right here. Go ahead, nest this input, check the class of input container. And first things first, we need to position this relative. So position relative, because we're going to position our cutout here as absolute later on. Now it's also at a height of 50 pixels, limiting our container to 50 pixels. And we're going to add a width of 100%. Let me just see if I selected this correctly. So input container. Yes, I did. Okay, let's move on. Now we're going to select the input itself. So class of input. And let's say we're going to change the background color to, as you can see here, this little fellow, which is a gray color. So we're going to use our light color for this. So background color var, and let's use our light color. Now, as you can see, all the inputs look pretty ugly, or a single input. So let's do a couple of basic style to it. So let's add a basic style to it. So let's say border radius of var, and now I could add here the same border radius, although I prefer a smaller one. So let's go with just 12 pixels. Now let's take out the border, adding 0 border to it. Then the box sizing, we're going to set it as border box. Let's increase the font size to 18 pixels because we are on a base of 16 for now. Each and every browser has its base font size, and Google Chrome has it at 16. Okay, now let's add a height of 100% of its container, which, remember, is that input container here. Okay, so this one. Let's take out the outline. Actually, we're going to add here outline and none. Basically, if I click in there, that outline will be gone. Now let's add a padding of 4 pixels, 20 pixels, and 0. And last but not least, let's make it as large as the form is. So let's add here width of 100%. And there we go. Now for the label. You know what? I'm going to move this input up here in the container. So we know that it's in here actually. And then the label, again, I'm going to style it in the container. So label. But the label, we're going to style outside the input container. So we're going to style all of the labels within the form. Label. And let's change the color of the labels to var and light color. And because this is now a tag, we need to use our ampersand in order to target the parent element. Okay, let's decrease their font size. Font size 0.9 rem. And next we're going to add a bit of shadow to them. So text shadow and 0, 1 pixel, 2 pixels, RGBA, and let's go with dark again. 0.8, and I forgot the very first one. So the red also 0. Okay, so there's a tinge of a shadow added to that. Now let's move on to the cutout, which will be up here. So let's do here a class of cut, and we're going to start on the cut for now. So background color, we're going to do the same color as the background of our little form here. So background color, var, and we're going to add the secondary color. Now in order to see something, let's add some height and width to this. So height, because this is just a general div, height of 20 pixels and also a width of 76 pixels. Now let's position it absolute, and we're going to now move it. It's right here. We're going to move it left 20 pixels, and from the top, we're going to move it down minus 20 pixels. Okay, now it's exactly here. Now I'm going to add a transform property to it, and we're going to translate it on the y-axis. Remember, these are the x and these are the y-axis with 0. And then let's add a transform of 0.2 seconds. Okay, now let's grab onto the cut and short, and this is going to be a width of 120 pixels. And next up, we're going to use a couple of new selectors in CSS. Now let's go ahead and select our input class, which is going to be the input. Now when we're focusing on that little fellow, so we're going to use a dot focus on the input. The very first, where's my squiggly line? The very first element, which is going to be cut, and so comma, the input not, and the not selector, as you can see here, will actually negate. It's a negation pseudo selector or pseudo class, and it will not take into consideration something that we're going to add here. So the not selector will not take into consideration the placeholder. And then the very first element of the, or the next parent element of the placeholder will be the cut, which will now translate on the y-axis again with 8 pixels, pushing that little fellow up and down. Now let's grab onto the class of placeholder. Let's change its color to var and light color. Let's change it to its font family to sans serif. Let's place it left with 20 pixels. It's going to have a light, and from the top also 20 pixels. Scroll down a bit. Now we're going to position it absolute. We're going to change its line height to 14 pixels. We're going to remove the pointer event from it. So pointer event, meaning it is not selectable. And now let's add a transform, and we're going to use origin on it. So transform dash origin, and we're going to move it 0 top and bottom and 50% left and right. Okay. And the last thing that we need to add here is the same transition that we had up there. So transition, there we go. Transform, we're going to take 2 seconds or 0.2 seconds. And also we're going to change the color or add another property. So comma, we're going to also transform the color, and this is also going to take 0.2 seconds. Okay. And now the final touches to this to target the placeholder when we're focusing on the input. Because for now, we only targeted the cutout. So I could basically just copy this, paste it in here, and instead of cut, we're going to select both of them and replace it with the placeholder class. And down here, we're going to have a placeholder and dash show. Okay. Now, instead of transform on the y-axis with 8 pixels, we're going to have here negative 30 pixels. Then, because we still need to move it one more time, we're going to also move it sideways. So let's change this on the x-axis. I'm going to move it here with 10 pixels. Now you could also do a transform translate, a transform and without this and just add in the two values, basically resulting in the same thing. But the same thing that the last thing that I want to have here is a scale of 75 pixels. So then go out there and result in that little fellow. So if we're going to focus in here, it's going to move up there. Okay, now we're still not done. We're going to grab onto the input class again and now have the not selector. So, and here we're going to insert the placeholder show, which is then going to grab onto its very first parent element, and that was be the placeholder, and that is going to change the color to hash and 808097. Okay, next we're going to have our input, again our input class. Wait just a second, didn't I? Okay, I need to move this. I'm going to move it outside of the container. Much easier this way. Okay, this is also outside, so I just denested it and call it that. Okay, now this input will be now focus, and we're going to click in that input. Then again, the placeholder dot placeholder will have the color of var and alert. So dash alert color. Okay, let me just check because I think I did something wrong here. So I have here the comma, put focus. Oh, and this should be show. So I'm having here 2 dots and this should be show. Okay. Oh yeah, and one last thing. Actually, these do not work when we're nesting. So I will need to take this outside of the container. So I forgot that this does not work when we're nesting. Okay, so now if you take a look here, not jumping out, we're going to take care of this just in a couple of seconds. But these special selectors do not work when we're nesting in a CSS. So please move them outside. Oh, and I see that I have here again dots show. That's also an error. Most certainly have missed something. Okay, and now I think I missed here the border radius. So I need to add that one in the cut. So down here, border, we actually add it up here. So after the background, border, and radius, I'm going to add here a 10 pixel border radius. So a much smaller. Okay, there we go. There's that. Okay, and I also misspelled here the cut, not for cut, but cut short, and there we go. Okay, now let's move on. Next, we're going to style our select. I don't need the variables anymore. So let's go down here. Let's select our select tag, change the background color to hash 303. Actually, this is the var and light color. There we go. Let's add a border radius, and we're going to remain here with a smaller border radius. So the same that we have here of 12 pixels, border 0 box. The color of the text, let's change this color to hash EEE. Let's change its font size to 18 pixels, and let's change the height to 50 pixels. Okay, now let's remove the outlines. 0, adding 4 pixels, 20 pixels, and 0. And let's also increase the width of 100% to office container. Now let's move on to the standard deduction. So ID, standard, and deduction. And let's just add a bit of padding to it. Padding top and bottom 10 pixels and 20 pixels for left and right. Let's change the background color to the variable color of light color. And of course, let's add some border radiuses. So border radius of, you know what, I'm going to add border radius dash small. And I'm going to take this border radius dash small, go in here in our variables. I should have done this from the get-go. And let's change this to 12 pixels. Go back to our form. And everywhere that we have border radius of 12 pixels, we're going to replace it with this little fella. So 12 pixels, select, place, and we should have everything everywhere the same border radius. Now let's move on to our submit button, and then we're done with our form. So let's grab onto the class of submit, and then we're going to change the background color to a hash, and it's just going to be a really light color. So light blue 08D, and that's it for that button. Now let's change its border radius, and we're going to have here the smaller border radius. So var and border radius small, not the regular one. Let's change its height to 50 pixels. We're going to push it down from the top. So let's add a margin from the top of 40 pixels. To separate it from the rest of the herd. Let's make sure that the width of that button is, well, it is 100%, so it's not getting smaller. Now, the last thing that I want to do is actually add a box shadow to it and a hover effect. So box shadow, I'm going to use the variable of box shadow, and then let's select the parent element. And when we're going to hover over the parent element, then we can change the background to a much darker color. So I'm going to go with hash of 06 and D. Now, if you go over our button, we have a darker blue color. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this part. Now we can move on to our, well, to JavaScript and create our app.js. Now let's move to JavaScript. We have our application file here. It is hopefully working. That's the console log. Go to the console, and there we go. There's our app. Now we need to grab onto the DOM elements. So next up, we're going to create another module. We're going to call this DOM elements, of course. .js. Let's export a function called get DOM elements, and let's grab onto the DOM elements. And I'm going to create a const, or we're going to do something different this time. We're going to use destructuring assignment. Now, what is that? A destructuring assignment is actually a JavaScript syntax that makes it possible to unpack values from arrays or properties from objects. And we can then unpack them into variables, meaning that, for example, we are now in a function, and I'm going to return here now a object, and this object is going to have key value pairs of, for example, input or income. Sorry about that. Income input will be the key, and the value will be document.getElementById, and I'm going to grab onto the ID of income, being this little fellow right here. And also, what is up with the text color? I'm going to take care of this just in a couple of seconds. Now, we have our income. Next, we need our status selector. So this little fellow right here. After the comma, we're going to create another key, which will be status, then select column, document, get element by ID, and we're going to select our status ID. Close it up with a comma, then calculate button, again document, get element by ID, and we're going to grab onto the ID of calculate and button, of course. Next up, we need our text amount, our results here, and then the standard deduction. So let's grab onto the text amount, document, get element by ID, grab onto the ID of text amount. Then we have our result, again document. Now we're going to use query selector. Why not? Because we also have a class here. So query selector, come to a dot because it's a class, result, close it up, and oops, I just deleted my curly bracket here. And the last but not least, the standard deduction and display. Paste and here standard deduction display will be document.getElementById, and we're going to have here standard and deduction. Okay, that's it. Now let's import them. Let's check out if we actually got them. So go to the app, add import, not that import, it's not CSS, just import. Import, then what are we importing? Well, we're importing the function of get DOM elements from DOM elements also and .js. Change it here, so DOM elements. Sorry about the misspelling here. And now let's bring them in. Let's destructure them within our application. And you already know how to do that. Const, we close parentheses. We're going to bring in income and input. Copy them from here. So we're going to bring in income input, comma, status select. And let's also assign them to the function of get DOM elements. Open, close parentheses. Then we have our calculate button. After that, we have our text amount. You can already see they're appearing here. Then result. And then we have our standard deduction display. Okay. And they should now console log income, and we should see our income input here. Okay. So you can see how easily we can bringing elements by using the destructuring assignment and then bringing them in here using also destructuring. So this is just another method without using const, so without adding them to variables and adding them actually when we're destructuring them here to variables. And as you can see, we have access to them. Okay, so next up, let's move on and let's calculate the income tax, or at least have the possibility that when we're going to click on this button, then we should calculate the income tax. So I'm going to close up the elements here. I'm going to remain within here. Now let's grab onto the little button here and let's add an event listener to it. So take out all of these console logs, move you out there. So what are we doing? We're going to grab onto the calculate button, then on click, we're going to call upon a arrow function. This function will do, well, it's going to grab onto the input value. And that input value, we're going to first of all assign it to a variable, so income. And we want to get here numbers, so we're going to parse float the input. You'll notice from our previous application in input should be put. Also change this please in your element if you did the same mistake that I did. I'm a dum-dum. Okay, so we got here the input and we need from this, so go back in the parenthesis dot the value. Okay, so we can already console log this. Let's try this out. Income should be now whatever we pass in here. So if it's empty, we're going to get not a number. If we add something in here, we're going to get the value. If we try to type something else, we're not going to be able to do this. But if you are in Firefox, you will be able to do this. So sadly, this is why I have to use always parse float in order to get a number, and not a string. Now let's move on. It's not enough. We still need another variable that's going to be the status. So status will be the status select, and from this also the value. Remember, we added values to it. So let's also console log this. Okay. So I'm going to add here some kind of number, and then this should be once a parse float and then a string, which is single. If I would select here something else, calculate again, then it's married, and then it's something else, head of household. Okay. Also, this should be capital letter. Boom. And where are you? I'll select, option and header, head household. Let's change the head of household and also see if I selected the wrong one. Head. Standard, because it's a value, so it doesn't even matter. Okay, let's close up the down, close up the index. And now at the end, we're going to return here, return the standard deduction display. Okay, so basically, we first need to calculate this because as you can see here, momentarily there's nothing in there. But at least we got our button and we have an event on it, and we're getting the value. So this is working fine for now. Now, next up, let's add some sort of validation here. So let's start validating our inputs and also creating here a alert component. So first things first, and before this, let me have this console log in here. Let's create here an if statement. If, then, and else, something else. Now, first of all, the if then, we're going to pass in the console log here of the items, and we're going to ask that if is not a number, we're going to negate that is not a number, and what? Well, the income, and when we're negating that is not a number, it's basically needs to be a number. Then we're going to console log our income status here. Okay, so let's try this out. First things first, we're going to do this, nothing happens. Then we're going to do this, and we're going to have our console log. And else, let's add here alert and not a number for now. Okay, so let's click here, alert not a number. Or we can also type in, actually this will be the final text, valid input. And let's try this out again. So invalid input, and if I try to type in your number, then it's going to proceed. Okay, so we got the validation up and running. Now, the alert part here, we're going to create a separate component. So let's go into modules, create the alert.js. Let's also export up here, function alert. I'm going to pass in here now. This should be alert comp. And now we're going to grab on to the, well, you guessed it, alert from the document.query selector, and we're going to grab onto the class of alert. Because remember, we created this alert already here in our HTML, and we added to the input container. So there's our alert. Don't need to create it in JavaScript. We also could, but I want to show you different possibilities of doing this. Now, to our alert, we're now going to add the class list and add, we're going to add the class of show, of course. We're going to want to show our alert. And then for the alert itself, because we only have an empty span, we're going to replace its inner HTML. And now we need to replace it, well, first of all, with that string of invalid input. But before and after the string, I'm going to have two icons. Now, those icons are from Font Awesome. So we're going to use here temporary literal in order to add those icons. And it's going to be an icon tag with the class of fa-solid space fa-triangle dash exclamation. Okay, and then I'm going to copy this one time, hit copy, Control C, and then type in invalid input, and then the exclamation mark again, paste it in here. I also want this to disappear, as always, after a timeout. So I'm going to set timeout and then make this little fellow disappear by, well, just removing it. So we're going to do here a wait for 300 milliseconds and then alert.classList, and then we're going to remove the show class from it. Okay, so let's bring in our alert. Let's go to the app, import alert component from alert.js and replace this with comp, and going to add nothing in here, just initiate the component if we don't type anything in here. Well, there's our alert, invalid input, and it disappeared after 3 seconds. Let's try this out again. Invalid input. Oh, well, we don't have the CSS. We now need to also style our little input. So let's go ahead and style it. Now, in order to style our alert, and let's also take a look at our finished project project here. If I click on calculate, there's nothing in here. This alert will appear, and it also, as you can see here, has a little animation. It has a shake effect. Now we're also going to create a shake effect. So first, let's create our alert in CSS. So go to your CSS folder, new file. We're going to call this one alert.css, and let's go ahead, grab onto the class of alert. And then we're just going to do a color here of var and of course alert color. Now let's add a margin because I want to push it to down from the top a bit. So I'm going to go with alert from the top 0.5 rem. They should push it down a bit. And now let's push it to the margin to the right side by adding a margin from the left of 55%. Okay, this should push it there if I would import into style our little alert. So let's go down here at import and URL // and alert CSS. And there we go. There's our alert. Am I zoomed in here too much? Yes, this should be the real style. But if I leave it this way, then you can't see anything. So still need to zoom in a bit. Okay, let's go back to our alert style. And let's also display it as none. Boom, it's gone. And now let's grab onto the parent again. So alert parent, and if that parent has a show class to it, then display as block. Okay. And now let's add the animation. So if I click here, it should be displayed and then it should be removed, and it doesn't have that class, then as you can see, it's going to disappear. Now also because we're displaying it now as block and its initial status was to be a span element. Well, the span elements are not inline elements, so they're just appearing somewhere, but well, actually they are inline elements and they're not block elements. And now that we're displaying it as block, as you can see, now completely to the right side. That's why I use that 55% of the margin. Now I want to have this I want to add to this a little shake animation. For this, we're going to create in our CSS folder a new file called animations.css, and I'm also going to bring it in first of all. So add import and /animations. Okay. Now for the shake effect animation, let's create here a keyframe. We're going to call it shake, and let's go down here, and we're going to have 4 positions. We're going to have a 0% position. I'm going to copy this and paste it 3 more times. Then we're going to have a 25% position, a 75% position, and a 100% position. Each one of them will have so click in each one of them, a transform and translate on the x-axis, but they're going to differ. At the 0 position, we're going to have 0. At the 25%, we're going to have 5 pixels, minus 5 pixels. Also, if I'm able to type in that 5. meaning that it's going to move 5 pixels to the left. Then we're going to have 5 pixels, meaning it's going to move then 5 pixels from the right, and that's 10 pixels. So from -5 to +5, that's 10 pixels. And then we're going to land at the 0 position. So let's hit save, go to alert, and in the show, we're going to add here animation. We're going to just add the name, which was shake, then the duration, which will be 0.3 seconds, and ease in out. And let's see how this works. I'm going to click on calculate, and boom, there we go. Shaking and then disappearing. Once again, shaking and then disappearing. Okay, so we are done with our alert. I'm going to close this up. We're going to close up animation. Let's go to our, also we're going to close up this alert component. By the way, if you want to add here a different message, you know what, I'm going to do this. Add here variable message, and I'm going to assign it to the default value of invalid input, and then add it here as a variable of message. And now if you want to change this message, so again, if you want to change, check this one out, not check it out. If you want to change the message, then you would just add here a different message of alert. So alert, but I'm going to leave it empty, meaning if you want to change that message, that please just add here a different message. Okay, so next we are going to start and actually start calculating a couple of things here. But first things first, we're going to start with the standard deduction. So we're going to add here, first of all, the standard deduction. And we're going to also make this little fellow usable. Okay, so let's start with that. Okay, so we got here our filing status, and we actually should be able to change the standard deduction, because momentarily is 0, to change it upon changing our filing status. So let's go ahead to this calculate button. We're going to first of all create the standard deduction. So let's create a const. We're going to call it standard and deduction. Now they're going to be 3 standard deductions for single, married, and head of household. And we're going to place them in a object with key value pairs. So first one will be single. We're going to have a value of 12400. Then it's going to be married, 24800. So it seems it's better to be married. Or you could be head of household. We got an E there. Okay, so there's our standard deduction with 3 possible values. So let's go ahead, get ourselves our standard deduction display, which is this one. And we're going to now change the text content, and we're going to change the text content using temporary literals. And first we're going to add here $, then add another $, then open and close curly brackets, and we're going to change it to the standard deduction dot single for when the application loads. And this should have changed. So let's check out what we did wrong here. One error, and the error tells me head of household is not defined at app at, meaning that I messed something up. So let me take a look. Standard deduction, meaning that I most certainly didn't grab onto this standard deduction to the head of household. Most certainly. Oh, wait. Also didn't add here value. Haha. So this should be 18650. And there we go. Now it's working. Okay, so there we have it. There's our standard value. Now let's change it depending on what we're changing here, because this is just the default value. So we're going to go ahead, grab onto the status, select, which is this one. And when we're changing it, so on change, assign it to an arrow function. And we're going to now grab onto, first of all, the status. So const status. We're going to change here the status select dot value. We're going to assign it to the status select dot value, and then we're going to now change. So I'm going to grab onto this little file once again and change this to the standard deduction. And instead of adding here single, I'm going to wrap this into open and close square brackets and set the status here. And wait, this should be without a dot, because I'm selecting now the object. So now if we're going to change this to married, the value will change to the married value, and head of household, same thing, and so far and so on. Okay. Now I'm going to also add here a comment that we're going to also be able to change the value here when we're going to recalculate automatically the tax amount by changing this value. So let's type in here a recalc the text depending on the status. Okay, and we're going to add here then later on the function. But that's it for now. Next up, we're going to bring in our data and start calculating our income tax. So let's get started with that one. Now let's start calculating our income tax based on the tax brackets. For this, we need the tax brackets. And for that, we need to bring them in using our JSON file here, our data.json file. As you can see here, there are 3 brackets: single, married, head of household, and they have different values for min, max, and then the rate, which is very important. We're going to use this rate in order to calculate our taxes. So I'm going to close up this JSON file, close up DOM elements, close up the style for now, the alert, we don't need it anymore. And we're going to go down here, going to calc, first of all, load data. So load data will be by creating a fetch request. And we're going to create here a const. We're going to call it response. We're going to assign it to here an s response. And we're going to assign it to a await fetch request. And we're going to fetch from, well, within our database here. So dot/data and .json. Now let's grab onto that response. So const and assign it to a brackets variable. So brackets, we're going to await the response .json. See, okay, now let's console log the brackets and we should get our little, we got the console and we should get our response. Oops, we didn't fetch it. Oh, because I should have gone 1 level up and oh, sorry about that. Okay, there we go. There's our little object. See, there's our object with head of household, married, and single. So we do have access to our database now, meaning that we can go ahead and start calculating our income tax. So for this, we're going to create a function. We're going to call this calculate, calc, and income and tax. And we're going to pass in here the income and the status. So these will be the 2 values that need to be passed into the calculate income function in order to calculate the income tax. So let's go ahead and create here first of all a deduction variable. So const deduction. Now this will be the deduction that was set up here as the status. So we have it, status, standard deduction display. We're just displaying it here. But we need to have access to the standard, to the standard deduction. So we're going to select from the standard deduction. That's what we're calling this variable deduction. So standard deduction. We're going to select the status to whatever status. This status, meaning this status, as soon as it's going to be passed into this function, going to pass down here and then here and set the deduction. Then we're going to calculate the taxable income by creating another variable, const taxable income. And we're going to use here the math method. Math. Then we're going to use the max from 0 and the income minus the deduction. Next, we're going to take whatever remains from after the deduction and we're going to assign it to a variable. Let's call it remaining income. So remaining income, we're going to assign income and we're going to assign the taxable income to this remaining income. Because at the end, if the tax is 0, I'm going to create here tax equal to 0, then, well, you're going to get your remaining income. Now for this, let's loop over our brackets that we just added, brought in here, our brackets. We're going to loop over and search for where does these 2 fellows fit. So for this, we're going to create a for loop, a for off loop, meaning that we're going to create a const, we're going to pass in the brackets, off brackets, and from the brackets, we're going to select now the status. So in whichever status in the brackets the value is situated, we're going to now const taxable amount in brackets. We're searching now for the taxable amount in brackets. Bracket is equal, and we're going to use our math method again. And from this, we're going to select now the min value. And in the min value, we're going to pass in the remaining income and then the bracket dot max minus the bracket dot min. Wait just a second. So math min remaining income and the bracket is max minus bracket min. telling me that could not find name bracket. Oh, that's why. Okay, so we're searching for a bracket. In the brackets, which we can search in the brackets object, and in that object we have 3 elements or 3 keys with a bunch of values, and that's why we're passing the status in order to search for those values. Now we're going to return this, and we're going to use now the addition operator and also the subtraction operator. So we're going to remain within this for loop and say that to the tax, we're going to add the taxable income, sorry, not the taxable income, the taxable amount income. So this little fellow right here, tax amount income bracket, and we're going to multiply this with the bracket dot rate. Remember, in those brackets, here again, we had rates for each and every one of these little fellows. So there's a min, there's a max, and there's a rate. And as soon as we got the according min or max, so as soon as we fit in here somewhere, it's going to choose the according rate for it. Now the remaining income will subtract from it the taxable amount bracket. Okay? Now, if the remaining income is less or equal to 0, then we're going to break. Okay? We're going to just stop. And at the end of everything, we need to return the tax. So return the tax. That's what this function will return at the end of the day. So where should we add this function? Well, this function is going to be added first of all to the button. Because as we set up here that on click, we're going to first of all check if this is a number. If it is a number, I'm going to take out this console log. Now I'm going to pass in the function. And this function, as I said, is going to have or accept here income and the status. Exactly what we're passing in here. So income and status will be passed down here. Now, if these two return the tax, then we need to display that text. So standard deduction display dot text also be now changed to whatever the standard deduction status is. So first we're going to also change it in here by adding again the standard deduction and setting the status here. Now, if everything goes correctly, and this should be actually up here. Oops, made a bit of a mistake. This should be in here, but you little fellow should not be here. We're going to add this later on to the recalculation. Now, here at the calculation of the income tax, we are going to assign this to a variable of text, and the text will be assigned to the function. The function will then take in the income and the status, then it's going to add as a text amount the text content, and we're going to change it. We're going to assign this to $, open close curly brackets, the text dot toFix, because I just want to have 2 values after the comma, so 2, and we're going to receive then the results. Now the results needs to be displayed somewhere, so result dot class list and add show. But for now they are displayed. I'm going to style them just in a couple of seconds, but dot show, and we're going to add the class of show. Okay, so for now, this is pretty much it. We should be able to calculate, clicking here, oops, invalid input, perfect. Calculate here the income tax, and there we go, there's our income tax. Now, if I would change this, this will not change. If I click on calculate again, it will recalculate it. So as I said, let's move down in where we had our on change and where we had our recalculate the text depending on the status. And now we're going to add in here, first of all, a variable. So const income, we're going to assign this to parse float and add here the income input dot value again, because we now need to grab onto the input value again. And we're going to again check if it's not a number. So if it is a number, we're going to negate the function it's not a number, what, and that's the income. It's not here, you close up there, and you should be out here. Well, then we're going to const text, again, assign it to the function, and just going to copy this part from here and add it down here. Now, instead of this show, we're going to add to the result a class of animate. Boom. Okay, so next up, let's style our results. Now, also, let's just check this out. Add some value, calculate, and now let's change this to married, and this should, as you can see, it just recalculated. Change it to head of state. Head of household. What am I calling it head of state? You're not the president. Come on. Okay, so we got this ready and good to go to style it. So let's go ahead and style this. So let's get started with styling our results component. Let's go to CSS, new file, result.css. Also import it in our style at import. At import result.css in here. And now let's grab onto the result class. And let's start by adding, also I'm going to close this one up. This just a bit smaller. Let's go ahead and start adding a background color. Background color will be the variable of result color. So you should always see something. Let's add a width of 100%. Doesn't it range? Result and a result class. Oh, result BG. What am I doing here? Okay, there we go. Now let's add a border radius. I'm going to use the normal border radius for now. So for variable border radius, let's change the font size, 18 pixels. Let's change the height. It's going to be a fit to content. Let's add a all-around padding, 1 rem, add more space there. Let's add margin to the top of 40 pixels. We're going to align the text to the center using text align center. Next up, let's add a text shadow to everything that is in there. So text shadow, we're going to add 0, 1 pixels, 2 pixels, RGBA of completely dark, so 0, 0, 0 and 0.8. And let's also add a box shadow, of course. So box shadow of far and box shadow. Okay, now for also we're going to display this as none. And let's just test it. So when we are going to calculate something, it should then be displayed as something. So let's add the dot show to it. And when it's going to be displayed, then we're going to position this relative and display it as block. Display and block. So let's try this again. I'm going to refresh, add something here, and there we go. There it is. Now we also need to add an animation to it. So let's go to our animations, open up our animation file, and we're going to use here, well, 2 animations. We're going to have a fade in, a grow in, fade in, and slide in. So let's create a keyframe. We're going to call the first one slide dash in. We're going to have here a 0%. You know what? I'm going to copy this. So delete these 2, 0%. We're going to have here transformed. We translate on the x-axis, and it's going to come from -100 pixels, going to go to 0 with a opacity, initial opacity of 0. And then we're going to just add here another opacity of 1 at 100%. Then I'm going to copy this one more time. And now we're going to call this one grow in. Now, instead of transform, we're going to have here, instead of translate, we're going to have here, I'm going to select both of them, scale. And we're going to scale from 0, scale to 1, also having those opacities. Now, let's add the first one, the first animation, which is going to be in our show. Well, we're going to add here the animation of slide in, 0.5 seconds, ease in, out. And then we're going to add a second animation, and that will be in our global style and also completely outside, where I told you that our media queries are. So this is where show, results, and show should have that animation. So I'm just going to copy it from here. Wait, those are the animation, result, copy it from here, that animation, go into global and add it here, but with grow in. Okay, so we got both of them. And now let's try this out. So this should be, well, it's not working. Grow in, result show, this format. Wait, what? Oh, not good. Just realized that I made here a small mistake. This should be slide in and copy and paste, grow in. You should be scale 0 and 1. Okay, there we go. No, this is the wrong one. Grow in should be other format. And okay, but the scale. Why? Scaling. And okay, you're fading in. This is working, but the grow in one, scale, let me just check if I didn't replace it. Animation grow in. Grow in. Good, you should grow in. Definitely grow in here. Okay, I'm going to come back to this. Nevertheless, let's now take care of the button here. So let's go back to results, and then the class of btn and close should be, well, first of all, let's move it to the right side, meaning, also zoom back in here, meaning that I'm going to position it, position, absolute, and now let's move it to the right side. So we're going to go top, 0, then right 0, and now I'm going to give it the entire height of its container. So height and 100%. Now we need to take care of those borders, and for this I'm going to go ahead and say border radius, and let's start out with the upper left corner, then the right, then the bottom right, and then the bottom left. So upper left corner 0, the upper right corner 15 pixels, then the down right corner 50 pixels, and then down left 0, and there we go. Now let's also change its background color to dark color, and now let's add a hover effect to it. So hover, when we're going to hover over it, we're going to change the background color to, actually it was the other way around, so this should be a hash 222, and now if I hover over it, it should be a lighter dark color. Also, let's change the text color, and you should be hash BBB. There we go. So this one is done. Next up, I'm going to make this button, close everything up, and reset everything. So let's create another component, and that will be a button that is going to close our results. For this, we're going to go into modules, new file, call this close MBT, results. We're going to call it close result.js. We're going to export. We're going to export function, and we're going to call this close result. Okay, open and close parentheses, open and close curly brackets, and well, we are going to bring in here a bunch of elements. First thing first, let's grab onto the button itself. So const close button will be document.querySelector, and we're going to select the .btn close. Now, when we're going to click on this button, so button on click, then we're going to trigger a function that will do a couple of things. And for those things, we need to bring in our result, we need our income input, we need our status select, we need our standard deduction, we also need our standard deduction display, and we also need our text amount. So a lot of things need to be brought in here, but with good intent, because our result will then have the class list dot remove the class of show, and the same thing will also happen to the animation. So result dot class list also remove the class of animate. Now for the input values, input dot value, we're going to set this to an empty string, and then we will refocus our click here. So income input dot focus, and this is a built-in function, so open close parentheses. Now for the status select, we're going to change its value to the initial value, which will be single. And two more things, we're going to change the standard deduction display. We're going to change is .text content. Again, we're going to reassign it using template literals to $, and again $. We're going to pass in here the variable standard deduction dot single. Remember, not only that the select here will be changed back, but also its value. And last but not least, the text amount dot text content will be now reset to 0, so 0.00. Okay, now I'm going to copy this function from here to here, then go up in my app, go up, import it, import the close result function, and then just initiate it, but we're going to initiate it at the end, so at the very end down here. Let's initiate it. Okay, let's try it out. Let's calculate something. Single, calculate. Oh, that's too much. Calculate again. Let's change it to merit. It's going to recalculate. And now I'm going to close it up and take a look at this value, merit, and the value of the merit person. So boom, gone, focused, single, and the value for single. Okay, so we just finished our application. Hope you enjoyed it, and catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome to the retirement calculator application. In this project, we're going to create an application that is going to calculate the amount of retirement you're going to have at the end of your retirement, of course. The application is basically simple, but there's a lot of work to be done here in order to achieve this simple application. First, a quick demonstration. Let's say you're 32 years old, you have 67 when you're going to retire, and of course, you're going to have a monthly saving of 1,500. Obviously, this is just assuming. And you're going to have an interest rate of 2% that is going to accumulate annually. So let's do a quick calculation at the end of your retirement, or at the start actually of your retirement. You're going to have 912,840.57 cents that you have to live on for your rest of your life, because now you're retired. So let's say you want to do a couple of quick calculations and determine how you could improve this. So let's add this to a table. And next, let's add another possibility. This time, again, our age is the same, because you can change this. But let's say we're going to have $1,500, but an annual interest rate of 2.5%. Let's hit calculate, and we can already see this is much larger. So let's compare this to, let's add this also to the table, and we can already see that this makes a difference. This 0.5% makes a difference of 88,000, almost 88, a bit above $88,000. So let's do a third one. Let's say we want to increase this, but we know we can have an annual interest rate larger than 2%. So let's do here a 32, then a 2,000, and a 2% annual interest rate. Let's hit calculate, and whoa, what just happened? Well, we just got an error. And also our cursor just jumped back to the field that didn't fill out. So let's do a 67, and again, click calculate. Also, you can see that the fields that are not correct, for example, this one wasn't correct, the label of that field is now showing red. Okay, now let's do calculate again. Now the calculation proceeds, and now we can add it to our table in order to compare it. Now the comparison shows that although we don't increase this by 2%, but if we manage to increase, although we didn't increase the interest rate with 0.5%, if we manage to increase our monthly savings with $500, we will have a large difference, over $200,000 difference in our retirement savings. Now let's say we want to delete this one. We know we can't increase our interest rate, so let's click on delete button. It's going to prompt us with a confirmation. Let's confirm, and there we go. Now a couple of things here. I'm going to delete everything, and I'm just going to show that this application has a lot of bells and whistles. For example, we cannot add anything here to our table as long as there's nothing, or as long as not all the fields are completed. Also, if you want to move up further from one field, then we're going to have a separate alert for each and every one of those fields. Our first field will alert us with age must be between 0 and 100. So let's enter here 32 again. Then the next one will alert us with the retirement age must be between 0 and 100 and must be greater than the current age. So let's complete this with, also if I type in only 32, again, it must be greater. So with 33, they should work. Now, both of them, they were red, now they are green, both of the labels there. Now to the monthly contribution, this will also have a alert of maximum savings cannot be greater than 10,000. Let's do a 5,000. And then the annual rating must be between 0 and 100%. So let's add here 10%. Now, if you still want to add this still will alert us with complete all the fields, and also we need to check that all the fields are complete, and this will happen only when the calculate button is checked. Now we can see that when we click through our fields here, for example, if we want to change our retirement age to 67 again, then the label will change the color again. Now this will be achieved using a special filter effect in CSS, and also only now we can add our values to the table, which will then reset the entire form here. Okay, so hope you will enjoy this project, and let's get started. So let's get started with our new project. We're going to copy the boilerplate, right click, copy, and paste it within here. We're going to change the name to number 4, project number 4, and let's just type in retirement calculator. Ooh, there's a couple of years to go, hey? And retirement's coming for all of us. Okay, now first things first, this little script folder, this time, I'm going to change it to utilities. And also I'm going to move the script file out of here, I'm going to change it into a app file, and then I'm going to go to scripts folder and change this to utilities. Also see this little plus sign and a green folder. Now, depending if you have any kind of other extensions installed, those folders can vary in color and shape. But I think I'm kind of full. Theme, community materials film. This is also uninstall. This is no longer active, so I should be. Oh no, I have material icons. Is it activated? I don't even know. Nevertheless, and I don't care about the colors for now. I also want that everyone should have the same colors, same setup, so we don't get confused with anything. Should all have exactly the same stuff here. So let's go into our index file, and now we need to change this back to our root folder, source here, and also this should be app. Okay, then let's type in here the title, retirement, and calculator, and also misspell something, calculator, and misspell R here. Okay, so retirement calculator app. We don't need the boilerplate. We need our title, and you know what? I think we're good now. Let's just type in the title, and that's it for now. Retirement calculator app as the title. Delete these icons, and let's right click, open with live server, and then we're going to start our boilerplate. There we go. There's a retirement calculator app. We're going to start a boilerplate next up. So yeah, let's get started with the boilerplate. Now let's start creating our HTML markup here. So let's go into our app container and create our very first div, which is going to be the calculator container. So this entire thing will be in a container. So let's start off with the div calculator dash container, which is then going to include a couple of form groups. So let's do a greater than, and class of form dash group. This will include a input and a label. So input with the type of number plus a label tag. Then I'm going to wrap this little fellow into parentheses on the form group and multiply it times 4. Multiply and times 4. So let's hit enter, and there we go. We have a calculator, and we have a form group. It has an input and it has a label. And we're going to come back to this just in a couple of seconds, but I still want to finish our container here. So the calculator container will also contain a right at our last form group. So after your fourth form group, you're going to create a class of actions, which will be the calculate button and the add button here. So within this class of actions, we're going to have two buttons. So one button with a class of btn, and we're going to just multiply this times 2. After this actions div, we're going to have another div, which is going to be then the result, and that's basically it. Okay, we are still not done, because completely outside of this little fellow, so also outside of the calculator container, and also outside of the application itself, we're going to create our table with the ID of table body, and let's also give it a class of dNone, which is just short for display none. Now our table will contain, you can see here, a table head, a couple of table rows, and then a table body underneath of that is going to contain the rest of the elements. So within our table, I'm just going to create here a table. First of all, let's create a tr that is going to include 5 times 5 ths. Then after our tr, we're going to have a t body, and it's going to contain the rest of the information. Now for the TRs or the THs, we're going to have a current age, then a retirement age, then a monthly savings. After that, we're going to have our annual interest rate in percentages, annual interest and rate. And as I said, we're going to have this in percentages. Okay, the last one will be then the estimated retirement savings. So estimated retirement, which will be then later on calculated savings. Okay, so we got this little fellow right here. And where's our table? There's our table down here. Now we still need to complete a couple of things. So let's start from the top, and let's start from the bottom and work ourselves up to the top. So let's indent these two buttons. The buttons, the last button, second one will have a ID of add and also the text of add, and the upper button will have then the ID of calculate and btn, and then calculate as the text. Okay, furthermore, we're going to move now up into our form groups. And you can just select all of the names, and then Control D or Command D on the Mac, delete them. Now for the IDs and for the 4 options in our labels, I'm going to go from the bottom to the top and one click, then option, another click. The last one will be the interest rate. So I'm going to type in here interest rate, and then as a placeholder, what do I add a placeholder for each one? So I'm going to copy this placeholder, just paste it in. So here, 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 and here, and paste it in. Okay, for the placeholder, obviously is going to be enter annual interest rate, interest and rate. Okay, let's move on to the next form group. Oh, by the way, I forgot the label. So let's go back to the label. Going to be annual interest and rate in percentages. Oh, and by the way, you already typed everything out here, so you can just copy and paste them up there. Next will be monthly savings. So I'm just going to copy this, go up to the label, paste it in here. Also going to add it as the placeholder. Going to start with enter monthly savings. Whether they're capital or lowercase letters, it really doesn't matter. Now for the ID and the 4 tag, so ID, 4 tag, click in both of them. We're going to have monthly savings. So I'm just going to paste this in, go back, delete one, hold down Command or Control on the Mac, and the left arrow key just jump to the right. Oh, this jumped a bit too much. So let's change M and M here to lowercase, monthly savings. Okay, let's move up. We have 2 more to go. Let's copy retirement age. So the next one, our label will be, of course, retirement age. Placeholder, enter retirement age. Then we can work on our ID and 4. Just going to paste this one in, move back, delete, move back again to R, and replace it with a lowercase letter. Move up. We have the last one, which will be current age. So let's also copy our current age and retirement age. There's the label. Paste this in here. Then for the placeholder, enter. Type in enter. Current age. Let's add to the ID and the 4 tag. Move back with your arrow keys. Oops. And replace the capital C with the lowercase c. Okay, so we should be good to go. Next up, we can start styling this. Now, before we get into styling, let's take just a couple of seconds and talk about what we're going to do here. This little app has, let me do now a complete refresh. So first of all, without refreshing, I'm going to do the table. The table, if I add here a second item, say 32, bam, bam, and bam, 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 and 2% calculate. You saw this had a little effect, a little animation. And this is going to have an effect as soon as, for example, I'm going to change this to here. And they have different animations depending on what format they're in. So if they're in the desktop format, this should be sliding out from the left to the right. If we are in a mobile format, it's going to come from the top and slide on to the bottom. Also, this is hidden, our little results container. This part right here is not this part, but is the table. This is hidden, and also the results are actually here, but they're not shown. Because within our results, we're also going to add alerts. So the results container, wait a second, I think there's messed something up. This should be a ID of results. Oops. Yes. Sorry about that. It should be ID. What am I doing here? So ID of result, and within our result, we're going to change this depending on the state of the result. So if there's nothing in there, then this little button would also not work. It's going to check if there's anything in the results, but the results will also mean for me, this is how I thought this application, that if we have some kind of error, that is also a result. Meaning that if I try to calculate here something, the error will be shown in my results. So this is also the placeholder for any kind of errors or results container. Now the app itself is then above here, and this is where the magic happens. This is where verifications will happen. And also you can see those little labels that they're changing color on focus. Now this is done with CSS. This little part that is changing to blue. Then if I click in this one, which already had an error because it's checking in this from the top to the bottom, if anything is correct. Because the first one already has an error, this color, as you can see, changes. If I click here, I can change it to red if I hold down the click, meaning that this has an error. So it's different to this blue color. This is cyan. There are actually 2 colors meshed up. Also, these colors have a filter effect on them, and you're going to see why just in a couple seconds. Okay, so let's get started with creating this is our main style tag here. We're going to create a global style, and also first things first, as always, let's create a variables file. So variables.css, and we're going to start off here with our main variable. So root, and let's get started with our accept color, which is basically this button, and it also has a hover color. So accept dash color would be a hexadecimal color 0074A6. Then we're going to have the same thing, but it's going to copy it, dash hover, and it's going to be changed to 035578. Next up, we're going to have our success colors. Let's say here common success, and we're going to have here a success color. So hash success, not hash, for dash dash success color, which is going to be a hexadecimal of 155724. Then I'm going to copy this, going to be the next one with success background border color, border, and it is C3 E6 CB. Then we're going to copy this, and we're going to also have a BG instead of border color. BG color is going to be a more lighter color, a D4 EDDA. There we go. Next, we're going to have our danger color. So I'm going to copy this, go down here, and change this comment to danger. Change all of the successes to danger, and the very first color will be 9A0413. The next color will be F5 C6CB, and then the very last one will be F8 D7 and DA. Okay, now 3 more colors. We have a BG color, BG dash color, be way down here. This will be general colors, and the black and the BG color will be a black color, but it's going to be a 0 and 1 1. It's actually this green color right here. It's this, I don't know, greenish, darkish something color. Okay, now border radius, and we're going to have here 0.5. Hey, you should be a dash, and the last thing, also rem, and the last thing will be a box shadow. So box shadow, and as you can see that we have here a more lighter box shadow. You can see here. So we're going to use here this time a 2 pixels, 4 pixels, 5 pixels, 3 pixels, and RGBA of 92, 92, 92, 92, and 0.3. And there we go. So save this, close it up, add import in your style variables, the very first one, and next we're going to do a global style. So let's do also the application, new file, global.css, and first of all I'm going to import it. So add import and global CSS, and there we go. So let's move into our global style, and first things first, I'm going to get onto the body tag and display it as flex. I'm going to align the items center, justify content center, and height of the entire thing should be 100%. Okay, now for our title, which is this little fellow right here, and I think I forgot to add, so the H1 should have a class of title. You could also just tag it as an H1, it doesn't matter. So let's align it to the center, text align center, and wait just a second, something isn't right here. So body tag, app container is one thing, then the table is another thing. So these two fellows should be flexing now. Oh no, I have to leave it in a row, exactly, because later I'm going to change it to a column. And we are going to do the responsive design just in a couple of seconds. Right after this, we're going to do the responsive design because I want to remain within this slim format. So title, as I said, text line to the center. And let's increase its font size. So font size of 2.5 rem, then font weight of 600. It's going to reduce the font weight. And let's add a margin to the bottom of 1 rem. And you know what? I'm going to already tackle on our responsive design. So add media, and let's also do end screen and a max width. And we're going to remain at the 600 max width. So width and 600 pixels. So within here, we're going to change our body. That is hilarious. To flex, yes, to flex, baby, in a column direction. Okay, so got here our table down here and our retirement calculator app and title here, but within our app container we're going to also change this just in a couple of seconds. Okay, so let's step outside the body tag, and let's grab onto the calculator container, and let's set this to a width of 100% and also margins 0. And now let's grab onto the ID of table body, and we're going to leave this like it is for now because I want to be able to change this after we style our table. Okay, so that's it for the general settings. We're going to come back to this just in a later video, but for now we're going to leave it as it is. Okay, so let's move on. Now let's style our calculator container here. So let's close up our global and let's create our CSS folder, new file. Let's call it calculator-container.css. Okay, let's also bring this little fellow in at import URL, and we're going to import here the calculator container.css. So our calculator container is composed out of here a couple of form groups, 4 of them, and then it ends with this little actions portion right here containing 2 buttons. Now each form group contains an input tag and a label tag, and if you're asking yourself how come that the input tag is before the label tag, although in the final application the label is before the input tag, well, that's because you're going to see just in a couple of minutes. So let's start styling and figure out how we can make our label appear before the input tag, although semantically it is after the label tag, after the input tag. And also, why did I place this explicitly after the input tag? So let's get started. First of all, with grabbing onto our .calculator-container class, and let's start up by adding to it a background color of the variable color of BG and color. Okay, next up, let's do our, there we go, there's a little container. Next, let's add some padding to it. Padding, let's say 20 pixels. Again, if you're using RAM, it's okay, but when I'm using pixels, I'm specifically defining this. Let's say you're using RAM, and if you're in Google Chrome, then 16 pixels is the default pixel size of the web browser. Now, let me just think about it. I think Opera or Safari has 15 or something like that. Now, if you're using a RAM multiplier, that's going to multiply the base font size with whatever you're multiplying. Let's say it's 1.1 RAM. That's going to multiply the base pixel size 1.1 RAM. So this is why in this particular case, I'm going to use 20 pixels. Okay, now from here on, let's also add to this a border radius of, see, did I define it in the variables? Variables, border radius, there we go, border radius. And I am going to use this time RAM, bar and border radius. Okay, there we go, there's a little border radius. Let's also add to this a min and height of 600 pixels and also a width of 400 pixels. Now please take into consideration that I'm actually zoomed in here with 125%, so if I reset this to look something like this. But I do want you to see something, so I'm going to leave this zoomed in. I do have a larger than usual resolution on my screen. This is why I'm zooming in, for basically for you to see much better what I'm doing. Also, now moving on, let's add a box shadow of the variable bar and box dash box and shadow. Okay, there's a little shadow right there. Now let's go to those form groups. So let's grab onto the form group. That's basically it for a container. Form and group. And first things first, I'm going to display them as flags. I'm going to justify, I'm not going to justify anything, but in order to have our label before the input tag, we're going to display them as column, but flex, so flex direction column, but column reverse. And there we go. The form is before, or at least it is displayed before the input tag. Now let's go ahead and set the margin to the bottom of each and every of this form group to just 16 pixels. Or you could use, in this case, 1 RAM. But again, if this would change, then, well, yes, in this case, I would use 1 RAM. Let's use 1 RAM in this case. So if this would be 15 or 16 pixels, exactly the same then. Now let's grab onto the label tag. So add parent selector label tag, and let's first of all add a transition to all of 0.3 seconds and ease. Let's use ease this time. Now I'm going to display all of the labels as inline block. Usually they are displayed as inline, but not as block. Let's add a margin to each one of them to the bottom of 5 pixels. And let's increase now the font weight to 600. And I was thinking about this. Should I decrease the font to 600 and only increase it when I'm focusing in there? As you can see here, it is at 600 in our finished project. But I kind of like it more this way to have a lesser font weight, and also I would reduce the intensity of the colors by using a gray color. So let's do here a color, and let's say, no, we're going to just use a EEE. That should be enough. Now, later on, if you take a look in our finished project, if one of those labels will have an error to them, then they will be displayed with a red color. Now, if they would be successful, then they would be displayed with a green color. Now, in order to achieve this, we're going to add here within our label, we're going to select the parent again, or just this time. And first of all, we're going to add an error class to them. So if the labels contain an error class, then we're going to use the color of variable color and dash danger dot color. Now, one last thing, our danger color, let's just move it up. Let's move our danger color up here. And you can see it's a pretty dark danger color. In order to have this lighter color, you can see it's here, it is more intense than this little fellow right here. It's a dark color and this is a lighter color. In order to have this light color, I'm going to do the following thing. I'm going to use the property of filter on it. So I'm going to do it up here in the main label selector, then I'm going to move it down here. Now in our filter, we can now change the brightness, and I could intensify it. You can either type in here 300% on just 3, and this will intensify the lightness with, well, 3 times, basically. If you want to have only 2 times the intensity, you could reduce it. 1 would be, well, pretty much the same for the get-go. But 3 or 300% will result in a more intense light color. So let's leave it. Also, for example, if we do 0, it's going to be grayed out, so dark color, or as I said, 50%, be only 50% of its brightness. So let's remain here with 3. Do you want me to leave it as 3? Let's leave it as 300%. It is maybe more clear to you. Now I'm going to grab these two of them, move them down here. And one last thing, as I said, I want to increase the font weight to 600 now. And again, I'm going to move them up. So select all of them, hold down Alt or Option, hit save, and it's going to look like this. Okay, so I go back here. There we go. Now, next step would be to select the parent again and do a success. Now, if the class will be success, so basically, as we have this little fellow right here, then this should be a light green color. So we're going to use the success color. But again, let me show you up here. And I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to change it to success. Without having our brightness, the success color would look something like this. Adding 300% or 3 times its brightness, it's going to look like this. So we're going to use this color right now, those settings in our success class. Next up, let's take care of the input tags. Moving outside of our label, we're going to grab onto the parent selector and then the input. Now let's assign to each and every input a width of 100%, a padding of 0.75 rem, top and bottom, and 1 rem left and right. And this is really annoying. Let me also select, let's go back to our global style, select the .app container, and let's set the flex direction column. There we go. Much better now. Okay, perfect. So close up your global global variables, not the global variables, the global style settings from the global CSS file. And let's go back to our input tag. Let's increase the font size of our text in our input tag to 18 pixels. I'm also going to increase the margin to the bottom, button of 1 rem. And now I'm going to add a border radius to each and every one of them of our set variable of border radius. Furthermore, we're going to take out our borders, meaning we're not going to see this little fellow. So borders and outline, border none, and also outline, we're going to set to none. Okay, so now if we click in one of them, nothing will happen anymore. But now comes the interesting part. Why did I set the label after the input tag? Because I'm going to use a special selector. Now we're going to, first of all, grab onto the parent, to the input, then say focus. And when we're focused on our input tag, then I'm going to use this plus sign and label. Now the label element that is preceded by the input tag, or the first label element that is after the label tag, will now have the color of going to be a blue 2D8CF0 hexadecimal color. So now if I click in one of my inputs here, it's going to change the color of the label in that exact label that I'm in right now. So no matter in which input tag I'm going to click in, the label before that or after actually, that input tag will be selected. And this is the selector for that. Okay, now to our actions. Let's go down here. Dot actions class. I'm going to display them as flex and then add a gap of 0.5 rem to them. Now, you won't see much for this little fellow right now because they're not styled. We're going to style the buttons in the upcoming video. Okay, now for the results. The results are down here and they're not displayed. So first things first, let's go outside here. I'm going to grab onto the result ID and I'm going to add a margin from the top of 20 pixels. And you know what? In order to see something, for now, I'm going to add a background color of red, a height of 100%, and a width of 100%. Okay, so there's our results. It's very large. Don't worry about it. We're going to fix this just in a couple of seconds. So you see the results. Okay, I'm going to delete this or comment it out so you can have it. Then I'm going to go after my margin top and add the opacity of 0. And then here we're going to add a animation, and we're going to come back to this later on. Now also, if our results has a class, so results, parent selector, and has a class of show dash results, then we're going to change the opacity to 1. Okay, so that's pretty much it for our container right here. And I think we're good to go and we could now move on. Now let's create a general style for all of our, actually global style for all of our buttons, and also one specific style for our calculate button right here. So let's go ahead in our CSS folder, right click, create a new file. We'll call this btn.css. As always, I like to keep my general buttons in a different file. And also when I have specific buttons, I'm just going to add them here. So let's also import it so we don't wonder why. We can also actually import it up here. Import URL and import it right after calculate containers. So btn.css, close this one up. Let's go back to btn and let's grab onto btn.btn class and let's set the font family as always as inherit. Basically, this is going to inherit the default font of the entire application. If not, let's set to the default font of the browser. Now let's add a background color of var, and we have to start with the accept color. Not danger, accept, and color. Okay, now let's take our borders and outlines. Border set to none, outline set to none. Let's change the color to completely white. Let's add a all-around padding of 10 pixels. Increase the font size of 1.3 rem. Remember, this is going to depend on the browser you're working in. Let's add a border radius of the general border radius that we set our variable here, border dash radius. And one last thing, let's add a transition to the background. You can also specifically specify to which the transition will be affected. So background color 0.3 seconds and ease, add the 3 seconds and ease in out. Okay. Now when we're going to hover over our button, so let's grab onto the parent class, hover, we're just going to change the background color to the variable color of accept, but this time hover. Okay, so if I'm going to hover over the button, I'm going to change the color. And I have here one little point too much. This is why the hover effect didn't take effect, or the transition effect. Okay, next up, we have here our little button. Hey, and the cursor should be pointer, so go back here, cursor pointer. There we go, cursor pointer. Perfect. Now we have here our calculate button, and I want to make this the entire width of the container. So I'm going to grab onto the ID of calculate btn, and I'm going to increase its width to 100%, making it extremely large. And then let's set the font. Now let's go back to our calculate container. In our actions, wait a second, actions, we have 2 buttons, and we're going to change this now to grid, and also change the grid template column to 2FR and 1FR. And in our container, I just saw that I had my actions in my form group. So that's a mistake for my part. You need to move it outside because we are in a the actions is in the calculate container, and this is why they didn't take effect. So let's hit save. Now it just looks something like this. So remember, display it as flex, gap 0.5 rem, and you should see something like this. Now, if you want to increase this gap, pretty much wanted to have it exactly the same as we have it here, then you can do so to 8 pixels, I believe it was. And there we go. Or just leave it as 0.5 rem. So we got a calculate button. We got an add button right here. We can now move on. And before we do that, let me just type in here comment. We still will need a delete btn later on here. We're going to come back to this when we're going to create our table down here. So let's move on for now. Now let's start working on some logic. And for this, we're going to grab onto our calculate button here and our add button later on. We're going to start displaying here a couple of things. And what we're going to start with is explaining, first of all, why we have these utility folders. Now, we are using modules, but what I'm going to import are actually just utility functions. So each of them I'm going to consider a utility function. At the end of the day, our app here will look like something like this. I'm going to have a couple of imports and then a document. Get started with this one. Get element by ID, and we're going to grab onto the ID of calculate and btn, and then we're going to assign a onClick event on it, then assign it to a callback function, arrow function, and this will just call upon calculate the retirement. So calculate retirement. Okay, open and close parentheses. This is all that's going to do. So let's create this function, and for this we're going to go now to utilities, copy this, open up right click in utilities, new file, calculate retirement dot and .js. Okay, and for here we're going to export calculate retirement, open close parenthesis, wait, what? Not export function calculate retirement, open and close parenthesis, and there we go. So let's just console log here, calc ret. Okay, let's inspect console log, and if I click on calculate, it should give me an error. Calculate is not defined because we need to import it. So go back to our app, come up here, import, open and close curly brackets, calculate retirement from utilities, calculate retirement, and .js. Although if you were wondering what is not working, can't use import statement outside of modules. Let me go back here. Oopsie, type module, calculate, and there we go, calculate ret. Perfect. This is working. So we can now get started with our massive function here, and we have so much to do. First things first, let's go ahead and grab on to our elements. And we're going to start off with going on to const current age, and we're going to go to the document and get element by ID. We're going to grab onto the ID of current age. So we're going to just do this for each and every one of them. Now, remember, you could also add here comma sign and then do the next one, but I'm going to leave it in a traditional way this time because I'm also going to create the next const. I'm going to call this current age value, and this one will be the current age dot value, because remember, this is a input and I want from that input the value. I don't want the input itself. And because I want only numbers, remember to pass them into a parse float function. Okay, so now I should console log current age, copy this current age, and now if I calculate, I should get value. Sorry about that. So calculate, not a number, of course it's not, but if I add here 23, then I'm going to get the number. Perfect. Now we're going to do this to each and every one of those inputs. So I'm going to copy the first one, paste this in here. This will be retirement age. So let's grab all of them and retirement and age. Now if I pass down here something, again, let me console log this. Need the value again. So 33, calculate, there we go. Now for the next one will be the monthly savings. So let's also grab onto that one. I'm going a bit faster here, as you can see. I'm going to now change this, this, and this, and type in here monthly and monthly savings. Okay, let's console our monthly savings, see if this works. Type in here something. Perfect. And last but not least, our annual interest rate. For this, we're going to again start to select here everything and change this to interest and rate. Okay, and let's test this also out. 32, 32. Perfect. So I'm going to console log this out. Now, next step would be to create some validations here. Remember, each time we're going to try and do something, we should get a verification. Do not let the user play around with this. Always guide the user. The user, when he starts the application, he should first of all current age dot focus and start the application right here. So if he hits calculate, he should refocus there. Now I'm going to take this out, then copy this current age, go back to the app, and right here at the top, I'm going to dot focus and open and close parentheses, delete this, and pass this into a iffy. You don't know what an iffy is? It's a automatically executed function. Pass it in here into one parenthesis. Also, first of all, let me just show you simply the syntax. Looks like this. Basically, the function is this, and here is called, meaning that function will be called. You can also use here a arrow function. So if you don't do, I'm going to use an arrow function in my example. So if you don't do anything, it's going to look something like this. Open and close parenthesis, then arrow sign, and don't need these parentheses now, and end it with the parentheses here. And this should be automatically executed. As you can see here, the if is down here executed. Oh, I should have here dot value. Then, pass this also into a parenthesis. And there we go. As you can see, also if I refresh, it's going to automatically focus. I don't know if you see that blinking sign, but your arrow should now focus in the very first input tag. So guide your users. Okay, so let me comment this out. You can have it here. Remember, this is IIFE, immediately invoked function expression. That's the IIFE stands for. So as soon as the window loads, this function will be automatically executed. You can also do a document add event listener of onload and then execute this. It's basically the same thing. Now let's go back to our calculate retirement, and we're going to stop here. And next up, we're going to start to add validations. So let's get started with our input validation. Let's also type in here comment input validation, and it's going to have multiple steps. We're going to use each and every one of these fields needs to be validated individually. We're going to start from the top and go to the bottom, of course. And we're going to not only have alerts that's going to tell us what is the problem here, but we're also going to trigger the labels here to change color. Just signifying to the user which label still needs to, or which field still needs to be worked on. So let's start up with our age, current age first of all. So if statement has a couple of logical operators, if the current age value is less or equal to 0, or there we go, or the current age value, remember to use the value, is over 100, because who lives 100 and still wants to get some retirement at the end, and not end, or it is not a number. You always need to check if it's not a number. Or current age, we're just going to use a is not a number function. Current age value, not a number. Then we're going to stop this little application. Oops, I'm also should be outside of the parentheses, move outside the parentheses, move down here. And then we're going to show alert. Oh, first of all, alert, and then current age must be above, actually between 0 and 100, of course. Current. So that's our very first problem. Now, I'm not going to create our alert component. We're going to do this in a separate, dedicated portion of this project. So that's our very first problem. And we're going to current age dot focus again, meaning we are going to stop the application and refocus here. So let's do a refresh. Let's go to the console. Let's just click on calculate and what it should do. And where do we know that we're in here? Where do we know that the cursor is focused? Well, the label will turn blue. Let's click on calculate and we're going to get the alert. And after that, it's going to focus up here. The label just turned blue. So there's our very first problem. Now, in order to stop the application, we're also going to return here. Boom. The application will stop and won't let us proceed. Else, Well, we're going to do something else. We're just going to console log success. There we go. Now we need to do this to each and every of these fields. So let me copy this. Actually, also the comment, current age, paste this down here. We're going to get our retirement age next up. And we're going to change the values to retirement age. So let's just copy that. Boom, boom. Paste them in here. So if retirement age is under 100, the value, or it's above 100, or it's not a number, or retirement age dot value is less than the current age dot value. So you cannot be older than the retirement age and then file for retirement, or try to calculate this, try to calculate your savings, because, well, you are out of time, buddy. Okay, so let's show alert here, or let's alert that retirement month age must be between 0 and 100, then and greater than current age. And why am I doing this? Not that someone would not think about this, but they could mistype. And if they wonder, hey, what the hell, because I did everything correctly, then the application would tell the user what the problem is. Also, that they just misspelled here. Greater. Okay, so, and we're also going to focus on the retirement age. Let's say we get our first error, type something in here, then we're going to move on, and it's going to refocus us, not the value, sorry about that, the retirement age. So the first one should be correct, and then it's going to refocus us on where we had our little mistake. Also, if we add 20, the same age, still will refocus us here. Hey, you still did something wrong, and can tell right here greater than the current age, and we say, oh, it's the same age, or it's less than, it should be greater than the current age. Do 33, then it should proceed. Okay, nothing happens for now, or we should have here console log of success. Yeah, we're getting our success. There we go. Okay, so from both of these lines, we're going to replace this with something else. Okay, we can now proceed and check the next one, which is the monthly savings. So let's copy this, go down here, then change this to monthly, the comment, monthly savings. And we're just going to copy now monthly savings value and replace it all over the place here. And take out the last part, which is to check for if one is greater or than the other. Also here for monthly savings, you can limit those savings to, let's say, 10,000, because, hey, if you're saving more than $10,000 per month, you shouldn't worry about retirement, or you shouldn't even worry about calculating anything. Okay, now retirement. Let's see what we got here. Our error will now look something like this. Monthly savings must be between 0 and 10,000. Say, hey, if you want to have more, then please do so. So we're going to monthly savings now, focus there. Let's say 30, 32, 34, and proceed, and it's going to focus us on monthly savings. Perfect. If you have something in here, then that's too much. Reduce it, and now it is consoling successful. From line 58, which is this little fellow right here. Perfect. Now our very last one will be our annual interest rate. So let's copy this one more time down here and replace this with annual interest rate. Need those percentages. Let's copy annual interest rate dot value. Place it here. Not that one, but here. Place it. You should be also here, but without the value. And we're going to just check here till 100, because more than 100%. Come on. Who's going to do that? And for the error text here, we're going to have interest rate must be between 0 and 100. Okay, so again, to something, and calculate, and you're going to have the interest rate must be between 0 and 100 is going to refocus here. Perfect. Okay, now we're done with this part. Next up, what we're going to do is add those alerts here. So we're going to create not only create, but also style a alert component. So let's start working on our alerts. I'm going to close up the button here. Style, we're going to leave this open, and let's import alert. Now we don't have this file. We're going to create this. So let's copy it. Also, let's move this up above our calculate container. Let's, what error? Oh yeah, it's trying to import something. Don't worry. let's go into CSS folder, paste this in, and .alert class going to be the main class. Let's just add a margin top of 1 rem. Still getting this. Wait, just choose to apply sorry from because 9 tab is not supported. Oh, don't worry about this. It's all good. Because if you get this error, just delete it because the first time when you're loading that, you're going to get that error. Okay, back to our alert. Let's give it a padding 1 rem, then a border radius of var border radius, and a text align center. Okay, now you saw that I had here, or we created in our variables, different colors. Now we're going to use these colors. So let's do something like close up the left part, take our variables, pull them to the right side. Let's start working on our alerts. So if our parent here, now let's do it outside. Doesn't really matter. So we got, if we have also a class of alert dash danger, then we got a background color of var, not car, but var, var and danger dash bg dash color. This, there we go. We have a background color of danger. Then our border color will have a variable color. Why am I typing a car? Var of border color. And last but not least, the color of the text will of course be var and danger bg. Oh, that's color. Danger color. Okay, now I'm going to copy this, paste it down here. Select danger, hold down command or control on a PC. Bum, bum, bum. Press the D key and type in success. And there we go. We just created 3 alerts, or the main alert and then these alerts right here. So I'm going to close up the variables and I'm going to close up CSS file, open up the Explorer, and within our utilities, we're going to create now a show alert.js file here. Now let's export a function that we're going to call show alert, and it's going to accept a message. And when this function is triggered, we're going to first of all create a alert element. So let's type in here const alert element, or LE if you want. I'm going to go to the document, create element. I'm going to create a div. Now, I always create divs because I don't have to explicitly style them as block after that. Okay, now let's add to this div 2 classes. First, we're going to automatically add to the element a class name. And now I'm going to add the entire name of alert and then alert and danger. And why am I doing this? Well, because I'm automatically creating a alert danger when I'm having a problem. So I'll close up this. So this, the very first one will be alert danger. Now it's also going to have a alert element, and its inner HTML will be the message. So from here, the message will be passed down here. It's going to be assigned as the inner HTML. Now remember that in our global style, go with this very quickly. Not in the global, was in the global style? No, the calculator app. We assigned our opacity to the results of 0. Then on show results, we had 1. And we're also going to use a animation here. Why we have this animation is going to also animate in that opacity. But I want to be able to change this using our alerts. So we're going to go ahead here and alert. And you're asking yourself, wait, what does this have to do with our show results? Well, one of the results, as I said, will be an error, for example. So element, style, opacity, I'm going to set opacity to 1. Now, the alert will always be displayed in our results down here. So we're going to go to the document dot get element by ID, and we're going to get the ID of result. In previous projects, we used a parent element. So in whatever parent element we would have passed down here and then down here, that alert, then the alert would be assigned to the parent element. But this time we're going to assign it directly here. So dot append child, and we're going to append the created alert element. Now again, as always, we need to get rid of that little fellow after a specific time. So let's set timeout, and we're going to also type in here function, or you can use arrow functions. We'll close curly brackets, and then let's alert element dot style. We're going to set the opacity to 0 again. So this is different than displaying it as none. Remember. And then we're also going to dot remove the element after that. Now this should take only 3 seconds. So let's add here 3000 milliseconds. Okay. Now let's bring in the show alert in our calculate retirement function. Now you can see this function is passed into the app. So this being the main component or the main file, what I'm going to do is import, first of all, our alert or show alert from utility, show alert. Then down here, where the calculate retirement, where the app is triggered upon this button, I'm going to pass the show alert down here. Okay, just like that. Now, because we passed it down here, we can now go to the function, accept it here, and then go down to each and every one of these verifications and pass down show alert. And instead of the message here, we're going to pass it down here. And also start commenting out the previous alert. So do it here, then do it here and change the text. Also, don't forget to comment out this alert. You can already try this. So if you hit calculate, you should get, whoops, why am I not getting this? I am getting it, but it's not showing. Oh yeah, because we didn't change the, we still need to export it here. So it is showing, but our function didn't finish. So let's go down here. At the very end of our function, we now need to const, grab onto our results. So let's create here a variable result element. Go ahead, go to the document, dot get element by ID. We're going to grab onto the ID of result. And if everything checks out here, then we're going to add our result element dot class list and dot add the class of show dash results. Okay, so now let me just try this one more time. It should work. Let me check the global settings. So actually the calculate container. So if show results is added to this ID, it should change the opacity to 1 and also have that animation effect. So let's also add the animation here by creating, first of all, a animation file. So animation.css, and it's going to be just a simple add keyframe, fade in animation. We're going to go from, you can also use 0% and 100% or from to, so opacity of 0 to a opacity of 1. Let's save it, bring it in, close up that animation. Bring it into your main style file and consider going a very top level. So add import, bring in animation, CSS, and then go to your global and close this up to calculate this little fellow, comment this back in. We're going to use here the fade in animation with 1 second easy in out, and we're going to add a 1 second delay and forwards. Okay, and hey, you should close up. Okay, and now if we click on calculate, then we should get our current age must be between 0 and 100. Oh, and by the way, we'll increase the font here. So go to alert, font weight 600. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so we have now our alert. If we pass this, then you're going to get your next alert. We pass this one, then you're going to get your next alert. Well, oh, let's edit. Let's go further on. So we finished our retirement age. Next we just copy this actually and type in here show alert and comment this out. Now you should calculate, get the alert down here. And then the next one will be copy this, comment it out, then type in here show and capital A alert and done. That's too much. And calculate, and okay, I'm missing, oops, that's too much. I'm missing here the interest rate, and if the interest rate is okay, then we're going to don't get any kind of alert. So what we should get then later on is our result. And this is why I created the success over here, this little fellow, because this will be then activated when we have here a successful calculation. Okay, so we still need to add here the label checking, and that's what we're going to do next up. Now we can move on to have the second validation will be to handle the label error or success messages here. And as I showed you in our finished project, if we're going to have a label that is not going to be completed or completed accordingly, then we're going to change the color of the label. For the moment, well, let me just refresh here. When we click into an input tag, the label will assume it's blue color, signifying that we're focusing on the specific input. Now, if one of the inputs is incorrect, and we hit calculate and the first label is incorrect, then the focus color would change to this cyan color. Now, if we leave that label, then it's going to change to red color, signifying, hey, you have to go back there. Always communicate with the user, don't forget. User, go back there and fix that specific color. So in order to fix the color of the labels, we need to create a JavaScript file that is going to watch for what is happening. So if that input is correctly or incorrectly completed. So for example, if we complete this correctly and hit calculate again, then it's going to move to the next one, but the very first label will be now green. So in order to create this, let me close up show alerts and let's move to utilities. Create a new file. We're going to call it handle labels.js. Okay, let's export it. Handle labels. And we're actually going to export here two functions. So let's go back here, jump back to the export because I forgot the function keyword. So first things first, we're going to handle or export a handle error label. So handle error and label. Now, this is the perfect moment to show you that we could basically export two functions from one single file. So here, we're not only going to export the label, but we're also going to, or not only export the error label, we're also going to export the success label. So let's change error to success, and we're basically going to export two labels. Now, let's quickly check if we can use both of them. I'm going to just console log here error, and here I'm going to console log success. Now, both of them can be now imported at the very same time into our main app file. And we're going to go up here before our show alerts, and we're going to import open and close curly brackets. And now we want to import two things from a single file, meaning that we can import them both in here. So handle error label and handle success label. Okay, they will be comma separated and also end with a comma, and then will be both imported from utilities and handle labels.js. Now we need to pass, I could just initiate one of them. So let's click on our application, move back to our application, inspect. And if I would initiate them here, so handle label error, and I should already get a console log of error. There we go. And if I would also initiate here the handle label and success, initiate the function here, that we're going to get also the handle label error and success. Okay, so both of them are initiated. Now we need to use them in our calculate here in our calculate retirements. So I'm going to pass them both in here like this, but without initiating them. So with show alert to comma handle error label and handle success label. So both of them are now pushed down here, as you need here, comma. Let's also copy them, go into our calculate retirement JavaScript file, and now accept them right here at the top. And now we can make use of them. So let's test them out. Let's go in our very first verification when we're validating our inputs. And we're going to go here in our very first one when we're checking the current age right here. And before the return, we're going to also here handle label and pass in the, you know what, I'm going to close this up and pass in only one of them, and that is the error label. Okay, else I'm going to console log the success label. Also, I'm going to move this down and now comment out success, hit save. Now, if I click on calculate, I should get error because this is empty. So let's try this. Okay, I'm going to get that error, console log here. Also, I'm going to get the alert error. And now if I type something in here, I should get success. Let's try again, and there we go, success. I'm going to get the error from the retirement age. Now, we know they work, so let's start copying them. Basically, I could, what would be the easiest way? Starting from here, I'm going to start actually starting from the comment. I'm going to move down and copy them here, then always copy over the return. Here, for annual interest rate here, and that's it. I should get now all of them. So let's try this out. 32, success and error. That's the second one. So if we type something in here, 54, I should get success, error. These are the first two. Let me delete this. So success, success. I have two completed. The third one is an error. The cursor will be focused in here. The label is blue for now. I'm going to change this. And then if we complete this, we should get, going to delete the console, should get 3 successes and 1 error. Perfect. Hit the console again. I'm going to type in here 2, interest rate, click calculate, and should get 4 successes. Perfect. Now let's go back to our handle labels, and now let's complete the handle labels functions here. And comment out console log, comment out console log, and start with handle error label. Okay, first things first, we're going to create here a const. We're going to call it label, because what we need to do here is grab on from the input tag, because this is the only thing we actually grab on. Now remember, we're passing down our labels in a specific function. We are checking, for example, the very first one. We are checking if the inputs are correct. Now the label function here does not know which label from the entire DOM we actually want to control. In order to tell it that we want to control this little label here, we need to tell it that we want to control from the input tag, well, its neighbor. And we can select here from the DOM something called the sibling. So we're going to need the input, which is the current, so not the value, but the input. We're going to pass in the input here, current, age, and as I said, not the value. Also going to pass it in here. So we got the input, okay? The input from current age is current age for both of them. We're going to go back to our labels, and we're going to accept here in both of them. We're going to click here and click here, holding the Alt or Option, and going to type in input. So wherever input will be passed down here, will be considered. So now label const label is equal to input. And from that input, we're going to select the next element and sibling. Okay, so this is basic JavaScript. We're going to copy this, paste it also down here. We just accepted the label, because the next sibling, if you take a look in your HTML here, let's take our very first label. This is the input tag, and its sibling will be the label. Okay, so each time these functions will be triggered, they are going to check an input and going to assign that input's next element sibling, which will always be the label, as the label here, and assign it to that variable. Now after that, we're going to label.classList. First of all, remove, and we're going to remove here the class of success. Now why am I removing it? Well, because actually if this would be recalculated, I'm going to just do just in a couple of seconds, then label.classList.add, after we remove the success class, the error class. So let me explain this. If this little label will now result in an error, click here on calculate, you can see the color change to teal. This is because it's overwriting, it's mixing red with blue. They both now one over each other. Now if I click outside, you can see the label is now red. Now if I complete this, it should turn out to green, but it doesn't. It still remains in that red color. So in order to turn it to green, we're going to take these two fellows, go down here, and first of all remove error instead of success, and then add success. So what do I mean by that? Well, let's try this out. Let's leave it empty, calculate, we're going to get an error, the label is red. So now if we complete it, what should it do? Well, it should handle error, and in handle error, first of all, it's going to remove actually down here. Now we need to have a successful label. So first of all, it's going to remove the error class and then add a success class to it. Let's try this out. And there we go. It's now green. Now on the opposite side, if I would delete something here, try to recalculate it, it should re-add that error label, not that error class, but it should first of all remove the success class, because for the moment it's going to have the class of success. Now we need to do this to each and every of these little fellows right here. So in each and every handle error, handle label, we need to add the current input that we are. So you can just copy it from here, from focus, copy, click once here, hold down Option, click once in the next one, and paste it in. Move to the next function, monthly savings, select it, copy it, click once here, hold down Option or Alt, click in the second one, paste it in. And then for the last one, copy interest rate, click once here, then click once here, paste it in, and we should be now good to go. So let's try this out. Error 32, green, red, 53, green, they should be red, yes, some kind of number, calculate, green, and 2, and calculate, and they're all green now. Perfect. So I hope this was pretty clear how I did it. I select it from the input that I'm currently in its sibling element or its next sibling element, which was the label, but they're just displayed here facts reverse. Remember that, because if we take a look in our HTML, the label is actually after. Now, if it was the other way around, it would be a sibling. Oh, I forgot how it was. Let me just quickly check this. Oh, actually, it would be previous. So if I would just console log here, I'm going to copy this, comment it out, and if I type in here previous element sibling, let's create an error. Also going to console log here, console log, then label. Let's create in the very first one an error. Well, it's null because it doesn't have a sibling. But if I would add here in the form group a paragraph tag, let's add a h1. h1 sibling. Yeah, I typed in something stupid. So the sibling is now after it, but remember it's flex reverse. So if I will hit now, calculate, it's going to select that h1, okay? Because it's before the input tag. So it's previous element sibling and next element sibling is the label from the input tag, okay? So let's delete this. Hope you understood now my example. And with this, we can move on. Now that we're done with our validations, we can now move on to actually calculate and display the retirement savings. So I'm going to close up handle labels, leave open app, but calculate container. Yeah, I'm also going to leave that one up, and index, I'm going to close you up. So let's go ahead and actually calculate our retirement here. I'm going to go here and type in calculate retirement savings. Okay, now we need to do this before we're exporting it to the DOM. So let's go ahead and first of all calculate the years until, well, we need to retire. And this is going to be it here const. Let's call it year until retirement. And this is going to simply be equal until retirement. This is going to be simply equal to the retirement age, this right here, and subtract the current age. You're going to get a number out of it. So retirement age and value, that is, you have access to the value. And then from this, we're going to subtract the current age value. Now that we have our years until we retire, we can now calculate the monthly interest rate by creating a const. We're going to call it monthly interest and rate, and we're going to assign it to interest rate value. We're going to divide it by 100 and then divide it by 12 months in order to get, so 100 in order to get a percentage, or you could do that is 12 and 100. So 12 months and 100, so for each and every month, we're going to get interest rate that we type in here, but we divide it by 12 because this is the annual interest rate and you want to get the monthly interest rate and you want to get it in percentages. This is why we're dividing it by 100. Now, how many months are there in the year? Well, we're going to get ourselves our total months by taking the years until retirement and multiplying them by 12, resulting months. Remember, these are years and we want to have months, so we are going to just multiply it by 12, equal to the number of months in 1 year. Next, we're going to initiate here a let for the future value. So future value, we're going to assign it to 0. Now our future value will be dependent on the monthly savings value. That will be then multiplied. There's just a function there, and that's just a simple economic function there. The monthly savings value will be then multiplied by 1 plus the monthly interest rate, resulting in the future values. So for this, we're going to first of all create a for loop, and we're going to initiate this. Let I is equal to 0, and until I is less, there's multiple ways you can do it. Total is less than total months. This is going to start iterating I++, meaning that we're going to take our future value and we're going to assign it to future value plus the monthly savings, remember, value. We're going to wrap this into parentheses, and then we're going to multiply it by opening close parentheses, 1 plus, it's just a formula, so bear with me on this one, plus the monthly interest rate, that is. Okay, so this will start iterating and get us the future value. Now we already have our results here, and we're also going to add the class of show to it, as long as everything here will pass the validation test. And then within our results element, we're now going to add, using template literals, our little results. And remember that we created that alert success class. Well, this is where that's going to come into play. So let's create another const, call it result text. And this will just be the text or the HTML actually. I can also call it result HTML because this is going to be the HTML elements that are going to be inserted in our results element. So we're going to start here by creating a div, open and close div. This is going to have a class of alert and then alert dash success. I'm going to have here a text of estimated retirement savings. We're going to create a column and then a span tag. So open and close span tag. And within our span tag, we're going to insert our variable. So we need to do a $, open and close curly brackets, and future values and .to fixed, because don't want to have too many trailing zeros. So 2 fixed, and we're going to remain at 2, or you could also do 3 if you want. Okay, so all we need to do now is add this result HTML to our result element. So result element dot inner HTML, and we're going to assign it is equal HTML. What am I doing here? And we're going to assign the result HTML to our result element. So let's try this out. Let's do here a 37, 67, let's do something simple, 1000, 2%, calculate. And there we go. There are our results. Estimated retirement savings and this value. So I'm not very pleased with this. I want to add after 1000 here a comma, because as we have it in our finished project. So let's do the what am I doing here? 37, 67, 1000 to calculate. See, it's going to look like this. Also, we're going to have a million. Then it's going to add another one. And I'm missing the $, if I'm correct. Yep, I'm missing the $. So first of all, we're going to add to this $, another $. And in order to convert that, we need to do something interesting. We're going to create a function with a regular expression. So let's go down here and create a function. We're going to call it add commas. Now, whatever number will be passed into this function, let's pass in number. Whatever number will be passed into this function will return at the end the number dot toString, and we're going to add here a replace now. And now let's start adding in this template literal. Now I'm not going to go into template literals. I do have a complete JavaScript course where I cover template literals, but this will be basically the string that is going to transform, or this will be the template literal that is going to transform your value to add a comma after each 1000 number. So let's try this out. Let's do here something funky. Let's do 37, 67. Let's say we're going to have 2500. We're going to got 3.5 interest rate, which is a lot. Let's calculate, and it didn't add. Oh, I didn't use the function. Sorry about that. So in order to use the function, we're going to wrap our entire future value to fix and so on and so on. We're going to wrap it into that function. So in here, we're going to add commas. We're going to wrap everything here into that function. Let's try this out one more time. Sorry about that. 67, 2500. Let's add 3.5%. And there we go. 1 million. So there's our first comma. 593,000. The next comma, because this is 3000. So comma. And 165 point, because now we're trailing 07, and we only have 2 numbers after our trailing zeros. And that's the estimated retirement savings that you're going to get here, or that you're going to have when you're done retiring. So that's not a lot, isn't it? But let's see how we can change, or what could we change here, and how would this influence our changing. So we're going to close out this console log. How would this influence our results by adding this to a list, to our little table down here? So we're going to take care of the table next up. Now let's start working on our table. So I'm going to close our calculate retirement, go to app, type in here table. Now in order to work with our table, we still first of all need to grab onto this little add button and add a new row. Then that row will be composed of all of the entered values here and also the result. So first things first, we're going to go to the document dot get element by ID, and we're going to grab onto the ID of add from this button. So get element by ID from add, then add a event list of onClick to it, onClick, and then we're going to initiate here a function that is going to add a row. Close. And that's basically what it's going to do. When we're going to click on this button, it's going to add a row to the table. So let's create this function, add row. Let's copy the name, open this up, click on utilities, new function, add row.js, and export function add row.js, and let's just console log here the string of add row. Okay, let's open up inspect console, click on add, and add row is not defined document. Oh, yep. We also need to import it. What am I doing? So import, open close curly bracket, bring in our add row function from utility, so far and so on. And now if I click here, add row was console log, meaning the function is working. So let's go ahead and grab onto a couple of elements here. Now let me just quickly explain what we're going to do. When we're going to add a row, we are basically going to grab onto all of the elements, values from our input, from our calculator. So this is why I didn't create a global getElements function, because that would get the elements at the start of the program. And now we're kind of nearing us at the end, or after one step of the program, and that step was that we added here values. So the initial values that would have been got at the start of the program are different from the values that we entered now, meaning that we again need to grab onto all of the values. So I'm going to go to calculate retirement and copy this part right here, going to add row, paste it in here, and you could either leave it this way or do something like this. Cut out this part and paste it in here, resulting in exactly the same thing, but it's much shorter. So once again, we want to grab on to the retirement age.value. So document get element by ID, retirement age dot value. This is going to return the value for us. Okay, the next one will be document get element by ID, monthly savings. I'm just showing you different ways to do things. Copy this, then cut this part out, paste it in here, and we should be good to go. So now we have the values. Now before this, when I did it here, I also needed the input field. This is why I did one for the value, one variable for the value, and one variable for the element, and one variable for the value, because I also used not only the value, but here also the element when I was focusing back into that element. Let's close this one up. But here I only need the values, and these are the current values. So when I'm going to just think about it, this is what not only the UI UX design is important, but also to think for the user how he could mess up. And one of the way he could mess up is by leaving these fields empty, try to add, and then something would be added here. And we don't want that. We only want this add button to work, or add something in our table, when everything is picobello completed perfectly. Now, next up, let's get our results here. So let result element, we're going to go to the document, get element by ID, and we're going to get the result ID. Now think about it. What is this result? What does this result look like when we click on this button? Well, this result contains then the completed calculation. Before that, our result will just look like this, an empty div. So if I would grab on to the element from the DOM before calculating it, this would only return a div for me. And we don't want that. What we want is to return the content of that result, which would be a calculated retirement sum. Okay, let's close up our index. Now, after we get our results, now we're going to grab onto the to the body, calling it table body, document.get element by ID. You can also use query selector, but let's just stick to get element by ID. And let's grab onto table body. And well, let's try it. Let's console log here result. Okay, so if I would click here, it's going to grab onto the result. But if I would complete this with some kind of values, it's going to get me not only this div, but it is going to be filled with stuff. Okay, so next step would be to create here some sort of validation, or actually a validation that only then we should grab onto these values, or only then, because at the moment, let me do here save, let me refresh. if I click on this, it's going to get me the results, and I don't want it. I don't want it to get me the results. I want it to first of all check if everything is okay. So if there was a successful calculation, and only then can be a successful calculation when all of these fields are completed correctly. So let's do this next up. So let's check if everything is okay in our calculations. Only then this little button should work, or it should console log for now the results. Now in order to do that, let me show you something. Remember that when we calculated here everything, that show results class was added to our results ID, and only then this was displayed. So actually if I click here, you can see I console log the results, and it doesn't have anything, it just has an ID of result. Now if I would add here some kind of and click here, you're going to see that results has also the class now show results. So we can use this. We can use this by going up here and asking the question if we're going to negate now result element, grab onto our result element here, dot class list dot, we're going to use now contains the name of, or the class of show dash results. Then I'm going to go here and then I'm going to go here and alert. Actually, I can now pass in our alert. So I'm going to pass in the alert, although passing our alert here of please fill in all the fields, exclamation. Yes, and this will not work here. So in order to pass down our show alert, we need to go outside the app, except here a show alert in our add row function. I'm going to cut this out. This is not React. Go up here, my app, and then pass down here, or import here show alerts, and pass it down in this little function in add row. So show alert, and now has already been declared. Oh, I don't need to import it. That's right. Show alert. Yes, we already brought in show alert here. So now if I would click on add here, it's going to alert me that please fill out all fields. And it also console logged the alert, but you saw it didn't have the results class to it. Now, if I would now calculate here correctly everything, I'm going to add, click on calculate. Now, if I click on this button, then I'm not going to get that alert, but I'm going to get now the complete results. So after I got my results, I actually want to clear all of these fields and push them into my table. In order to do that, because maybe I want to do a different calculation or a new calculation afterwards, I also will have all of the values. So after, let's go back to add row. After we validated here, after we validated here that everything is okay, we should now clear all fields and results. Now we're going to check if the table is actually displayed. Now our table is displayed and we need to get rid of it. So our table, let's go to our CSS here and style our table. So we don't have the table here. We need to create a table.css file, bring it into our main CSS file, and import, bring in our table CSS, go to the table and grab onto it. So table body. And now let's add to it a class of dNone. Or actually, we do know that there is a class of dNone. We're going to display it now as none. Okay. And our table should now, table body. Now let me check our HTML. So table body, if it has the class of display none, well, then it should display as none. There we go. Okay, I misspelled here something. So now our table is gone. Now in order to bring back the table, we're going to work on this in the next one. We're going to style the table and also add an animation to it. Let's go ahead and display our table here when we're clicking on our add button. And for this, we're first going to go back to row, grab onto our table, going to add here a comment of, I'm going to use the clear results later on, but for now, display table. And we're going to display our table by first of all checking if the table.body, the table body class list dot contains the class of display none, so dNone. Then we're going to, outside. Then we're going to remove that class. So table class list dot remove the class of display none, so dNone. And then we're going to go to the document dot query selector, and we're going to select the class of calculate container. So calculate calculator dash container. Scroll up a bit. And to this, we're going to add now the class, to this class list, add the class of display. Okay, so let's go ahead, click on this. It's going to fail. Oh, what am I doing here? Play, remove. Okay, so this is going to fail, but it's going to display the table because we forgot to add here a return to, there we go, to our validation. So if this is false, then return. Let's try this again. Not going to display anything, but if we complete this successfully and to calculate and add, it's going to display it. Also, let me just clear this one up. If I would just completely successfully, but clicking on add, it would not add the table. I'll still need to calculate it. Don't forget, it's going to it's going to look for if show results is edited. Show results can only then be added if all of these steps are completely successfully. So this is a pretty smart way of doing validations. Always relying yourself on the very last step of the previous process in order to start the next process. So if I click here on calculate, everything is okay, and it's going to display me the table. Now let's go back to our table here, because I also want to do a bit of styling. So let's grab onto the key body again, full body, and let's display this as block. Let's also add a margin of 0 and auto. Let's change the background color to var and dash bg color. Is also, I'm going to close this up. So there's our table. You know what? I'm going to close this up and bring this a bit more close so you get to see it this way. Okay, so there's our table. Add a bit of padding, 20 pixels. Add a box shadow of the same box shadow. So var and dash box dash shadow. Then we're going to limit its width by using max width, and we're going to limit it to 600 pixels. Okay, and one last thing, we're going to create here a couple of animations. So I'm going to create here animation, and let's go to CSS and animations. I'm going to create here a display table. So add keyframe, we'll call this display table. And just as we have it in a finished project, we're going to display the table. Let's do here something. Calculate, add. We're going to display the table with an animation by pushing the table to the right and also pushing our calculator to the left. So let's do this by telling our table that you're going to go from, going to go to, come back to from, a opacity of 0 and a transform translate on the x-axis with -200 pixels, meaning we're going to come from the left side with -200, and we're going to go to the right side with an opacity of 1 and back to 0. Okay, now let's add our animation here. So we called it display table. The display table will be now brought in 1 second, ease in, out. Okay, and you can see if I do a refresh now. Oh, not refresh, damn it. So sorry about that. Let's add here a couple of values and calculate, add a table, and there we go. Our table is now displayed. I think I'm missing also a border radius here. So table, border, yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter where we are. Border radius of the var of border radius. Okay, there we go. Now these little fellows are displayed as flex. So what we could do now is go to our HTML. Our table is after everything, so it's basically in the app here, and we're going to add here now a gap 20 pixels and this should now add a gap. Let me inspect this. Oh, the app container. Yes, the body. Sorry about that. So the body, and add here the gap. Okay, there we go. There's the gap. Also, we got to do now something like this. It's going to push it down. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back. That's pretty much it for. And let's also, one last thing I still want to do here is in our global CSS, where we have our table body, when we have also our responsive form, we're going to go here and add an animation. We're going to call this one display table again. I'm going to do this just in order for you to have also this example. So 1 second, ease in, ease out. And we're going to create a keyframe within this media query. So you could just go ahead into animations, copy this keyframe, paste it in here, and just change this to y-axis. So this is going to be y-axis, This is going to be y-axis. If you do this, then you're going to have your table dropping down. Now, if you would change this, you're going to have your table, as you can see, oops, I mean, let's make this small again. So hit save, I'm going to make your table slide out. Change the format, table, hit save again, will come from the top. Okay, so let's drag this back here. We're pretty much done with this part. Now, next up, we should start working on adding here our values to the table. And this would mean that we're actually going to create here a row in our JavaScript. So let's start doing this. So let's start creating and adding a row to the table with some values. For this, we're going to close up global style. We don't need this anymore. Table, we're going to leave open. Need to style then the rows in just a couple of seconds. Animation is going to be closed up. Calculate container going to be closed up. Index close up. Style. I think we're done with everything. App. No, we still need it. And let's go into add row. Let's here type in a comment add create and add new row. Now, first things first, we're going to create a row. So const, got to call it new row. We're going to go to the document, create element, and we're going to create here a tr, table row. Now, this little fellow needs to have some kind of content in there. So we're going to take the new row element that we just created and dot inner HTML. We're going to assign it to a template literal. And now let's populate this with a couple of TDs. So I'm going to do this TD. I'm going to get a dollar sign, open close curly brackets. And now I'm going to copy this TD 4 times. So and paste it in 4 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and actually 5. Now we're going to have, first of all, here our current age value. So we're going to grab onto each and every value from our input fields. We need the age value, we need the retirement value, we need our monthly savings value, and we also need our interest rate value. And then we're going to grab onto the results, and from the results, result.query selector, we're going to select, let's just take a look in our result. We're going to show this here. Oh, let's do our results. So no, that's not not going to calculate. So let's do here, and like that, 12, add, and oh, shouldn't have added. Okay, calculate, inspect, and in our results, just going to grab the results, we're going to see here that this little fellow is, the value is in a span tag. Okay, now I'm going to grab onto the span tag from here and then copy its inner text. So we're going to go here, query selector. We're going to grab onto the span and then delete that little parenthesis. And then from it is going to, I'm going to grab onto the inner text and assign it here as a result. Then last but not least, we also need to be able to delete that value. So here's the little delete button. And for this, we're just going to create, you know what, I don't need the dollar sign. We're going to create here in the TD a button tag. So button, and this button is going to have the class of btn and btn-delete. Okay, and we're just going to have here a x. That's it. Now we're done with this part. Now let's step outside and let's add new row to the table. Okay, so we're going to go in here, grab onto the table body dot append child, and we're going to append that new row that we just created. Boom. So let's try this out. Our application. Let's try it out without completing this. We're going to have our failed alert here. So let's try adding something to it. 2% calculate, add, and there we go. There's our value. Now, if I would add another one, let's add it as it is. Just change this to 2.5 and 67, so we see some kind of difference. So there's another one. Now let's style this because I don't like it. I don't like how this looks. I don't like it at all. So go into table and then grab onto, let's also grab onto the calculate per container. And when it has the class of display on it, then we're going to animation and also add here an animation of display bulk container. We're going to take 1 second and ease in out. Let's quickly create that animation in animations. I know how could forget about this. I'm going to copy this to replace the name with display calc container, and it's just going to have a transition on x-axis of 200, and there we go. Okay, so it's going to also transit that way. And if I also need to add this to our global variables in our here, so I'm going to add this display calc container on the y-axis, y and y. Okay, that's actually how I want to have this. And this little fellow should, that's too much. Let's only do it from 50. That's much better. Okay, so we're done with this. Now let's style our, you can close up animation, close up global, go to the table, and let's start styling our table rows. Now, I don't want to style each and every table row. I like them as they are. But what I'm going to do is first of all, grab onto the TD and say text align center. Much better. So each and every one is underneath of the table head. Now for the TRs, I'm not going to style each and every one of them. I'm just going to style the evens. So every second one of them. Meaning I'm going to use nth child and then pass in even. And each of them is going to have a background attachment, but filter. And I just want to, background filter, I just want to increase their brightness. So I can do brightness and increase it by 1.5. This is also 150%. Now, what is going on here? Background filter and bright. Are there brightness and why aren't you background? Oh, there we go. Okay, background filter. And as you can see, the brightness is now different. Okay, now I'll also style a little button here. Or should I leave this? Yeah, I think I'm going to leave it. We're going to work on the button. Later on, we want to delete the fields. Or we could just do it right now. Let's do it right now. So let's go to our button CSS. And here's our delete button. Now let's also grab onto .btn dash delete. And let's first of all change its background to a transparent. Whoa, wait. It should have the general style of a button. So let me check. Add row. Oh, there's a little problem. So let's add once more some sort of values here. And let's add you to calculate add. Okay. So there's the general style for the button. Now let's change it by changing its background color. Now the background color is already set, so I'm going to make it transparent here. Next, I'm going to add to it a border of 1 pixel solid and var. And then the danger color, not border radius, danger dash color. Okay. Now I'm going to reduce the padding to just 0.4 rem. And after that, I'm going to grab onto the parent selector. And when I'm going to hover over that button, I'm going to change the background color to the var of danger dash color. Okay. So if I'm going to hover over this button, it's going to change it to completely red. Perfect. So that's it for this part. Now let's move on to resetting these fields when we're adding a element. So now that we can add a new row, we should be able, after each and every row added and every results added to this table, to completely reset this little form, actually a form, but to completely reset or calculate it by clearing all of the fields, clearing the results, and also resetting the labels. This is really important because without that, we cannot reuse our validation. So I'm going to close up Bitin CSS table, CSS, and right here in our row, now we can clear our fields. Actually, we could do here, go up here, do another comment, general reset. So yes, the first step will be to clear our fields, meaning that we're going to grab onto the values again. So document, our query selector, we're going to select our ID of current age. And from this, we're going to select the value and we're going to reset it to nothing. Oops, it should be outside. Dot value and reset it to an empty string. We're going to do this for each and every one of our retirement age, for example, for our monthly savings and for interest rate. Okay, so let's try this out. Calculate, add, and all of the values are reset. Now let's take care of our results here, and that's pretty simple. Let's clear result. We're going to get our result element dot class list, and then we're going to remove the class from it, which was show results. Okay, and last but not least, we're going to remove all label alerts. Okay, And for this, we're going to go to the document. We're going to use query select, and this time all. We're going to select all of the label tags. So label. And we're going to perform now directly here a for each loop on them. And we're going to take each element. Then we're going to grab onto those elements and check if they have in the class list a class of error or success, and just do a remove. Now I'm going to show you how you can remove two classes. Basically, just going to add in the first class. So first class will be error, then comma, and then success in a string. Okay, and if you're done with this, then you should be good to go to do a new calculation. So let's test this. And some kind of thing, and 2% calculate. Now we see that we have green all over the place. Everything is filled out. We have our results, and if we add it, then everything is now reset, except in this one. So results, class list, remove, show. That is strange. Let me inspect, and it's removed, but it's still showing. Just check here. I did something wrong in my CSS then. So to calculate the container result, and if it has, oh, I didn't display it as none, I think. Or didn't reset the opacity. Oh, and by the way, I forgot also to not only remove show results, but also then results element dot inner HTML. We're going to reset it to absolutely nothing. So let's try this out again. And something here, edit, calculate, and there we go. It's completely empty now. And ready for a new one. Add now this one to our next element. Okay, so next thing that we're going to do is to delete one of the results or one of the elements in the table, one of the rows in the table, whenever we click on this little button. So let's go ahead and delete it. Okay, now let's delete a row from the table. For this, we need to grab onto our delete button. Now our delete button is not in our global scope when we launch the application. So this is why we're going to grab onto the delete button within our add row function right here. So let's go down here, comment, delete a row. As I said, we first need to grab onto the button. So let's create here variable const delete btn. We're going to go ahead and check in the new row that we just created. We're going to use query selector, and we're going to grab on to the element of button. Now to this delete button, we're going to add a onClick event. And when this is triggered, it's going to call upon the delete row function. Now we don't have this function, so we need to create it and pass it down in here. Add it as an argument to this function. So we need to go outside to the app. After show alert, we're also going to add our delete row. And now we need to create and import that delete row. So let's go ahead in utilities, right click, create new file, delete row.js. Let's export here. Not default, export the function of delete row. Open and close. Now the function will first of all accept a event. We're going to assign that event then to a variable called button clicked. Button clicked, and it's going to be the event.target, meaning that whichever button we're going to click within our table that we're going to generate is going to store it here in the event. Then we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this row to, so row to delete. This is going to be the button clicked dot. Now I need to show you something. So let's add here. Would this even let me execute? Calculate, add. And from here, the button needs now to delete this entire field. Now this is the parent. And once again, parent element. I'm going to take a look in here. Drag this up. So within our table, we have a table row, and I'm going to click on the button, which is also in a table row. I could have just take it out of the table row, but I still wanted to have it in here. So the parent of the button is this table column, this table element. And now it needs to go outside and delete the table row. So it's parent, that's once, and then element. And then once again, dot parent element. So just copy this. Once again, parent element. Now let's go ahead, const table body is equal to the row to delete dot parent element. Now we got everything that we need. So let's do here verification. If, first of all, we're going to have here confirm, because we don't want to just click on that delete button and delete the element. Maybe we made a mistake. So first of all, if confirm, and we're going to ask here, are you sure you want to delete this row, question mark. And if the answer with yes, well, then this will proceed with outside. This application would proceed with grabbing onto the table body dot remove child. And now we're going to we first of all appended the child using the append child element. We appended a row, and then we're going to remove the row to be deleted. Okay. Now, if the table dot body dot first of all, let me show you what will happen. We'll show you this later on. So let's add something. It should be even larger. One, calculate, add another one and calculate, add it. So if I will click on the first one, let's say the first one, and to delete that, pass it down, import it here. I should have imported for that. Import, delete row. That's going to reset everything. So let's just try this out. I should delete one row, add and delete it. Going to ask me, are you sure? Yes, so it's gone. Now the problem is, let me add now two of them. Add and something, add. The problem is, let's say I'm going to delete this one. Then I also want to delete this one. The problem is at the end. Why is this table still showing it? It has nothing in it. In order to solve this problem, you're going to go to delete row. And if the table body dot children dot length, what am I doing? Children dot length is triple equal to 2, then we're going to grab onto the table body dot class list, and we're going to add again that the non-class to it. Okay, and afterwards we're going to grab onto the document dot query selector. We're going to grab onto the calculator container, calculator dash container, and we're going to also remove from here, so class list dot remove the display class from it, resetting that animation. So let's try this out. I'm going to add one, add another age. Okay, this is large. So calculate, too much. Calculate, add, perfect. There's our first element. Then let's add another one. Say we're 12 years old. We have until 25, and we're going to retire using cryptocurrencies. Yeah, and let's calculate and add it, and now we can delete them one after another, and then the table will gone. Okay, simple as that. Okay, everyone, so let's do another one here. Hope you enjoyed this little project. Hope you had a lot of fun, and especially hope you learned a lot. And with this being said, I'm going to calculate my retirement here. 48, 60, I don't know where I'm going to retire. Never. Infinite. Then something. Ooh, that would be great. Let's say 3.5%, or that's not enough money. Okay, so hope you had fun. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned a lot, and see you in the next one. Or see you soon if I'm going to update this with some kind of new functionalities. Okay, bye-bye. Welcome to the stock market watch list app. Now, this is a future-packed application. You're going to be able to pack this application full with everything that you need to have a successful market watch application. Up here, we're going to have a short information bar for things that are going up and down. Well, basically, you can add to this anything that you want. Currently, we have the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the euro-dollar exchange rate. So that's basically Forex. Now, next up, we're going to have here heat maps. This is what the application will start. You can also change the heat maps with analytics. This is going to give you analytics of a specific application. Also going to have a details analytics optionality to it. But first of all, let's go back to the heat maps. The heat maps are for stocks, which is then in sectors. I'm going to talk about the sectors just in a couple of seconds. Then you have crypto, and you got Forex. Forex meaning foreign exchange. Foreign exchange. So that's your euro dollar, your euro yen, your dollar yen if you want. So everything crisscross. Okay, now you can also watch for specific sectors. For example, if you want to check out the technology sector, just click on the technology sector, and here you can zoom in and see what is going up, what is going down, with how much. Also, these are the percentages. These are the percentages for how much they went up or down in one day. This is the D right here. And also how much, you can zoom in, zoom out using the scroll button, how much, and then you can click this, how much they occupy from the sector. So the largest momentarily in the technology sector is Microsoft, then followed by Google, Meta, and so far and so on. Okay. Now you could also check out specific stocks from here. but we're going to take a look at that in the details section. Okay, then you have your crypto, basically your Bitcoin, your Ethereum, your Tether, Binance, Solana, so forth and so on. And you got your Forex, where we talked about Forex. Now, if you want to do some different or some detailed analysis of a application, you're going to go to analysis. Also, if this little navigation bar bothers you, then you can just close it up and open it up again when you need it. Okay, that just gave me an idea. If it's in close mode, hey, we're going to do something. So if it's in close mode, we're going to shrink down its opacity. So I'm going to already do it right now. So opacity and 0.5 or even less, 0.3 are divisible. Okay, and then when we are going to hover on it, it increases its opacity. Perfect. Yeah, so that's much better. It's no longer bothering us. Okay, so you can change to the analytics tab. Now this tab is packed with functionalities. You can have here basically bars or candles. You can have lines. You can have different type of lines like this and so forth and so on. You can have indicators. RSI, relative strength indicator, is going to show up down here. You can change, of course, you can have all the information about that, what are experts saying, buy, technicals, the buy sign, analytics rating, so almost the buy, dot plots, revenues, detailed income, then what's hot and what's not. Tesla is hot momentarily. Then upcoming events in the calendar, you have here API, crude oil stocks change, bam, 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 bam. A lot of stuff. You can also go up here, change it to Microsoft. You can change it to Microsoft Corporation. You can also look for your own stock map. Basically, this is Milano, if I'm not wrong. This is London. This is Cetra. This is Germany, Brazil, Mexico. You can change it from different stock markets. Get your information from there. Okay, you also change this to, wait a second, this should be way down here. A daily view, 5 days view, a 1 year, 3 months, 6 months, year to date, year, 5 years, and all of the years till 1987. Whoa, or 86 even. March. A couple of days before that, little Norbert was born. Okay, so changing back to map. And yeah, exciting application. Hope you're ready. Let's get started. Come on. So let's do a little setup, and I'm also going to talk about the application just a little bit. I think go until here. Let's see how this looks. Analytics. Oh, this is going to be hard. Yeah, nevertheless, so we're going to shrink this a bit together. Let's create a new folder here. Copy the boilerplate. Copy, paste it here. Going to be the application number 5. Delete this, and let's type in stock market watcher. Just watch. Yeah. Stock market watch. Okay, quick cleanup. Yeah, we're going to have only one script file in scripts, and we're going to have one style file. So if you wonder yourself why, well, it's pretty simple, because most of what you see here is actually done in HTML. And yes, you're going to encounter this because sometimes you have to integrate APIs within your HTML. It's not hard to do, but you still need to know how to do that and how to manipulate them. So most of the stuff that you see here, excepting this nav here, is done using HTML, kind of copy paste, but not what we're going to do. I'm going to take you through the steps so you also understand what this application, what the individual options actually do. So I'm just going to change here. Don't need this H1 and also this. We don't need it. Just save this. We're going to have our app, and that's kind of it. Next, we can show you something. Most of the stuff we're going to get from here. So go to search in Google for trading viewer, exactly as it states here, then .com. And then when you're on the page, you're going to land. You're also going to find this in your resources. You're going to go to for business, then all widgets. Don't worry, this is completely free. Everything is free here. We're going to go to all the widgets, and we're going to basically use these widgets from here. Okay, so these are the widgets that we're going to use. I'm going to click then on get widget, and I'm going to explain to you a bit later on how these widgets actually work. Okay, although they look pretty simple, you still need to add a couple of things. So this is kind of it for the introduction and for our setup. We can now move on and get started with our we already have a boilerplate, but with our HTML and adding those widgets. So let's go into our structure here, our HTML markup. This one little time, let's also open this. Open this up, right click, live server. There we go, completely dark background. And I don't need this app container. Hit save. We are going to replace this with just a short and news. And this is also not going to be a div, but it's going to be a section. Okay, so let's just type in here, title short news, and that's it. Then after this section, we're going to have ourselves, let me show you on the finished project. So this is where the short news will live. Then we're going to have this navigation. You can also place it up here. Doesn't matter where the navigation is. This is just the logical order that I want you to have it. Then we're going to have our navigation is going to be a nav tag. Type in nav, then with the class of side dash navigation. Within here, we're going to have, first of all, this little button, which is just going to be a div with the class of toggle dash nav. And within it, we're going to have from font awesome a i.fa dash solid dot fa dash less dash then icon tag. Okay, and let me go up here. We can see the icon tag right now. It's going to appear. Wait, am I gonna see it? Should be able. This is fa solid fa less then. Oh, there we go. Messed up. Okay, so there's our icon. After this div, we're going to have an unordered list with the class of nav-item and then dot maps and dot active. Oh, wait, sorry about that. So items dot show. So this is going to be the navigation. So this is the button, this is the navigation. It's going to contain two nav items, which will be li with the class of toggle dash item, and I'm going to multiply this times 2. And the first one will also have the class of maps and active. Okay, and within here we're going to type in maps. And then the second one is going to have only the class of analytics, and then here analytics. That also has the text. Okay, now that's it for this part. After the nav, we're going to create a main tag, main, that is going to include a section tag, actually 2 sections. So section times 2. And the first section tag will be for, let's add to this section tag a class of maps and chart, and then show. And within here, we're just going to have a, oh, no, I'm going to leave this open. I'm going to take care of this later on. But after this section tag, we're going to have a second section tag with the class of detailed dash chart. Okay, so one will be the maps, and then the other section will be on analytics, so the details chart. From here, can you open this up and so forth and so on. Close this up. Okay, so basically this will trigger the sections. The navigation will trigger the sections. I'm going to show you how you can do this just in a couple of minutes. So this is the basic folder structure. Now let's also style the basic structure. So our header up here, which is in the show, now short news. So our short news, this one will be sticky. But you know what? I'm going to start styling this after we add the, we're going to start and style each and every section as long as we add them. The only thing that I'm going to do here is give the body a height of 100%. So that's basically, percent. That's all that I'm going to do. Okay, so let's move on and create our little short news section here. So let's get started with our short news section. So let me show you this one more time in large view. So this section up here will remain visible within all of our data. Okay, so it's going to be sticky and it's going to be at the top. Now, first of all, let's grab onto this data. This is going to be from the website that I just showed you. Let's go to that little website. Again, it's tradingview.com. And from here, we're going to go to more up in the navigation for business and then all widgets. And from all widgets, we're going to get ourselves, first of all, see it right here, trigger tape widget. So go to get widget, and then on the code here, just click on copy code. Code is copied. Now you're going to go back to HTML, and within your section here, instead of the text, we're going to paste this code in. Hit save. You get to get here a bunch of errors, but change back to our little friend here. No worries, it's going to be accepted. Now, one thing you can see that my is dark here. So you're going to go here and instead of light, you're going to change the color theme. So let's go up here. This is what we just pasted in. So let me walk you through this. So first of all, you can delete this div, the class of TradingView copyright. Okay, we know they have a copyright. Okay, we understand it, but we're not using it in any purpose aside of educational purposes. So we deleted that one. Then you could also delete this one because it just ends here. Don't need it at all. Okay, now you have the script, and basically what is important is the script. So let me walk you through the script. The script is getting you the symbols. These are the symbols, and each symbol has a pro name and then a title. And the title is exactly what you see here. If I would change the US, let's say the Bitcoin to Barney coin, then you will see here Barney coin. Okay, it's not right, but you can change it. So let's change it back to Bitcoin. And basically this is what you get. Now, if you want to get more, you can add more. Just copy one and add from whatever. For example, this is from S&P US, and S&PX stands for the S&P index and is the 500 index, but you could basically add also a specific ticker symbol. For example, you can add Apple from the S&P 500. Okay, now if you go down here, there are a couple of settings. For example, this light setting, you can change it to dark. Okay, and you're going to get a dark background. Display mode, adaptive, language, English, of course, show symbol logo. You can set this to false if you want, and then you only have the names without the symbols. But I would suggest leaving the symbols in there. So true. It's transparent. Well, if you change this to true, then you're going to have no background. Basically, that's the idea there. So even if you change this back to light, you can only then basically you're going to have the same color of the text that the main color here is. So I would suggest that you leave this at dark. Oh, you can do whatever you want, and transparent at false. Now, once again, although you see here errors, don't worry about them. Your application will still work. Okay, now let's go ahead and style this, because what we want to do is to make this sticky at the top. So if you scroll down or not, then it should still show. And for this, we're going to select this class. Remember, we had here the container of this was short news. So I'm going to select the class, and we're just going to position it, and we're going to position it sticky. Oops, static sticky. There we go. Now, where should it stick to? Well, to the top with 0 and left also 0. And we're going to give this a height of 5 viewport heights, because the rest of the application will have then 95 viewport heights. So basically the main tag. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this part. Now, next up, we're going to work on our maps here. So let's get started with the maps. Okay, now let's move to our maps here. Again, we're going to go back to the website. We're going to scroll back, and down here, you're going to have your Forex widget. So let's go to the Forex widget, although this is the last one. Now we're going to copy the code, go to our application, go into HTML, close up the short news section, close up the navigation section, go into your maps section, and we're going to create here 3 divs with a class of map times 3. And then the first one will be, also add a second class here for stocks. Then the next one will be crypto, and the last one will be Forex. Okay, now within Forex, just as you see here within our finished application, we have stocks, crypto, then Forex. So the Forex is the last one, but you can change the order, obviously. So let's go ahead into Forex and paste in the code. Okay, and you should already get your Forex exchange. Now again, you can delete this trading view marker here, and also the first div. Basically from here to here, you can delete everything. Just leave the script in there. Now I'm not going to change the scripts themselves. Now we can go back and once back to the website and then get the other maps. So we're going to scroll up, still see crypto map, get widget, scroll down, copy the code, go back here. Let's close up the map of Forex, enter crypto, paste it in, delete the first 2. Wait, this, wait a second, let's hit save. Yep, U and U, delete them. And let's also get the last one. Let's also close this up. So the map of crypto, we're going to close this up, go back, scroll up. We're going to get our stocks map, get widget, go back to the application, go into stocks, hit save, and delete these two fellows right here. Okay, now we can go back to our application, have this one up, and you should now see here, whoa, what just happened? Wait just a second. Okay, so I copied in crypto into stocks. That's not what I wanted. Once again, go in here, copy code here, delete everything that I have here, script and end of widget, then paste it in again. Okay, there we go. This is the right one. Now within here, we do need to change a couple of things. So everything that is in this object, you do need to change it to how an object should look in HTML, because this right here is the syntax for JSON and we need to change it up. So I'm going to select all, actually only these quotation marks. You can just click through here, bam, 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 holding down Option or Alt on a PC, Option on a Mac, of course. Delete those, then go through here, don't misclick, delete this, you and you, delete this, and you should be good to go. Okay, the first map is working now. Now, maybe you can still see these as error. That's because you should also replace the columns with equal signs. So I'm going to go through this and replace them with is equal. And you're not going to see any kind of error and it's still going to work. Now, before we close this up, right up here, where we have our div sign, before our little trading view widget commentary, you're going to type in an H3 with the text of stocks. Hit enter, and there we go. Okay, we're going to go through the next one. Going to go to crypto, open this up. Again, the same procedure. Let's first of all start here with H3 and crypto. Hit enter. Now let's go through these. Again, Option, click, 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 delete, and click. You know what? You're going to go ahead and do something like this. So select, 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 and select them all. Gotta catch them all. Oh wait, you know what? You're going to go do once. You can also do quicker. Do once this, select the first column, then Control or Command D, bum 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 bum. Then start deleting them 2 times, 1, 2, and then press equal and save, and you're good to go. That was even quicker. Okay, we got this one done. Let's close it up. Close up the section. Now in our last chart, section. Oops, I want to close up the section. Close up stocks, close up crypto, go to Forex and type in up here the H3 with the title of Forex. Perfect. Okay, now let's go ahead and style this little fellow. So remember we have our map chart here, the class. Copy this, go into our CSS, paste it in, go into map charts, and first of all I'm going to take the H3s, so parent selector, H3s, and let's do a text align center. Okay, let's increase the font size, say 2 rem, and let's just leave it there for now. Next up, we're going to display everything as flex. Then we're going to change the direction. Not now, but when we're going to be then but it's going to be changed automatically because we're just going to do here flex wrap and going to set it to wrap. Okay, so basically this will put it in a column direction when there's not enough space. Now let's change everything to, let's justify the content to center. Let's do a gap of 1 rem. And then let's add margin of 2 rem top and bottom and 0 left and right. Okay, so they should look something like this. Now this still has this trading view marker on it. It doesn't bother me that much, but still, where are you, little fellow? Okay, there you are. Got to delete you. Boom. So we got rid of that little fellow. Now let's go back into our CSS and let's select the class of map. And this is going to apply to each and every map. Now we're going to add a background color of a #131722. Now also going to add a padding of 1 rem all around. Okay, and let's trim down the borders, have a nice little round border, so border radius of 5 pixels. That's basically it. Now next step is to, well, make this disappear. So I'm going to say display none, but when it's going to have the class, so the parent has also the class of show, then it's going to be displayed as flex again. And because we do have the class of show initially, as you can see here, in our wrapper, in a section of our maps, then all of the maps will be shown for the start. Now you could do it the other way around if you want the analytics page to be shown when you start the application. You just have to flip the switch here. Okay, so basically make the other one show. And you're also going to reverse it in JavaScript. You're going to see it just in a couple of seconds. Now we're done with our stocks part. Now we're going to move down to our analytics. Or we're done with our maps part. Sorry about that. Now we can move on to our analytics. Also, I do have a messed up resolution, so I'm pretty much zoomed in. This should look something like this, but actually larger because, as I said, my resolution is messed up. It should fill up all of your fields here. Look at them go. Pew, 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 pew. Excellent. And Bitcoin is ripping. None of this is financial advice, by the way. Okay, so let's move on to our analytics. Okay, so let's grab onto the analytics. So let's go back to our widgets here. Let's go back. And the main widget was up here. Now this one, as I can remember, is without the analytics. Let me just check this very quickly. Show drawing tool, watch list, show details, show indicators. Yeah, show hotlist. So you need to check these also. Show calendar, show watch list, and well, if you want, you can click all of them. But these are the main ones that I would suggest that you have. Now you can change the color from here. Let's just automatically change it to dark. I would leave this at the candles, so not bars, and the default time zone, well, you can choose whichever time zone you want. Also, which app should show at the start, up to you. You should which stock to show. You can basically show Tesla if you want, or whatever you want. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at, let's just leave it at Tesla. Now let's copy code and let's move back to our application. I'm going to close up the section here, the map section. We're going to go into the details chart and paste this one in. Okay, hit save. Just go through it again. We're going to delete trading view. So only delete this one. Don't delete this one. This is important. Okay, and let's go now to our application. Let's scroll down here. So there's an app. You can see it's smushed together here. And this has a particular reason. That's because the height here is 100%. So you're going to change the height from 100% to 900 pixels. Hit save. You can see it will be now much larger. Now also this height right here, you could leave it as it is. But if you have problems with it, I think I could show you later on how you can change it. Also our little Forex here needs a couple of changes. So let's go back to maps. Go close up stocks. Open up Forex. And down here where it says 400, let's change it to 500. We're going to get more of a square one. Let's see, 700. Oh, wait. Again, these are objects. So let's do this, bum, bum, and equal to that. And let's do this, bum, bum, and this should be much better now. False. Okay. All right. Now let's go back to, let's close this little Forex fellow up. And let's go back to our application down here. So we have our language. Let's see here. We'll have our language. Local is English. We have our symbols enabled. We have our details enabled. If you want to set these, so these are, for example, this is details. If you set this to false, it's going to disappear from the right side. If you want to close your hot list, false. Okay, the calendar, false. But I would suggest to leave them open. So select all three of these. Set them to true. Now from here you can save. Let me go in a larger view here. From here, for example, you can take a snapshot of this chart. Say you want to have some kind of something to remember. You can take a snapshot, clicking here. You can download the image or copy the image, open it up in a folder, and you can then save image to whatever. Okay, your PC then. Now you have your indicators up here, which are, well, there's a bunch of indicators. Just go through them, them out what they are. I'm not going to go now into depth into indicators. Then you can search for different stock. For example, click here and search for Microsoft. Okay, you can change the stock. You can change it to Meta. What? Lexico? No. MetLife? No. Meta. Also known as Facebook, or formerly known as Facebook. You can see a bunch of stuff here. Okay, so now this is pretty much it for this indicator. Also, you can go from here from days to 12 months range. Going to show you in years. You can go to 6 months range and so on and so on. 1 day range, and yeah, so a bunch of cool stuff. Check everything out that is in here. You're going to find a lot of useful things. Again, not financial advice. The only financial advice I can give you is save your money and invest 100% in yourself or 99% in yourself. And from there, you can figure it out on yourself. Okay, so we're done with this part. Now we're going to go ahead and style everything. We're going to work on our navigation a bit and then also style it. So let me just check if we have everything here for our main container. No, we actually don't have anything. Yeah, one last thing, the details chart, we're going to hide it. Make this smaller again. So our little chart fellow here, close up the nav. We're going to hide it. Select the class of detailed and dash chart. And we're going to display none. And then when this little fellow has the class of show, we're going to display it as block. So that's basically it. Now let's move on to the side navigation. And that's where the most work will live. So let's get started working on our map, our navigation. So we're going to grab onto the navigation, the side navigation class, and let's start working on it. So first things first, we're going to again position this fixed. So position fixed, or not again, because this one was sticky. Basically, if I'm going to scroll through it, you're going to see it's going to remain on the top and everything will be scrolled underneath of it. So the next thing that I need to do is have this fellow position fixed. Now I'm going to tell this you're going to be left 0, and then from the top, I'm going to push you down 30 viewport heights. Okay, just move down here. Now this is the perfect position for it to not hide anything when it's open, almost anything, but also if it does hide something, then we can close it up via this button, as you can see in our finished version. Okay, for example, if I would go in a much smaller version, then I can close this one up. We don't need to do any more, little fellow. Then we're going to just hide it if it's messing up our view. Okay, so now we just pushed it down, but we also needed to have it on the top of everything, because right now if I go and do something maybe here, but I want to keep this on top, so I'm going to increase its Z index to 1 or 2, even better. Now let's change the width of this. So let's add to this a width of 120 pixels, and this is going to be important. Why am I setting 100? Because next up I'm going to set this as display and grid. Now we're displaying it as grid because this little fellow is actually a grid. So this is going to be one column and these two will be in another column. So the bottom is one column, button is one column, and the navigation, the UL, is another column. Actually, it's a div, not a button. It's not a button. So let's do here grid template columns of, well, we have 120 pixels. We're going to do the first one for 20 pixels and the next one for 100 pixels. Just like playing Jeopardy. Then we're going to align items as center. And we're going to give this a background color of transparent. Okay, now to our toggler, to our button right here. So let's select the toggler class, toggle-nav, and let's give it a background color. It's an RGB of a red color, RGBA, of 148, 4, and 4 for the blue. Okay, now let's increase its height to 90 pixels. Now this is going to move this little fella up there, so I'm going to do a text align and not text align, sorry about that. I align items to the center, and first of all I should do a display flex, of course. So display flex and align items to the center. Okay, because we have within here, within our div, we do have, show you this, boom, close up the section and open up the nav. We do have a I element or item element, formerly known as icon, or in italic. Actually, it was at the beginning, it was in the beginning of HTML, it was italic, but now it's used for icons. So let's move on. Let's also give it a bit of a padding, all around padding of, I think, of 0.2 rem. Let's add a transition of all and 0.3 seconds and ease, because we'll have a hover effect on that button. And let's start with the opacity of 0.3, and then let's move it to, when we hover over it, to 100, so opacity of 1. Now to our little navigation here. So when we hover over this little fellow, oops, I also want to add to this a cursor pointer. Okay, so when we hover over this little fellow, we're going to get our opacity of 1. Okay, now let's move outside our dot toggle nav and let's move into nav items, which will be the UL, that the on-root list that we just created. So I'm going to hide it, display none, and then if I hit save, it's going to hide it, but obviously we need to show it, so quickly add a show class to it, and then display flex. Okay, there we go. Go back up here and add a box shadow of 0, 0, 15 pixels, and the RGBA of the dark color, so 0, 0, 0 and 0.8. Okay, we can't see anything right now, but if we would have, so no worries, you're going to see it just in a couple of seconds. Okay, now let's move back in here when we're displaying it as flex. I want to now flex direction, change the direction to a column direction, and we're going to justify content to the center, basically placing these two in the center. Okay, now let's go to the LIs. So parent selector and the LIs. Now let's add to them a background color of #131. Then 722 is going to give us a dark bluish color. Okay, the same color that we have here for the stocks and also the nav up here. Now let's increase the font size. Actually, first of all, the font weight to 600, and this I think is almost enough. Let's give each of them a height of 45 pixels. Remember, we had the entire height of our nav here was 90 pixels. So if each one of them has 45, that's just perfect. Let's give them an all-around padding of 0.5 rem. Let's give them a border radius now, but I'm not going to give a same border radius for all of them. We are going to trim down only these edges. So we're going to start with the left corner, which will be 0, then the upper left corner, then the upper right corner will be 5 pixels. The bottom right corner will be 5 pixels, and the bottom left corner will be 0 again. There we go. We have our nice corners here. Also delimiting where one tab ends and the other starts. Okay, now let's change the border. Now let's add a cursor pointer to each one of them, knowing when we're on one of them. And now let's add a hover effect. And before that, we're going to add a transition all 0.3 seconds and ease. Okay, now it's a parent selector, and when we're going to hover over one of the items, we're going to intensify the background color by adding a hexadecimal color of 34537 and C. Okay, and this is going to give us this little color right here. Now, when one of them is active, so again, the parent selector and dot active, then we're going to change the background color to a #215CA8. Okay, and because the map already has the class of active, this is why it's going to have that color. Now, we're going to change this using JavaScript, and also we're kind of done with this part. So let's go ahead and move to scripting, and let's activate and deactivate these tabs. Okay, now let's work on the functionality of the navigator. We actually have here two tasks. One is to change the tabs, and the other one will be to close the navigator. These are two separate functionalities. So let's start working on them. First of all, we're going to open up our script tag here, and let's just grab on first of all to the elements. So we're going to create everything in one little script tag here. It's not that much. So let's start out with const, and let's grab onto toggle nav. I'm going to go to the document. Also going to close up the left part so we have more real estate here. And 2Gs, toggle document. Dot, I'm going to use query selectors this time. I'm going to select a couple of classes. So dot toggle dash nav. Then we're going to have our next variable, which will be const. And now we're going to get all of the nav items. So const toggle items. Again, document query selector. So I'm going to use query selector all and all of the classes that contain the toggle dash item. Now we see this constant reload, and it's going to grab onto the information from the website. So depending on the internet speed, this could lag a bit, just that you know. So I'm not going to hit save on each and every tab that I do here. So stick with me because I'm going to get bumpy. Okay, let's go on to the maps chart. And again, document, query selector, and grab onto the class of .maps-chart. Now we need the details chart. Const details, detailed chart, document, query selector, and select the class of detailed-chart. Missing an A there. Okay, And the last thing that we need is the nav items. So nav items and document selector, and we're going to grab onto the dot nav dash items. Okay, so first things first, let's change this little fellow when we click it to show or hide the navigation. So toggle nav dot on click, set to an arrow function, and we're going to do here two things. First of all, the nav items dot class list will toggle the show class. Okay, so if I click this button, then I'm going to show and hide the navigation. Pretty simple. Now for this little fellow, as you can see here, it's actually showing me you need to go in that direction, and then you need to go in that direction. So the greater and less than sign will be inserted here depending on what kind of class the nav items contain. So we're going to grab onto the toggle nav, then inner HTML, and now we're going to ask it that nav items dot class list, if they contain the show class, and don't close this up because then we're going to use here simple quotations, and we're going to insert here our icons again. So icon tag with the class is equal to open and close double quotations fa dash solid space fa dash less, and there should be two s's, dash then, and is the first one. Then you're going to go to the end of the simple quotation, column, simple quotations again, and I'm just going to copy this, paste it in here, and change the class here to greater than. So greater than. Hit save, and click now on the button, voila. Okay, so this is working. Now let's change the display here. Now for this, we're going to grab onto the toggle navigation item. So toggle items, and now we're going to loop over them using a for each loop. And for each item that we're going to loop over, use an arrow function, and now we're going to grab onto that item and add a on-click event listener to it. So on-click, and when that click happens, we're going to grab onto the event, and then we're going to ask that if the event.target.classlist.contains the class of maps, and everything should be here in an if statement, so open and close parentheses, open and close curly brackets, and if statement, first of all. So if this contains the target that I'm clicking contains the class of maps, because remember, one of these items contains the class of maps, the very first one. The other one contains the class of analytics. And both of them contain the class of, where do we have it? Toggle item. Okay, that's why we use query selector all. We selected both of the classes of toggle item, we're looping over them, and we ask, and now we were looking for if one of the items contains the class of maps, then it's going to e.target.classlist, and now we want to add the class, so add the class of active to it, basically making this little fellow active again. Because remember, if I would have to click on analytics, it should deactivate the maps class, and we're going to do this just in a couple of seconds. But for now, we're going to move down and suppose that analytics is active. So we're going to go ahead at e.target. So which one is the target? If I'm clicking on maps, then maps is the target. Now, if maps is the target, the next element of the maps of the li would be analytics. So e.target.next element sibling, we're doing just a bit of down navigation here, will remove now the class of active. Okay, simple as that. Okay, now this will add and remove these two classes. So what I'm going to do is copy this first of all and change this to analytics and leave these two exactly as they are, excepting then that second one here. So if the e.target, well, there's no next element, as you can see here, there's only a previous element. So previous element. If the previous element contains now the class of active, then it should be removed. So if I click now on analytics, I'm going to, whoops, well, that just didn't do what I wanted to do. Class list. We forgot class list, not remove the item, but class list dot remove. Jesus, just remove the item. Okay, so once again, from the class list, going to remove the active class. If I click on maps, I'm going to remove it from analytics and add it back to maps. Click on analytics, remove it from maps and add it to analytics. Okay, so this is what these two actually do. Okay, so we took care of our active states here for the items themselves. Now let's show and hide the elements that we want to show. So let's go to the top one. So we're working with maps, and the maps chart that we grabbed on here, the maps chart now, create selector, you should be dot maps chart. Good that I saw that. If not, I would have wondered, hey, why isn't it working? So map chart, we can now go to its class list again, and we can add the class of show. Now the class of show is already in this, so this is why it's showing. So show, and we can also do the same thing for the details chart. Details chart dot class list and dot remove. Okay, the class of show. So pretty simple. Now for this, you can create a little helper function here. We can call this function show, and this will accept two items. One will be for two elements. Let's say lm1 and lm, or show1, show2, show1 and show2. This is, for example, if you would have multiple items. Okay, and just going to copy this, paste it in here, and just show1, oops, and show2. And instead of what you have here, you could just add the class or add the function and then pass in. So first you want to show chart, and you know what? Show and hide. This is more obvious. So you will be show. No, it's wrong. Now let's leave it this way. So show1, show2. No, actually it's correct. Show. I'm playing 3D chess in my mind, and hide. Okay, so you'll be hide, and you should be just show. So if you pass in here like this, then, and the second one should be like this, then it should already work, because if I click on analytics, it's going to show me analytics and hide maps. And if I click on maps, it's going to show me maps and hide analytics. And why is that so? Well, it's pretty obvious here. If I pass in here maps in this function, then it's going to show maps, and detailed chart will be hidden. And the other way around, if I pass in now detailed charts will be shown and maps will be hidden. Pretty simple, isn't it? So let's make this larger again. Show chart, show map. I can actually use it one more time. Okay, so show chart, show map. Simple, and hide navigation. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this project. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned a lot, as always. Thank you very much, and catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. Well, hello, and welcome to the budget